Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. You will become an unprecedented Hokage and lead the entire ninja world forward. Do you have more detailed information? Minato asked, though he didn't show excitement. He believed in his efforts more than in prophecies or fate. Aside from his official duties and strengthening Hidden Leaf Village's overall power over the years, Minato had also been dedicated to studying ninjutsu, preparing himself to handle future challenges. The Great Toad Sage apologized. "I'm sorry, I can only glimpse fragments of the future in my dreams. What I see is often out of my control." Minato quickly waved his hand. "No, it's not your fault. We're grateful to have received this much insight." Naruto, observing the exchange, felt out of place. What am I even doing here? Am I just supposed to sit back and win at the end? Sensing Naruto's gaze, the Great Toad Sage turned to him and asked, "Are you Naruto, who recently signed the contract with Mount Myabaku?" Considering the Great Toad Sage's age, the contract signing did seem recent. Naruto nodded and asked, "Yes. Do you have a prophecy for me?" The Great Toad Sage was silent for a moment before replying, "Ah, yes, I do." Naruto looked at him with anticipation. "Is this toad really that divine? You will be very happy in the future." "Naruto? What kind of prediction is happiness?" Seeing that the Great Toad Sage didn't elaborate, Naruto pressed further, and then? The Great Toad Sage added, "One day, you will make an unrealistic wish, and that wish will come true." What kind of prophecy is this? Naruto thought, torn between amusement and confusion. He was about to ask more questions when Fukasaku raised a finger, signaling silence, and jumped down from the railing to escort them out. Naruto glanced at the Great Toad Sage, who had already fallen asleep, leaving him no choice but to follow them. These half-spoken prophecies are just as frustrating as those writers who leave stories hanging online. Could it be that the Great Toad Sage just had a regular dream and it doesn't mean anything? Naruto suggested. Fukasaku responded, "No, so far, the Great Toad Sage's predictions have never been wrong." Ha ha ha. Seeing Naruto's frustration, Jiraiya ruffled his hair and said reassuringly, "Naruto, I get how you feel. When I was your age, I fantasized about being a great ninja, saving the world, and being adored by countless girls." No, we're different." Naruto broke free from Jiraiya's hand and retorted, "After all that, the last part was your focus, wasn't it?" "Naruto," Minato said, wrapping an arm around his son's shoulders, "isn't it great? Knowing that you'll be happy is more important than knowing you'll save the world." Naruto didn't resist this time but sighed in frustration. "I'm just curious what kind of wish I'll end up making." Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Maybe you'll wish to become a great writer like me?" Ha 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 ha. Naruto tried to mimic Kakashi's deadpan expression. "My mom may not want to kill me, but she'll kill you for sure." Jiraiya felt a chill run down his spine and resolved never to let his manuscripts fall into Naruto's hands. "Naruto, don't say that about your mom. Kushina wouldn't." Minato paused, unsure. "She probably wouldn't react that way, Jiraiya-sensei." "Don't worry, she won't do anything like that." "Probably." "Dad, your uncertainty isn't helping. You three are like 3 generations of a family," Shima chuckled. "Stay for dinner, I've prepared some wonderful ingredients today." Jiraiya and Minato's expressions soured. They had miscalculated by not canceling the summoning earlier. Now, leaving would seem impolite. Jiraiya tried to get out of it. "Well, big sister, actually What's that? Are you saying that my husband and I are boring for you?" Shima's tone sharpened. No. I mean, I've already cleared my schedule before coming, so we can stay a bit longer." Jiraiya surrendered. Shima wasn't someone to mess with. "That's the spirit," Shima said, smiling warmly. Later, when they returned to Hidden Leaf Village, both Minato and Jiraiya looked pale. It wasn't just because of the Feast of Insects, it was the moment when Naruto brought out various cooking tools and casually demonstrated his deep-fried dishes in front of the egg batter, breadcrumbs, golden brown frying. The contrast was too much. "Why didn't you bring this out earlier?" "You don't have to look at me like that," Naruto said. This is just a small payback for being abandoned at Mount Myabaku the last time and for Jiraiya stopping me from entering the cave today. Minato, thinking Naruto was in a bad mood and pulling a prank, lightened the mood. Jiraiya-sensei, let's go to the office. I have some matters I'd like to discuss with you. What's it about? Can I join? Naruto was curious, thinking it might have something to do with the prophecy. Minato gave Naruto a kind smile. No, you'll find out in a few days. Naruto's smile faded. Is Dad holding a grudge? Jiraiya added, I've got to gather some research materials anyway. You're still doing that? What do you mean that? It's crucial for my work. Right, next time I'll inform the police to arrest you. Come on, I'm your teacher. That's exactly why. Naruto watched them walk away, kicking a small rock in the street. Ouch! A familiar voice called out. Konohamaru? Skipping class again? Naruto noticed the two little kids beside him. And bringing your classmates along too? Chapter 147. No. Konohamaru rubbed his head, stood up, and replied, I didn't skip class. Today's a school holiday. That's true. Now that Grandpa, the third Hokage, is the school's dean, he wouldn't condone you skipping classes. Since the third Hokage recovered, he has devoted himself to educating the younger generation, even choosing to live at the school. This has greatly inspired the enthusiasm of young teachers, especially Iruka. The children, however, find it challenging, especially since someone more long-winded than Iruka is now part of their routine. Whenever the third Hokage speaks, the children's admiration for the fourth Hokage grows even stronger. They appreciate that he's young, handsome, powerful, and, most importantly, not one for lengthy speeches like the third Hokage. In this way, the third Hokage has made significant contributions to children's education, in more ways than one. Konohamaru's expression grew somber when he thought of his grandfather, but he quickly brightened up. Big brother Naruto, let me introduce you. This is Udon, and this is Mogi. Together, we are the Konohamaru Corps. They shouted in unison. Oh. As if a cold wind had blown through, the air became tense with awkward silence. Oh? That's it? Your reaction is too cold, big brother Naruto. Konohamaru exclaimed in frustration. Naruto thought for a moment and sensed the child's need for support. Smiling, he said, your stance is good, but the lines could use some work. Let me teach you a new set. And with that, Naruto left, his three admirers practicing their new lines. Why does war rage? Why do autumn leaves fall? Nature cannot be taken away. Mogi suddenly shouted, oh no. We forgot to tell big brother Naruto that important thing. Udon echoed, yeah, the lines were so cool I completely forgot. What do we do, Konohamaru? Konohamaru clenched his fist. Of course, we chase after him. The Nine-Tails suddenly interjected, hey kid, let the old fox borrow a shadow clone. Naruto was instantly on guard. Why? I haven't even enjoyed my last mission reward yet. The Nine-Tails scoffed, do you think all I care about is eating? Oh? You have other interests? Naruto asked, pretending to be shocked but still cooperating by creating a shadow clone. The Nine-Tails continued, did you save the coordinates from near the ruins last time? Send the shadow clone there. Alright, let it fly over on its own, and then you can take control. Naruto didn't ask any further, guessing that the Nine-Tails might want to talk to Shukaku. It seemed like Gaara had already spoken with Shukaku. The clone disappeared, and the Nine-Tails fell silent, concentrating on controlling it. Just then, Konohamaru's voice rang out behind Naruto. Big brother Naruto. Naruto turned around, raising an eyebrow. Anything else? The three kids panted, catching their breath, before Konohamaru replied, there's something really important. Naruto was intrigued. Alright, tell me. Konohamaru leaned in mysteriously, cupping his hand around his mouth as he signaled Naruto to bend down. Naruto obliged, and Konohamaru whispered, we heard that someone has escaped from prison. Escaped? Naruto was skeptical. Surely the guards would have handled this. How do you know? We overheard it while playing ninja near the garrison. Do you know who it is? It's someone named Mizuki, along with 4 of Orochimaru's subordinates. Huh? Naruto eyed the trio suspiciously. Were you planning on catching them yourselves? The three burst into mischievous giggles. Naruto sighed, giving each of them a gentle tap on the head. Listen, I'll go check it out. You three find somewhere safe to play, or better yet, head home. Yes. They chorused, momentarily stunned by his response. Naruto opened his sensory map, pinpointing the location of the Sound 4. He recognized their chakra signatures, he'd encountered them before. Still, something didn't sit right. Their curse marks were sealed, and they weren't particularly strong. Even if Mizuki was serious, He wouldn't stand a chance against someone like Iruka. So, how did they manage to escape? There hadn't been any commotion in Hidden Leaf Village that would suggest a lapse in security. Could it be that Mizuki was pulling off something more elaborate? Tracking the group, Naruto noticed several other chakra signals following them, and one felt familiar. Is that Izumi? He quickened his pace, soon spotting her and calling out, "Sister Izumi." She turned, surprised. "Naruto? What are you doing here? I heard from Konohamaru that some prisoners broke out, so I thought I'd take a look." Izumi looked taken aback. "How did that get out?" Naruto reassured her. "Don't worry, the kids just overheard it by accident. They're pretty responsible, they won't spread it around." The other three members of Izumi's squad exchanged glances, quietly questioning why Naruto was even there. Although he was Hokage's son, he wasn't technically part of the tracking unit. However, he was skilled, and having him along could be useful. Naruto continued, "I know the Hidden Leaf Village garrison is thorough, so this kind of slip-up feels unusual. Is there more to this situation?" The squad members warmed to him. His respectful tone and confidence in their abilities softened their initial annoyance, and they appreciated his perception. Izumi, while continuing to track, explained, "It's alright to tell you. We let them escape on purpose. The Sound Four have always believed Orochimaru is alive and have clung to the hope that he'd come for them. Despite all our efforts, neither Raibiki nor Inoichi have been able to extract any new intel from them. So today, during the shift change, we intentionally showed a few security gaps, hoping to see what they'd do. But we didn't expect Mizuki to seek them out." Naruto nodded, understanding the tactic. "I get it, this is bait. You're watching to see if they'll lead you to something valuable. In that case, let me help. My sensory abilities will make tracking them a lot easier." Izumi accepted his offer gratefully. "Thank you, Naruto." The rest of the team had no objections. Although they had their tracking techniques, Naruto's sensory ninjutsu would make it even more reliable, helping to prevent any possibility of losing the targets. Naruto focused, pointing in a specific direction. They're heading toward the back mountain. Meanwhile, with the escapees, "Hey, Mizuki, where are you taking us?" Seiken demanded. Mizuki smirked, his eyes glinting with cunning. "Relax. I told you, there's something Orochimaru left behind in the mountains. Once we get it, we'll be able to leave Hidden Leaf Village for good." Tayuya scoffed, her tone threatening. "If you're messing with us, I swear I'll make you regret it." The usually mild-mannered Jirobo interjected, "Tayuya, maybe tone down the language a bit." "Shut it, Jirobo. I'll talk however I want," Tayuya snapped back. Kodomaru, fiddling with his kunai, rolled his eyes. "Enough bickering. If it weren't for the curse mark's weakening, this wouldn't be so much trouble." Mizuki kept a steady pace ahead of them, ignoring their complaints, while thoughts of escape and vengeance filled his mind. He couldn't help but believe that whatever lay hidden in these mountains could be the key to their freedom. Chapter 148. After tracking for a while, Naruto remarked, "It seems they've stopped." A teammate with an older appearance asked, "Is it finally here? Where exactly are they?" Naruto described the location. The older teammate thought for a moment before saying, "There's an abandoned laboratory there, rumored to have been left behind by Orochimaru." Izumi asked, "Could there be a secret passage or something?" The older teammate shook his head. "Unlikely. After Orochimaru defected, the place was thoroughly searched. There shouldn't be anything of value left." The other two teammates looked a little disappointed. "So, does that mean we're wasting our time?" "No," Naruto retorted. "They're on the move again. Their chakra has spiked, they seem to be trying to escape in this direction." Izumi speculated, could they have taken some kind of secret medicine or used a forbidden technique? "Get ready for a fight." Naruto suddenly stopped, a peculiar expression on his face. "Actually, it looks like we don't need to worry." "Huh?" The others looked at him, puzzled. Naruto explained, "Kakashi-sensei made an appointment with Gai-sensei yesterday. They're rock climbing in the mountains behind Hidden Leaf Village today. They wouldn't happen to be directly in front of us, would they?" If those two were there, then the outcome was almost guaranteed. The team members had certainly heard of Kakashi and Gai. Not only were they renowned within the Uchiha clan, but Kakashi, though an outsider, was admired by many Uchiha for his Sharingan. Gai, on the other hand, was unique. He had once trained 3 ordinary Uchiha teenagers, guiding them to awaken their Sharingan overnight, a feat unmatched by anyone else in Hidden Leaf Village. During the joint invasion by the Sound and Sand villages half a year ago, the team of Gen, Gai, and Gero, consisting of just 4 Chunin, managed to destroy a significant portion of the Sand's elite forces. Those who had once mocked them were left in awe. Naturally, after that, many sought guidance from Gen, Gai, Gero, and Gai, hoping to unlock their own Sharingan. But they all received the same response: Ah, that was the power of youth. With that, they would offer a green jumpsuit, insisting that wearing it would help. Those hopeful young shinobi often left with pale faces, realizing the price of the power of youth was too high for them to bear. Fugaku, the Uchiha clan leader, was grateful. He couldn't imagine explaining to his ancestors if the Uchiha were known as the clan of watermelon suits bearing the fan symbol. His relief grew even stronger when Sasuke awakened his Sharingan without resorting to these unconventional methods. Fugaku swore that if Sasuke ever donned that green jumpsuit, he'd personally intervene. Seeing Naruto nod in agreement, Izumi and the team were silent for a moment. This is quite the coincidence. With that, they hurried toward the location, hoping those two hadn't been too ruthless and left some clues behind. By the time Naruto and his team arrived, Mizuki and his sound ninja comrades had already been subdued and left sprawled across the street. With his hands on his hips, Gai laughed heartily, boasting about his victory. Kakashi, meanwhile, studied the defeated shinobi closely. The Sound Four were in the second stage of the Cursed Seal, looking more like monstrous apparitions than humans. Mizuki's body was covered with yellow and black stripes, resembling a tiger. All five of them lay unconscious, slowly reverting to human form. Kakashi-sensei, Gai-sensei, Izumi and her teammates greeted them respectfully. Naruto crouched down and poked Mizuki's tiger's skin, admiring its texture. Uncle Orochimaru is a tattoo expert, he quipped. Izumi and another teammate quickly explained the situation to Kakashi. Gai, less interested in details, seemed more focused on having defeated one more opponent than Kakashi. After listening, Kakashi nodded. The key seems to be Mizuki. If you want to investigate further, you should do it quickly. He doesn't look like he'll hold on much longer. Everyone turned to Mizuki, whose muscles were visibly shrinking, his cheeks sunken, and his silver hair graying. Naruto, noticing this rapid deterioration, remarked, "Someone needs to call Big Sister Tsunade." Without waiting, Naruto marked the ground and used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to teleport directly to the hospital. "Big Sister." Naruto burst into Tsunade's office. "Huh?" The smell of alcohol was thick in the air. Tsunade lay on her desk, her face flushed, drooling as she slept with one arm as her pillow. Shizune carefully pulled Tonton from Tsunade's grasp, preventing the poor pig from suffocating. She looked at Naruto with a slight smile. "Naruto, she drank a bit too much. Is something wrong?" "Yes, we need help. It's urgent." "Shizune, can you come with me?" Naruto said, creating a shadow clone. The clone quickly dashed home, grabbed a blanket for Tsunade, and made an OK sign, reassuring Shizune. Shizune nodded, reassured that Tsunade was in good hands, and followed Naruto back. She handed Tonton to Naruto and began examining Mizuki. Naruto gently patted Tonton, who, still a bit dizzy from the teleportation, didn't seem to notice the excitement of being in Naruto's arms. Naruto nudged Kakashi with his elbow. "Kakashi-sensei, did you see that?" Kakashi glanced at him, feigning indifference. Naruto smirked, gesturing to Mizuki. "If you don't take care of your body, you might end up like him someday." Kakashi ignored him, well aware that Naruto was simply teasing. He turned to Izumi, saying, "If everything's settled here, we'll head off." He exchanged nods with Gai, signaling they would meet elsewhere for training. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, Gai-sensei," Izumi said gratefully. The two walked away side by side, waving without looking back, one with a thumbs up, the other simply raising a hand. Two beauties right there, and they still hurry off for training, someone mused, chuckling. Their dedication is impressive. After 10 minutes, Shizune finished her medical analysis. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and announced, "It seems Mizuki and the others took a forbidden drug. It granted them enhanced strength for a short period but at the cost of severe damage to their vitality." She added, "If we administer some nutrient solution, Mizuki might last another week." The other four seem to be in slightly better condition, but they're not far behind. Chapter 149. No way, then we'll have to hurry up and interrogate him. Izumi showed no mercy toward someone like Mizuki, who had intended to kill his comrades. "Thank you, Miss Shizune." Shizune waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. The nutrient solution will be delivered later." Izumi and her three teammates took Mizuki and the Tinin back to their group. Naruto held Tonton in one hand and rested his other hand on Shizune's shoulder as they returned to Tsunade's office. "What are you doing?" Naruto exclaimed, taken aback at the sight before him. Naruto had undone Tsunade's usual twin ponytails and was carefully braiding her hair into a twisted side braid decorated with an array of mismatched flowers. The braid wasn't centered but instead draped sideways, giving it an almost whimsical, yet dangerous, appearance. Shizune and Tonton were equally stunned. Not only had Naruto's clone taken on a female form, but it also seemed skilled in hairstyling. "Oh." Naruto made a mockingly regretful face and leapt out the window with a mischievous smile. From the third floor, she twisted her body backwards, performing 2.5 flips before landing gracefully. With a final glance back, she called, "Don't try this at home." Eep. Taunton wriggled in Naruto's arms, desperately seeking refuge with Shizune. This human was way too intense. If he stayed around, he feared he'd end up as pork chop rice one day. At that moment, Tsunade looked up in a daze. "What's going on?" "Goodbye, sis Shizune." Naruto quickly handed Taunton to Shizune and dashed out the door. Shizune, still in a daze, cradled Taunton and glanced over at Tsunade, who had just plucked a flower out of her hair. Hey? When Naruto returned home, he found himself unable to relax for a long time. He was staring at the nine tails within his mind-sealed space. He'd just received memories from the clone that Kurama had temporarily controlled. "You went to spar with Shukaku?" Kurama, not even flinching, replied, "No. You're lying." Naruto was incredulous. "Do you think I can't tell? I have the memory right here." Kurama retorted smugly, "I didn't fight him, I merely overpowered him." "Does that even count?" "Alright, fair enough," Naruto muttered, but he couldn't help but think it was overkill to use his shadow clone in golden body mode just to dominate Shukaku. Earlier, Shukaku had used Gaara's sand clone to take a walk. Although he could barely walk straight, he was practicing diligently. With the seal in place, Shukaku could barely control a handful of sand, let alone his usual abilities. Naruto mused that once Gaara and Shukaku's relationship improved, he'd teach Gaara how to unseal him properly. At this rate, Gaara was well on his way to becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. Naruto advised Kurama, "There aren't many oases left in the Land of Wind. Try not to wreck this one." "TCH, Kurama grunted, slightly amused. Fine. Next time, I'll find a proper sandbox for Shukaku." The following morning, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura met for training as usual. Today, Sakura had prepared a bento for Sasuke, whose expression immediately soured. "I consider you a comrade, and you're trying to poison me?" he thought, before turning and quietly warming up in the corner. Sakura looked crestfallen, and Naruto patted her shoulder sympathetically. "Sakura, remember when Choji nearly fainted after trying your cooking last time? Sasuke probably doesn't want to suffer the same fate." Sakura held the bento box defensively. "Last time was an accident. I accidentally used the wrong seasoning. This time, I put in extra effort and even added a few herbs that are good for health." Naruto pondered this, then asked the critical question. "Did you taste it?" "Of course not. This is a special love bento, made just for Sasuke. He should be the first to try it." Naruto smirked to himself. If only she knew what she was getting into, she'd be saying, "You take one bite, I take one bite, and we'll meet on the other side." Sasuke doesn't want it. "Why don't you give it a try?" Naruto suggested, curious if she'd taste her own dark cuisine. Sakura hesitated briefly, then opened the box. "Fine, I'll try a bite." 30 seconds later, her face darkened as she tossed the bento, box and all, into the trash. "I follow the perfect nutritional formula. Why does making food feel harder than mixing medicine?" Kakashi arrived around 10 o'clock, casually greeting them from atop a wooden stake. "Good morning." "You're late again, Kakashi-sensei," Sakura muttered, too drained to even complain properly. Kakashi scratched his cheek. "Well, that's because you were up all night training with Gai-sensei?" Naruto interjected. "Sort of. But something sounds off when you put it that way," Kakashi replied. In truth, after a long day of training, he'd gone home, picked up his favorite book Paradise, and got so engrossed in it that he'd ended up reading until dawn. Kakashi quickly changed to a serious expression. "Anyway, we need to go to the Hokage's office. Today's mission is a bit complicated." "It's not another C rank, is it?" Naruto asked skeptically. Kakashi paused for a second. "No, it's a B rank." "Oh," Naruto said indifferently, while Sasuke and Sakura also seemed unfazed. Kakashi sighed inwardly, feeling exhausted. His students were all skilled, strong, and promising. Yet they acted indifferent to B rank missions and overly cautious about C ranks. Where did I go wrong? Shortly after they departed, Inuzuka Hana was walking her 3 dogs when she noticed several stray cats and dogs lying near a trash can. Who would be so cruel as to poison these poor animals? As an experienced veterinarian, Hana knelt to examine them, anger rising within her. However, her examination revealed that they were merely unconscious and otherwise unharmed. When her ninja dogs found a bento box nearby, Hana picked it up thoughtfully. This must be the source. Analyzing the remnants on the animals' mouths, she found that the food was nutritious and not harmful at all. So how did they all end up like this? Chapter 150. Dad, what's the mission, and do we need to go there on purpose? Naruto asked, resting his hands on the table and trying to sneak a glance at the document. Minato stamped the document in his hand and placed it into his portfolio. He replied, "It's a joint mission carried out by 2 teams. I'll tell you more about it later." Naruto asked casually, "Joint mission? Which team is the other one?" "They're later than Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi looked at Naruto, silently complaining to himself, "You're asking, but isn't the answer obvious?" "It's us," Kushina announced, pushing open the door and entering with her team members. Naruto turned, surprised. "Mom? Hinata, Shino, and Akamaru?" "Naruto-kun," Hinata greeted happily. This was her first mission alongside Naruto. Kiba jumped in, shouting, "Hey, Naruto. Stop ignoring me every time." "Oh, next time, for sure," Naruto replied half-heartedly while lifting Akamaru off Kiba's shoulder. He and Hinata then began discussing if Akamaru had grown recently, as it seemed awkward to perch him on Kiba's head. Akamaru barked and wagged his tail happily, making the scene resemble a young couple doting on their pet. "Alright, everyone's here. Let's go over the mission," Minato said. The assignment was requested by the Hidden Stars village in the Land of Bears. "Our task is to protect their village treasure, the star." "Star?" Everyone looked puzzled. Minato explained, 200 years ago, a meteorite fell in the Land of Bears. The first Kazekage discovered that training with this meteorite enhanced chakra, so he developed a secret technique based on it and established Hidden Stars village. Sakura raised her hand, a question in her mind. Can a leader of Hidden Stars village be called a Kage? In the ninja world, only the leaders of the 5 great nations' villages are officially recognized as Kage. Even Hanzo of the Salamander, renowned as a demigod, never claimed the title of a Kage in Hidden Rain village. Minato answered somewhat awkwardly, "Well, technically, the Hashikage title isn't recognized by the 5 great villages. Hidden Stars village considers themselves on par with the 5 great ninja villages, though the main villages don't mind keeping friendly exchanges." Naruto quickly understood. It was like some countries believed they were superpowers, but the actual major powers paid them no mind. Minato continued, "Recently, Hidden Stars village received information that someone has set their sights on the star, and there may even be involvement from Hidden Clouds village. Finding this too challenging to handle alone, they reached out to Hidden Leaf village for assistance." "Those robbers from Hidden Clouds village again!" Kushina exclaimed, slamming her fist on the table. Both she and Hinata had been targets of attempted kidnappings by Hidden Clouds village in the past, making her view them with disdain. "Kushina, please calm down," Minato said, stopping her just in time to spare the table before he continued. "Given the past incident where the Raikage himself led a mission to seize a secret technique, we can't be certain of the threat level this time. I was concerned one team might not be enough, so I requested both teams to go. This may not remain a simple B-rank mission. Indeed, there was a record of the 4th Raikage personally leading a squad to capture a secret technique, only to be thwarted by a group of mercenaries. Tsunade had intervened afterwards, treating his injuries not out of compassion but because she had won a bet with him." Naruto gently squeezed Hinata's hand, recalling her lingering anxiety from her childhood experience with Hidden Clouds village. Determined to protect her, he resolved to deal with anyone from Hidden Clouds village who dared threaten her, forgetting that Hinata's kidnapper had already been dealt with by Hayashi Hyuga. As for the team's safety, Minato was confident. Ordinary enemies would be outmatched, and if they encountered the Raikage, both Naruto and Kushina's Nine-Tails chakra modes could match his speed. In the worst-case scenario, Naruto could use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to retreat with his friends. If necessary, Hidden Leaf village itself would rally behind them. The Land of Bears borders the Land of Fire, lying southeast of Hidden Leaf village, about a 2-day journey. A ninja hawk had delivered the mission request earlier. After leaving the office, Kiba was brimming with excitement. His team had only taken on C-rank missions before, so a B-rank mission, especially one that could be upgraded, thrilled him. Naruto was also eager, recalling Hidden Stars village's Peacock Jutsu, a skill that creates chakra wings, allowing the user to fly. No wonder others sought it, and while Naruto wanted to learn it too, he didn't need to steal it. He had a trustworthy friend in Uchiha, known for not coveting others' jutsu. Once they finished packing, they set off. Along the way, Naruto and Hinata occasionally hung back from the group, sharing moments. Kiba, energetic as ever, took the lead, while Shino, quiet and reserved, kept watch from the shadows, ready to ambush anyone foolish enough to cross their path. Kushina mentally praised Naruto's initiative, then tactfully led Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura further ahead to give Naruto and Hinata some privacy. Walking alongside Kushina, Kakashi felt slightly on edge. Refraining from reading his usual books for fear of Kushina's judgment, he made small talk instead about Naruto and Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sasuke ambled along with his hands in his pockets, still annoyed from a recent spat with Sakura. During a brief noon break, They ate quickly and continued their journey, setting up camp at night. Naruto, equipped with various cooking tools, prepared a meal, with Hinata and Kushina happily assisting. Watching Hinata's skill in the kitchen, Kushina praised her. "Hinata, you're so talented. You'll make a wonderful wife someday." Blushing, Hinata stammered, I'll do my best." Kushina grinned mischievously, "Oh? And whose wife are you planning to be?" "Huh?" Steam seemed to rise from Hinata's head, blending with the steam from the cooking pot. "It smells so good," Naruto exclaimed, grabbing a piece of meat. Though too hot to swallow, he couldn't bring himself to spit it out. "Naruto, you're sneaky," Kiba shouted, rushing over. Akamaru barked in agreement, joining the commotion. Kushina picked up a spoon and smacked it down. "Hold it right there." "Ouch. Ow. Woof." Naruto, Kiba, and Akamaru huddled, rubbing their heads, while Sasuke watched from a safe distance. Sakura observed Hinata's cooking skills with admiration, wishing she could become as skilled. Kakashi, long accustomed to these lively scenes, simply took it in with a knowing smile while Shino quietly savored the soup, touched by its taste but too proud to show it. Chapter 151. The next day, Kiba and Akamaru woke up early in the morning, running, jumping, and having fun. This morning's practice for them was called walking. Shino observed the differences between the insects here and those near Hidden Leaf Village, believing that understanding their habits would help him strengthen his skills. Hinata wore a black, tight-fitting training suit and practiced a set of gentle fist techniques outside. This was her daily training routine. Afterwards, she returned to help Kushina prepare breakfast. In terms of diligence in cultivation, Team 8 was no less committed than Team 7. Kakashi emerged from the tent and yawned loudly. He had accidentally read a book half the night but was fortunate enough not to have stayed up all night, allowing him to function reasonably well. On the other side, Sakura felt a bit depressed. She and Hinata shared a tent, and when Hinata blushed while putting on her form-fitting training clothes, Sakura couldn't help but notice. Sakura couldn't understand it. Everyone was 13 years old, and she was even 9 months older than Hinata. Why was there such a gap? The techniques taught by Tsunade-sensei didn't seem to be working for her at all. The girl's sadness went unnoticed by the others as everyone packed up and continued their journey. By evening, they arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Bears. Kakashi raised his hand to signal everyone to stop and said, "In front of you is Bear Valley, which is filled with poisonous gas. We can't rush into it." Naruto looked ahead. In front of them was an almost vertical cliff, and the valley below was shrouded in toxic fog. The impatient Kiba jumped forward and asked, "So how are we supposed to get through? Either we wait for the people from Hidden Stars Village to respond, or—" Kakashi glanced at Naruto. Naruto quickly took out the Flying Thunder God Kunai. This kunai could be thrown up to 800 meters with ease, and throwing it over 100 meters would be no problem for him. Sakura asked, "If there's such a natural danger, wouldn't the people from Hidden Stars Village have a way to communicate with the outside world?" Kakashi patiently explained, "Those who need to travel abroad wear special gas masks, and the caravan usually hires ninjas from Hidden Stars Village to accompany them." As he spoke, Naruto had already thrown the kunai to the opposite side, but his visibility was limited, and he wasn't sure if it had landed correctly. "Hinata?" he called. "Byakugan." Hinata activated her bloodline limit and carefully observed. "It's fine, but someone is coming from a distance. It seems to be a ninja from Hidden Stars Village." "Let's talk to them first," Naruto said, feeling that with Hinata's Byakugan, it would be a waste not to use it for teleportation. Everyone nodded in agreement, placing their hands on Naruto as he activated the jutsu, transporting them to the other side of the cliff to wait for the Hidden Stars Village ninja. Naruto thought for a moment and split off a shadow clone, handing it a small bottle. "Go collect some of the poisonous gas." The clone put on a numbered plate reading 001, opened the bottle cap, looked at Bear Valley in front of him, and shouted, "If I don't go to hell, who will?" Then he opened his arms and performed a 270-degree flip, leaping into the abyss. Ultimately, Naruto never learned the depth of Bear Valley, as the clone succumbed to the poison before landing. Fortunately, he remembered his mission. Before his demise, he managed to seal the small bottle with the cap using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Naruto handed the bottle to Sakura. "Sakura, can you try to create an antidote, just in case?" "Oh, sure." Sakura had taken a detoxification course, and as long as it wasn't too complicated, she felt confident she could handle it. Kushina looked at Naruto with relief. As expected of him, he was cautious and planned when going out. But what about that clone? Shouldn't he be taken to the Yamanaka clan for a checkup? Naruto was busy himself when the Hidden Stars Village ninja arrived. He was a boy around 12 or 13 years old, handsome but with an unfriendly demeanor. The boy said, "Are you Hidden Leaf Village ninjas?" My name is Sumaru, and I'm here to escort you. Naruto perked up. Sumaru. That's a cool name. Sumaru replied impatiently, I don't have time for idle chatter. Let's get moving. Hinata tensed, sensing the tension in Sumaru's tone. Naruto. Kushina signaled him to be quiet and addressed Sumaru gently, Sumaru-kun, could you please lead the way? Without responding, Sumaru turned and began to walk away, leading the Hidden Leaf Village team behind him. Kiba pouted from the back. What? They entrusted us with this job, yet they act so aloof. But everyone ignored his complaint. There were all kinds of clients for various missions, perhaps this young man simply didn't feel like running errands today. The size of Hidden Star's village was incomparable to Hidden Leaf Village, and there weren't many people in the streets. Naruto estimated that if he released the 9 tails and rolled around a few times, the village might just be flattened. At the door of a large house in the village center, Sumaru knocked, and a middle-aged man's voice called from inside, please come in. Sumaru pushed open the door and stepped inside, bowing slightly. Lord Kahoshi, I've brought Hidden Leaf Village as ninja. Naruto followed and saw a thin man kneeling in the main seat. He gestured for Hidden Leaf Village and his group to sit opposite him. Thank you for coming from so far. I am Kahoshi, the acting Hashikage of Hidden Star's village. Kushina asked suspiciously, acting Hashikage? Akahoshi's expression remained unchanged as he explained, a year ago, the third Hashikage passed away suddenly, and no new Hashikage has been selected yet. Naruto thought to himself, the third generation is a high-risk job. The third Hokage, the third Kazekage, the third Raikage, and now the third Hashikage, all of them had faced great danger. You dare to call yourself a Kage? You're not one of the 5 great nations, Kiba said, frustrated. His dream was to become Hokage, and it irked him to see someone calling themselves a Kage without the credentials. Sumaru, standing beside him, defended his village. What if we're not one of the 5 great nations? We are just as capable. Though we may still be a small village, we will eventually rise to the level of the 5 great ninja villages, and then I will become the Hashikage. Kiba jumped up, fists clenched. What did you say? Sumaru, don't be rude. Akahoshi reprimanded sternly. Kiba, don't cause trouble, Kushina said calmly. The 2 hot-blooded teenagers fell silent, glaring at each other. Now everyone understood why the boy's attitude was so sour. It wasn't that he disliked Hidden Leaf Village ninjas specifically, he had a disdain for all ninjas from the 5 major nations. I apologize, Akahoshi continued. As you know, we possess a star that other ninja villages covet. With the power of this star, we will grow into the 6th largest ninja village sooner or later. No one responded, their expressions carefully managed, though Sasuke's disdain was evident in his eyes. He felt that no one he encountered along the way could pose a challenge. Akahoshi remained unfazed and continued, that's why the star is under constant watch. I hope you can help protect it during this time and eliminate those who harbor ill intentions. Please. Kushina inquired, we have a general understanding of the situation. So where is the star? Chapter 152 Sumaru, take everyone from Hidden Leaf Village to the training ground, Akahoshi ordered. Then, with an apologetic tone, he added, I'm tied up with other matters, so I can't accompany you myself. It's okay, Kushina said, waving her hand dismissively. Sumaru reluctantly stood up and replied, understood. Once everyone had left, Akahoshi waited until they were far away. His expression darkened, and with a sinister smile, he called out, Nighthawk, 4 celestial symbols formation. 2 figures entered through the back door, a bald, heavy-set man and a wiry man with medium-length hair. Both stopped in front of Akahoshi. The time has come, Akahoshi said ominously. Start preparing for the operation. The heavier man, one of the 4 celestial symbols, hesitated. Akahoshi, are you sure about this? Of course. Akahoshi snapped, his eyes glinting with madness. As long as that person exists, my ambitions will never be realized. This is our best chance. There's no turning back now. Get ready. Nighthawk and the thin man exchanged glances before replying, understood. Sumaru led the Hidden Leaf Village group to a massive crater several hundred meters wide, his reluctance evident in his posture. Wow, it's incredible. Hinata and Sakura exclaimed in unison, marveling at the sight. Even Naruto, seeing it for the first time, was impressed. However, he simply crossed his arms and remarked, not bad. But I've seen bigger craters like when Pain attacked Hidden Leaf Village. Sumaru pointed to a small building at the center of the crater. That's the training ground. The star is enshrined inside. Some of my companions are currently training there. As they approached, Sumaru halted abruptly and addressed the group. Let me be clear, I don't entirely trust any of you. Don't try anything suspicious. The group stayed silent, except for Kiba, whose temper flared. Grabbing Sumaru by the collar, He shouted, "Listen, you jerk. We're only here because we were asked to protect that stupid star." Sumaru pushed Kiba back with equal intensity. "Even so, how do I know you're not after the star yourselves? I don't trust outsiders." Before the argument could escalate, Naruto stepped in. "Enough. Look at the training ground, the door is wide open. Isn't it supposed to be sealed during practice?" Sumaru turned to the building, his face darkening with alarm. "What?" He sprinted towards the building, and the others followed. Inside, they found several young trainees lying unconscious on the ground. The star, which should have been on the central pedestal, was gone. "Hakuto!" Sumaru shouted, rushing to a girl's side. Sakura immediately moved to help but was shoved away by Sumaru. "Stay back." Sumaru growled protectively. Before Sakura could respond, Sasuke had drawn his Chidori-infused blade, pressing it against Sumaru's neck. His cold eyes bore into him. "Calm down, or you'll regret it." Kushina stepped forward, gently pulling Sasuke away. "Stand down, Sasuke. We're here to help." Turning to Sumaru, she said, "Sakura is a skilled medical ninja. Let her examine your friend." Sumaru hesitated, then reluctantly nodded. Sakura crouched beside Hakuto, her expression professional as she conducted a thorough examination. After a while, Sakura frowned. "Their bodies are severely damaged, but it doesn't seem to be from an attack. It's more like a chakra-related illness." "Chakra illness?" Kushina asked, puzzled. Sakura nodded. "Their chakra is hyperactive, and their bodies can't handle the strain. It's especially bad for this one, Jumanji, isn't it? His condition is critical." Sumaru's eyes widened. "Will he recover?" Sakura shook her head regretfully. "It's beyond my abilities. But if we can bring him to Lady Tsunade, she might be able to save him." At that moment, Hakuto stirred awake, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry, Sumaru-kun. We couldn't protect the star." Sumaru clenched his fists. "Don't worry. I'll get it back." Meanwhile, Kakashi surveyed the scene, noting the lack of signs of a struggle. The children had been incapacitated almost instantly. Was it Genjutsu? He muttered to himself. Naruto, less analytical, was mostly distracted by how cool the star training sounded. But he couldn't shake the feeling that Akahoshi wasn't as innocent as he seemed. Kakashi approached Hakuto. "Did you see who took the star?" Hakuto nodded weakly. "It was one person. Wearing a mask." "What does the star look like?" Kakashi asked Sumaru. Sumaru hesitated, then replied, "It's about the size of a fist, dark purple, with a faint glow." Kakashi's eyes narrowed. "A radioactive meteorite? Using that for training would explain their illnesses. No wonder they're sick. This is like something out of a nightmare." Seeing no immediate leads, Kushina called out, "Kiba, Akamaru." Kiba grinned confidently. "Got it. I already caught a scent that doesn't belong to us." Akamaru barked in agreement. "Good work," Kushina said. "Teammate, you're with me. We're tracking the star thief. Kakashi, you stay here and assist Sumaru with the injured. Try to get more information from Akahoshi." "Understood." As Kushina led teammate to track the thief, Naruto's team helped transport the injured to the infirmary. Once that was done, they accompanied Sumaru to Akahoshi's office. "What? The star was stolen?" Akahoshi's expression shifted rapidly, his composure cracking. "I'm sorry," Kakashi said. "It was gone before we arrived. We'll take responsibility for retrieving it. Do you have any leads?" Akahoshi took a deep breath to steady himself. "There's only one person I can think of capable of sneaking in like this, a rogue ninja from our village. She fled after defying the orders of the third Hashikage. I never expected her to target the star. Do you know where she is?" Kakashi asked. Akahoshi nodded. "She's hiding in the dense forest near Hell Valley. It's vast and treacherous, which is why we haven't captured her yet." Kakashi adjusted his headband. "Then we'll start there." Chapter 153. Sumaru stepped forward and addressed Hashikage Akahoshi with determination. "Lord Akahoshi, let me go after him. I promise to bring back the star intact." Akahoshi shook his head. "No. You are to remain here and tend to your injured comrades. The pursuit will be left to the Hidden Leaf Village ninja." "But Lord Akahoshi," Sumaru protested, his voice tinged with frustration. "This is an order." Akahoshi's tone grew firm, his expression stern. "Yes, sir." Sumaru replied reluctantly, lowering his head as he walked away in defeat. Akahoshi turned to Kakashi and his team with a grave expression. "That traitor has already mastered our village's secret techniques. He can now use chakra to fly. Please proceed with caution. I will stay behind to investigate any further clues in the village. The safety of the star is in your hands." "This is our mission, and we'll see it through," Kakashi replied calmly. With that, He led Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura out of Hidden Stars Village. As they walked, Sakura voiced her concerns. Kakashi-sensei, the symptoms affecting the villagers are all strikingly similar. It has to be connected to their training. If we recover the star and they continue using it to train. She hesitated, her voice softening. It feels like we'd only be harming them further. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and Sasuke. What do you two think? Sasuke's response was calm and detached. Our mission is to retrieve the star. If anyone is to blame, it's the one who taught them this harmful technique. Naruto nodded in agreement. Yeah, if this training method is truly harmful, the Hashikage would have known all along. But they've clung to it out of some unrealistic hope. This is an internal matter for their village, and we have no authority to interfere. Kakashi felt a tinge of pride. Both boys had grasped the situation. Sakura, on the other hand, seemed troubled by her empathy as a budding medical ninja clouding her judgment. Before Kakashi could respond, Naruto grinned mischievously. But if you're feeling bad about it, Sakura, we could get the star back and then let it get accidentally snatched by some ninja from Hidden Clouds Village. Problem solved, no guilt involved. Sasuke and Sakura stared at Naruto, momentarily considering his outrageous suggestion. Kakashi sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Naruto, stop fooling around. Our task is to retrieve the star. If you're that concerned, Sakura, you can try persuading Akahoshi once we're done. Understood. Sakura nodded firmly, then turned to glare at Naruto. Kakashi and Sasuke followed suit, their eyes boring into Naruto. Naruto raised his hands in mock surrender. Alright. I was just joking. Geez. Meanwhile, at Hell Valley, Team 8 had reached the area. Seeing Naruto and his group approach, Kushina Uzumaki frowned. This isn't good. Akamaru whimpered softly at her side. Kiba explained, the scent disappears here. I think it's the effect of the toxic gas from the valley. Hinata added, using my Byakugan, I've scanned the area below. There's no sign of anyone passing through recently. So entering the canyon is unlikely, even with protective gear, Kakashi summarized. He considered the information Akahoshi had shared. It's possible the target flew directly to their stronghold from here, which would explain why the trail goes cold at this point. Let's proceed there next. Naruto, now the team's mode of transportation thanks to his flying Raijin kunai, carried everyone across the canyon. However, Kiba and Akamaru still couldn't pick up any scent on the other side. With no other choice, the group moved toward the dense forest Akahoshi had mentioned. By the time they reached the forest, the sun had already set. Exhausted from their efforts, the teams decided to mark their progress and return to Hidden Stars Village for the night. The next morning, both teams regrouped and set out early. Surprisingly, Kakashi was punctual. He had avoided his usual diversions, fully aware of the mission's importance. Naruto, however, was less enthusiastic. As the group clung to him during teleportation, he muttered under his breath, the son of the fourth Hokage, reduced to being a human taxi. How did my life end up like this? Back in the forest, the group split up to search for clues. Naruto and Kushina used Kagura's mind eye to sense chakra signatures, Shino released his insects to scout, and Kiba and Akamaru sniffed for scents. Everyone carried a flying Raijin kunai for quick regrouping. Sakura and Sasuke, lacking advanced detection abilities, were each assigned a ninja hound. Pac-kun, Kakashi's trusted ninja dog, froze after catching Sakura's scent. His nose twitched, and his body stiffened in recognition. Not again, he thought. Silently, he chose a direction opposite Sakura's and bolted. Biscuit, another ninja hound, was paired with Sakura. Larger than Pac-kun, with yellow fur and a talkative demeanor, Biscuit sniffed the air curiously. You know, kid, your shampoo smells just like Pac-kun's lately. Boom. A loud crash echoed through the forest as a tree toppled dramatically. Within Naruto's subconscious, Kurama stirred. Hey, brat. There's a familiar presence nearby. Naruto blinked. Huh? It's Matetabi, Kurama clarified. Some people call her Nibai. You know, the blue two-tailed cat. Naruto nodded, remembering the kind, feminine voice of Matetabi's Jinchuriki, Ujito of Hidden Clouds Village. Despite her strength, she had been defeated by Kakazu and Hidan. Still, Naruto knew her loss was no reflection of weakness. Facing the immortal duo without intel was a tall order for anyone. So Ujito is here too? Naruto asked, piecing things together. Kurama huffed. Looks like it. Hidden Clouds Village sent her, probably as a gesture of goodwill toward Hidden Stars Village. Or maybe they're just watching their interests. Naruto grinned slyly. Hey, Kurama, are you going to say hi to Matetabi? Kurama bristled. Why would I? What's next, a meet and greet? Idiot. Naruto laughed. Fine. Tell Mom about it, though. She'll want to know. After relaying the message to Kushina, Naruto sped toward Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, how about we add a cat-catching mission to today's agenda? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. What? Chapter 154. After listening to Naruto's explanation, Kakashi didn't know what to say. If catching cats always involved handling creatures of this caliber, how would Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi even survive? This isn't the kind of cat you can just catch. Kakashi said helplessly, rubbing his temples. Forget it, let's pick up someone first. The matter of dealing with Jinchuriki-level strength was no small issue. It needed to be approached with caution. Understood, Naruto replied, creating 6 shadow clones and sending them to handle the arrangements. Meanwhile, Naruto ended up being scolded by Sakura after poking around for clues about the star thief. Naruto had been curious about whether the chakra scalpel could be lethal in a fight, which naturally didn't sit well with Sakura. Eventually, the team regrouped at Sakura's place. Aside from Naruto, none of the Genin fully understood the concept of a Jinchuriki. Most of them had only heard fragmented stories about tailed beasts, the legendary creatures that had wreaked havoc in Hidden Leaf Village long ago, sealed away by the 4th Hokage and his wife. Come on, just let me at him, Kushina said, cracking her knuckles eagerly. She clearly preferred fighting over debating. Kakashi sighed, knowing his sensei's wife's temperament all too well. Whether it was her adamant use of the adamantine sealing chains or unleashing the Ninetales, Kushina could certainly back up her words with action. He said resignedly, based on Naruto's intel, the Hidden Clouds Village shinobi are still far off, at least outside our sensory range. They likely don't even know that the star has been stolen yet. Most of them will probably head to Hidden Star's village to investigate first. Naruto added, I'll send shadow clones to keep an eye on the village and intercept them if necessary. Let's focus on finding the star first, and worry about the cat later. Kakashi nodded in agreement. That's the best plan. With the star in our possession, they'll have no choice but to come to us, allowing us to act. Naruto created 3 more shadow clones, dispatching them to scout near Hidden Star's village. Meanwhile, the team followed the scent trail picked up by Pakkun. Near a cliff, Kushina suddenly stopped. There are people up there. 4 more are heading in the same direction, she noted. Naruto quickly activated Sage Mode and confirmed her observation. They're less than a kilometer away. Hinata, can you see anything? Hinata activated her Byakugan and gasped. It's Akahoshi and Sumauru. But Sumauru looks unconscious. He's been kidnapped. The group was stunned. Why would Hidden Star's village's acting Hashikage take one of their hostages? What could they be plotting? Kakashi deliberated briefly before instructing, let's not act rashly. Hide and observe for now. Akahoshi and his subordinates were seen confronting a long-haired woman in Hidden Star's village attire. From their vantage point, the Hidden Leaf Village team couldn't hear the conversation but could clearly see their mouths moving. Fortunately, Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Lip reading was a basic passive skill of the Dujutsu. Though Kakashi could have done the same, he decided to conserve his chakra. Sasuke translated the exchange. Akahoshi, Lady Natsui, it really is you. Hand over the star immediately. Natsui, give it up, Akahoshi. If you continue using the star's radiation for training, the children will die. Akahoshi, so what? Sacrifices must be made for the village to grow stronger. Natsui, the 3rd Hashikage exiled me to prevent this exact abuse. I swore to intervene if anyone misused the star's power. I won't let you continue. Akahoshi, the 3rd was a fool, and I killed him for it. Only I can't lead Hidden Star's village to surpass the 5 great nations. Natsui, you monster. I won't let you get away with this. Peacock Beast Jutsu, Akahoshi, hold it. Will you risk your own son's life to stop me? Kushina could no longer restrain herself. Infuriated by Akahoshi's cruelty, she stepped into the clearing, forcing the rest of the team to follow. Seeing Kushina, Akahoshi smirked. Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. Perfect timing. Capture her. Before he could finish, Kushina lunged forward, landing a solid punch that sent Akahoshi flying several meters. His subordinates froze in shock, but they quickly rallied. One began weaving hand seals. Peacock Heart, Naruto and Sasuke struck from behind, knocking them out with swift precision. Naruto caught Sumauru and glanced at the unconscious foes disdainfully. These clowns? They thought they could hurt my mom? Akahoshi staggered to his feet, sneering. You're attacking the client? Do you realize how this will damage Hidden Leaf Village's reputation? Kushina frowned. She wasn't one to act impulsively, but scum like Akahoshi didn't deserve leniency. She thought briefly about Minato's likely disapproval but dismissed it. A little nagging is worth it, she thought. Natsui stepped forward. You don't need to worry about appearances. I'm grateful you saved my son. This is Hidden Star's village's internal matter. Now, please leave the rest to me. Naruto couldn't help but notice Natsui's steely resolve, reminiscent of Kushina's determination. It's time to end this, Akahoshi, Natsui declared. You'll pay for assassinating the third and endangering my son. Peacock Beast Jutsu. Natsui unleashed a massive chakra beast that charged at Akahoshi. He retaliated with his own Peacock Beast, but he was noticeably weaker. After a brief clash, Natsui's beast overwhelmed Akahoshi, sending him hurtling backwards. I won't die here. Akahoshi shouted, forming chakra wings and leaping off the cliff to escape. Natsui immediately gave chase, and moments later, Akahoshi's agonized screams echoed from below. When Natsui returned, Sumaru had regained consciousness. Mother and son shared a tearful reunion before expressing their gratitude to the Hidden Leaf Village team. Sumaru even apologized for his earlier rudeness. What's next for Hidden Stars Village? Kushina asked. Natsui gestured to the unconscious subordinates. I'll take them back to the village, expose Akahoshi's crimes, and ensure a proper leader is chosen. Naruto interjected, why not become the leader yourself? The third trusted you enough to leave the star's protection in your hands. If you don't take charge, who will? Chapter 155 I can't do it, Natsui said sadly. Like Sumaru's father, I overused the star's chakra. Sumaru's father passed away a few years ago because of it. And I don't know how much time I have left. Mother. Sumaru cried out, gripping Natsui's hand tightly. It can be cured. Tsunade-sama of Hidden Leaf Village must know a way to save you. That's right, Sakura interjected, standing up decisively. Tsunade-sensei will have a solution. We can't let a mother and son, who've just reunited, face such tragedy. Moved by her son's pleading, Natsui finally agreed to go to Hidden Leaf Village to seek help. Hey, listen up. Naruto's voice suddenly broke the heavy atmosphere. One of my shadow clones just reported that a Hidden Clouds Village team is 5 kilometers from Hidden Stars Village. They've got a Jinchuriki with them. There are 4 of them in total. Naruto added. The clone marked the location with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu before dispelling itself. The others self-terminated after completing their task. Kushina clenched her right fist into her left palm and smirked. So, they've finally arrived. Hidden Clouds Village team? What's going on? Natsui asked, confused. She hadn't been in the village for long and wasn't aware of recent developments. Naruto explained, they're here to steal your star. Our mission is to protect it. Kushina waved at the group. Sumaru can explain everything later. Let's take care of these intruders first. Come on, Naruto. Natsui and Sumaru stood frozen, watching the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi vanish with incredible speed. They had never seen such advanced techniques before. At the location of the marked clone, Kushina quickly sensed the presence of a 4-person team steadily approaching. Naruto summoned 4 shadow clones, positioning them strategically around the area. He had each clone place Flying Thunder God markers, ensuring there was no escape route for the Hidden Clouds Village team. Soon, the Hidden Clouds Village squad arrived. The group consisted of the Jinchuriki Ujito and her 3 teammates, Samui, Amoy, and Karui. Naruto immediately recognized them. Samui was a composed kunoichi with short blonde hair, fair skin, and an impressive figure rivaling Tsunade's. She often complained of shoulder pain due to the burden of her assets, a habit depicted even in certain games. Amoy, with his short white hair and dark skin, was easily identifiable by his obsession with lollipops and his anxious, pessimistic demeanor. Naruto remembered hearing a rumor about him trading a lollipop for Ringo Amiri's Kiba swords during the 4th Great Ninja War. Karui, with her fiery red hair and similar skin tone to Amoy, had a temper to match. Naruto recalled seeing her alongside Choji Akimeki in the future, though he still couldn't understand how that pairing came to be. All 3 were disciples of Killer Bee, the 8-Tails Jinchuriki, known for their exceptional kinjutsu skills. However, their presence alongside Ujito this time seemed unusual. As Naruto studied the Hidden Clouds Village team, they were also observing the Hidden Leaf Village group. Ujito immediately recognized Kakashi Hatake for his iconic look and reputation. Next, her gaze fell on Kushina Uzumaki, wife of the 4th Hokage, who was rumored to have aided in sealing the 9 Tails. Kushina's display of strength during the Chunin exams left no doubt that she was the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. The rest of the group consisted of younger shinobi. Ujito's initial glance overlooked Kiba and Akamaru, but she quickly realized the seriousness of the formation. Ujito stepped forward, attempting diplomacy. Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, this is a mission. Can we avoid unnecessary conflict? Kushina sneered and cracked her knuckles. If you're here to steal something, just say so. No need for excuses about a mission. Ujito sighed. So that's how it is. Before she could finish her sentence, Naruto acted. Forming a series of hand seals, he unleashed a massive technique, Water style, exploding water shockwave. A towering wall of water, over 30 meters high, surged forward like a tsunami, uprooting trees and smashing everything in its path. The Hidden Clouds Village team was caught off guard. They couldn't believe a seemingly ordinary Hidden Leaf Village shinobi could execute a jutsu of such magnitude. In unison, they gasped, "You call this water style?" "Sorry about this, and if you don't understand just read further," Kakashi and Sakura sighed, accustomed to Naruto's disregard for subtlety. However, even they were surprised by the sheer scale of the attack. Shino and Kiba stared in disbelief. Despite having seen Naruto's abilities during the Chunin exams, they still found this display over the top. Hinata blushed, clutching her chest. "Naruto-kun, you're amazing." Meanwhile, Kushina smirked. "Why didn't I think of starting fights this way? Maybe I rely on my fists too much." Faced with the impending wave, Yujito acted swiftly. Her body glowed as the blue, flame-like chakra of the two tails enveloped her. Transforming into the massive form of Matetabi, she scooped her teammates onto her back just as the water surged past. Matetabi's chakra flames shielded them from the water's force without harming her teammates. As the waves receded, the surrounding area was submerged in several meters of water, though this barely reached Matetabi's knees. The Hidden Leaf Village group stood calmly atop the water, Naruto having ensured his allies were unharmed by manipulating the currents. Naruto grinned at the sight of the majestic blue feline. "There you are. A super cool blue kitty." But then, tilting his head, he added cheekily, "As a cat, shouldn't you be meowing?" Chapter 156 Matetabi roared and charged toward the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, water splashing under its massive paws. The temporary lake formed from the earlier battle churned violently, making the footing of those present precarious. Facing Matetabi's charge, most shinobi except for Kushina, Kakashi, and Naruto froze in fear. Even a charging elephant would cause panic among ordinary people, let alone a tailed beast many times larger. At this moment, they truly understood how terrifying the Nine Tails attack on Hidden Leaf Village had been. The strength and resolve of the fourth Hokage and Kushina during that incident became even more awe-inspiring. Kushina stepped forward, golden red chakra radiating from her body. "Don't panic," she said firmly. "I'm here." Before Matetabi could reach them, Kushina had already entered her full-tailed beast form. Her golden red chakra coalesced into a massive nine-tailed fox, majestic and commanding, with its tails waving behind her. Unlike most Jinchuriki, who transformed directly into their respective tailed beasts, Kushina stood within the protective chakra form of the Nine Tails, akin to a giant Susanoo. The other Hidden Leaf Village shinobi present were also shielded within the chakra on Kurama's back. Team Nine Tails, prepare to engage. There was no time to marvel at the transformation. The two colossal beasts collided with an earth-shaking force, a clash unimaginable for ordinary people. Standing on all fours, Kurama was slightly larger than Matetabi. Despite initiating the charge, Matetabi found itself at a disadvantage, pushed back by the impact. Within the protective chakra shell of the Nine Tails, the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi barely felt the collision. However, the trio from Hidden Clouds Village riding on Matetabi's back were caught off guard, nearly thrown off by the force of the clash. Yujito, Matetabi's Jinchuriki, stared in disbelief. She had not expected Hidden Leaf Village's Jinchuriki to fully manifest the Nine Tails. After all, no one had ever seen such a transformation from the Nine Tails before. Even Matetabi was taken aback. To her, the Nine Tails was the least cooperative of all tailed beasts. Yet, here it was, seemingly fighting in harmony with its Jinchuriki. "Kurama," Matetabi growled, "have you finally found someone you respect?" Kurama huffed, clearly uninterested in a conversation. "Save your breath, Matetabi. Let's finish this first." Matetabi sighed. "You know I don't enjoy fighting you. You always go too far." "That's your problem," Kurama replied dismissively. The exchange was cut short as Kurama swiped at Matetabi, sending the two-tailed beast hurtling hundreds of meters away and clearing an entire section of forest. The Hidden Clouds Village trio on Matetabi's back were violently thrown off but caught by one of the beast's tails. Even so, they were shaken, some coughing up blood from the jarring impact. "It's not over yet," Kushina declared. Raising her hands, the Nine Tails opened its mouth. Yin and Yang's chakra began to converge, forming a massive, purple-black-tailed beast bomb. Matetabi, recovering quickly, retaliated by preparing its own tailed beast bomb of similar size. The two devastating attacks collided midair, triggering a massive explosion. The blinding white light forced everyone to shield their eyes, while the intense heat evaporated the artificial lake created by Naruto earlier. The shockwave flattened the forest for nearly a kilometer in all directions. "What incredible power!" Kakashi muttered, voicing the thoughts of everyone present. When the light and smoke cleared, Matetabi was gone. Within Matetabi's chakra, Yujito acknowledged the truth. In terms of raw power, the Nine Tails was stronger. Combined with Kushina's mastery, their chances of winning were slim. We're retreating. Yujito decided. She was no reckless Rukongai. Her team was already battered, and continuing this fight would only risk her life and theirs. Under the cover of the explosion's blinding light, Yujito and Matetabi fled, quickly putting distance between themselves and the Nine Tails. But just as she started to relax, confident she had escaped, Yujito froze. Standing before her was a golden fox, the Nine Tails. Matetabi came to an abrupt halt. Yujito's heart sank. How could they have gotten here first? Then, realization dawned. The young blonde-haired shinobi proficient in water-style Naruto was none other than the son of the fourth Hokage. He had inherited his father's legendary Flying Thunder God Jutsu, earning the title Second Yellow Flash. This is bad, Yujito muttered, as the golden fox began charging an attack. To her shock, the Nine Tails standing before her wasn't Kushina, it was Naruto. Naruto had long been eager to test his ability to control Kurama's full power, and Kushina had allowed him the opportunity to practice. Though Kurama warned Naruto that he could only maintain the transformation for 5 minutes due to inexperience, Naruto was determined to make the most of it. Drawing on Kurama's power, Naruto prepared one of the Nine Tails' signature moves. Condensing a tailed beast bomb, he swallowed it and unleashed it as a devastating beam of energy. The attack, often nicknamed the Tailed Beast Cannon, was fast, wide-ranging, and nearly impossible to evade. Matetabi, unable to dodge in time, shielded Yujito and her teammates before taking the full brunt of the blast. As the fiery light enveloped Matetabi, Naruto grinned. Now that's what I call a mouth cannon. Chapter 157. Opening the minimap, Naruto sensed that the Two Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito, was weakening. Naturally, he decided to capitalize on the opportunity, striking while the iron was hot. Years of watching battles and playing strategy games had taught him one key rule: never give your opponent a chance to recover. Overwhelm them in one decisive strike. Wasting no time, Naruto launched forward, his Nine Tails chakra mode flaring. He landed 2 solid punches on Yujito's face before wrapping his 9 chakra tails around her, slamming her into the ground with a force that left her momentarily stunned. As Yujito's dazed eyes spun, Naruto sighed, tailed beasts really think they can do whatever they want. Kurama's voice echoed smugly in his mind, and rightfully so. The more tails you have, the stronger you are. Shukaku and Matetabi? They're nothing compared to me. Naruto rolled his eyes. Of course, you'd say that. Ignoring Kurama's arrogance, he bound Yujito's limbs with his chakra tails. Pinching her mouth shut with his claws, he began condensing a miniature tailed beast ball. Yujito, Matetabi, I'll give you one chance, surrender, or else. Matetabi and Yujito couldn't decide whether to be more shocked by Naruto's audacity or by the fact that Kurama's Jinchuriki could control such a technique. This brat's unbelievable. But with Yujito's mouth pinned shut, she couldn't even respond. Seeing their hesitation, Naruto smirked and launched the miniature-tailed beast ball directly onto Matetabi's head before leaping back with a Flying Thunder God Jutsu. As the explosion subsided, Yujito fell unconscious, her 2 tails transformation receding. Without her protection, the shockwave blasted 3 unlucky Hidden Clouds village ninja into nearby trees, leaving them coughing blood and crumpling on the ground. Still energized, Naruto quickly sealed a portion of Matetabi's lingering chakra into a prepared sealing scroll. Tailed beast chakra is a rare material, he muttered. Might come in handy later. Scroll safely stowed, Naruto turned back to Yujito, intending to carry her back. But before he could act, 2 streaks of lightning shot toward him, a Moyon Karui. Lightning style, rising thunder slash. Cloud style front beheading slash. The 2 charged from opposite angles, swords crackling with lightning chakra. Naruto shook his head. Their ambush was admirable but still futile. Using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu again, he teleported away, leaving the 2 Hidden Clouds village ninjas swinging at empty air. They crashed awkwardly into the dirt, battered and bloodied from their earlier encounter. Nice try, Naruto said, amused. I respect your loyalty to your comrade, but we're enemies now. He clapped his hands together. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 50 clones materialized, surrounding the pair. Naruto grinned darkly. I owe you 2 for how you treated me in the past. Time for payback. The clones swarmed Amoy and Karui, pummeling them mercilessly. Exhausted and already injured, the Hidden Clouds village ninja stood no chance. Within moments, they lay groaning on the ground, faces bruised and swollen beyond recognition. Meanwhile, one of Naruto's clones checked on Sami, who had hit her head on a tree during the earlier chaos. Unlucky, he muttered, noting her unconscious state. Or maybe lucky she got the least beating of them all. With the battle finally over, Kushina and the rest of Naruto's team arrived. Upon confirming that Yujiro was unconscious and Matatabi suppressed, Kushina used her adamantine sealing chains to secure the battlefield. Naruto watched his mother, slightly embarrassed by her use of Kurama's tails as transportation. I hope Kurama doesn't get mad about this, he thought nervously. Naruto, great job. Kushina said, slapping him on the back with enough force to knock him forward. Take it easy. Naruto groaned. But yeah, it was fun. Kakashi, observing quietly, smiled behind his mask. Minato-sensei, your son has grown incredibly strong. Obito, if only you could see this. Hinata, relieved to see Naruto unharmed, thought, Naruto-kun is amazing. I need to work harder so I can stand by his side. She absently rubbed her eyes, which had been itching lately from her intense training. Sasuke, meanwhile, gripped the hilt of his Kiba blades. Naruto's strength has grown again. Even with Chidori, I might not match him now. If only I had Itachi's eyes. Kiba, holding Akamaru, felt a mix of awe and frustration. Damn it. Compared to Naruto, my new jutsu feels like a cheap trick. Sakura, more composed than the others, approached Naruto with a teasing grin. Hey, Naruto, why did you beat those two Hidden Clouds village ninja so badly, but only knocked Samu and Yujiro out? Could it be that their looks made you go soft? Naruto rolled his eyes. Sakura, if you're going to mock me, at least don't embarrass yourself in the process. Sakura blinked, confused. Then, glancing at Samu, she noticed the difference. Looking down at herself, she froze, face flushing with anger. Naruto Uzumaki. She yelled, raising her fist. Naruto darted behind Hinata, using her as a shield. Hey, it's not my fault. You brought it up. Get back here. Sakura chased him while the others laughed, the tense atmosphere from the battle dissolving into light-hearted chaos. After calming down, the group tied up the Hidden Clouds village ninja and Yujiro. Naruto turned to Kushina. What should we do with them? Chapter 158. The situation couldn't be handled directly, as it was not during a time of war. In this case, since taking a life was unavoidable, the opinions of the client, the leadership of Hidden Stars Village, the village hidden in the stars, had to be considered. Natsui, who had already exposed Ikahoshi's crimes, successfully became the new leader of Hidden Stars Village. Her prestige far exceeded Ikahoshi's, as her leadership style was rational and thoughtful, unlike Ikahoshi's oppressive and reckless methods. Understanding the consequences of provoking Hidden Clouds Village, the village hidden in the clouds, one of the 5 great shinobi nations, Natsui made a calculated decision. She released the 4 captured Hidden Clouds Village shinobi to avoid further conflict, even though Ikahoshi's actions had nearly sparked war by targeting their families. Before their release, Natsui summoned Hidden Stars Village's key members in front of the 4 prisoners and declared, the 3rd Hashikage banned the use of the meteorite, star, long ago, recognizing its harmful effects on the body. However, Ikahoshi maliciously restarted the practice. Today, I will destroy the meteorite once and for all. Additionally, I will renounce the title of Hashikage. This village will focus on rebuilding itself from the ground up until we are truly worthy of being called a hidden village. With chakra swirling in her hands, Natsui crushed the meteorite into powder and tossed it into the air in front of the Hidden Clouds Village shinobi. This is what you came for. Take it and leave. You little. Harui, known for her fiery temper, struggled against her bindings, ready to lash out despite being restrained. Naruto quickly asked Hinata to block the prisoner's chakra points with her gentle fist technique, ensuring they wouldn't retaliate once freed. Hinata, understanding Naruto's subtle intent to let her vent her frustrations over past grievances, executed the technique without hesitation. As for the prisoner's eventual escape, Naruto reasoned it was up to the Raikage and the Two Tails Jinchuriki to handle. With the sea as their only route back to Hidden Clouds Village, they wouldn't have to worry about interference from other rogue organizations. With the crisis resolved, Hidden Stars Village began its path to recovery under Natsui's leadership. The village sent a group of injured children to Hidden Leaf Village for medical treatment, accompanied by Naruto and his team. On the journey, the children marveled at the world outside their village. Their excitement mirrored Kiba's joy when walking Akamaru for a stroll. However, their awe quickly turned to amazement when they noticed Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi of similar age reading or practicing chakra control even while traveling. The dedication of these ninja from the 5 great nations was a stark contrast to Hidden Stars Village's reliance on shortcuts like the meteorite's power. Inspired, the children resolved to train using their abilities after recovering. Yet, much of their motivation stemmed from witnessing Naruto's strength firsthand. Observing him train, even after completing his mission, spurred them to follow his example. The mission was deemed a success. Although the original client had perished, Hidden Stars Village expressed gratitude to Hidden Leaf Village for their intervention. Witnessing the battle between the two tails and Naruto's team from afar left no doubt in the villagers' minds that without Hidden Leaf Village's help, they couldn't have survived. After returning to Hidden Leaf Village, Team 7 took a few days off. Naruto began training in Sage Mode under Fukasaku's guidance at Mount Mayabaku. Seated atop a massive stone pillar, he attempted to empty his mind, as instructed. The gentle sounds of nature calmed him, and for a brief moment, he forgot his surroundings and identity. It seems 3 lazy frogs are still waiting for me to bring their food. Startled, Naruto lost his balance and plummeted headfirst. Fukasaku caught him midair with his tongue, placing him back on the ground as the slate he'd been sitting on shattered below. Take a break, Naruto. You've improved a lot recently, Fukasaku said. Naruto nodded, wandering off into the giant jungle to find a leaf large enough to serve as a bed. As he lay on a swaying leaf, he reflected on his progress. Despite a happy life with friends, family, and even a special someone, his training in Sage Mode frustrated him. His inability to quiet his thoughts made the process slower than expected. In the sealed space of Naruto's mind, Kurama watched him sleep, his brow furrowed even in rest. With a sigh, the Night Tails gathered a small amount of chakra on the tip of his tail, offering it silently. Meanwhile, Sakura, looking utterly exhausted, joined Naruto and the team. Why so down, Sakura? Weren't we all on break? Naruto asked curiously. Scratching her pink hair in frustration, Sakura groaned. You may have had a vacation, but I was stuck helping at the hospital the entire time. Naruto remembered the influx of patients from Hidden Stars Village and guest Tsunade had assigned Sakura extra duties. Shizo must want you to gain more experience, he offered in consolation. Sakura sighed deeply. That's what I thought at first. Tsunade-sama gave me a 1-hour crash course, then dumped every patient on me, claiming she had urgent village matters to attend to. But last night, Shizusan and I found her at an izakaya with Jiraiya-sama, both completely drunk. Jiraiya-sama had also ditched his responsibilities to discuss important matters with her. Naruto could only laugh awkwardly. Ah. Well, that does sound like them. Chapter 159 Sakura frustratedly ruffled her long pink hair and complained, I've been living in the hospital for days, barely getting any sleep at night, just to treat and care for those patients. How can I have such an unreliable teacher? Naruto remained silent. He couldn't help but feel that Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups often left their subordinates in difficult situations. The advisors from the previous generation clung tightly to power, making things harder for everyone else. Just then, Sasuke arrived, noticeably late, with a faint, smug smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Sasuke-kun. Sakura immediately composed herself, smoothing her hair in mere seconds. She clung to Sasuke's arm and began recounting her tale of woe. Sasuke replied nonchalantly, You've worked hard. That short acknowledgement made Sakura's heart leap, leaving her feeling as refreshed as if she had sipped ice-cold lemonade on a sweltering summer day. Sakura's thoughts, Sasuke-kun actually comforted me. What should we name our child in the future? Naruto, unimpressed, teased, what's with a grin, Sasuke? Did Uncle Fugaku finally praise you, or did Itachi take you on vacation? Instead of answering, Sasuke pulled away from Sakura's embrace and bit his thumb. Forming a few hand seals, he slammed his palm to the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A snake about 3 to 4 meters long appeared in a puff of smoke, flicking its tongue as it respectfully greeted, Master Sasuke. Sasuke nodded in satisfaction, his pride evident as he awaited Naruto's reaction. Naruto, genuinely surprised, exclaimed, Wait, is this one of the snakes from Orochi Cave? Sasuke smirked and nodded proudly. Sakura, initially startled by the snake, quickly regained her composure upon realizing it was Sasuke's summon. Curiosity piqued, she asked, I thought Orochimaru's summons came from Orochi Cave? How did you manage to form a contract with them? This was a gift from my brother, Sasuke began. He then recounted the story behind it. The chain of events began when Naruto helped Izumi Uchiha capture Mizuki. During Mizuki's interrogation by the Hidden Leaf Village police force, they discovered the location of a hidden Orochimaru base that even his Sound 4 guards were unaware of. After reporting this to the Hokage, Minato assigned Itachi, Shizui, Izumi, and Anko to investigate. Their mission was to confirm whether Orochimaru had faked his death. The team successfully raided the base, rescuing several captives, eliminating guards, and seizing valuable items. Among the findings were Orochimaru's forbidden ninjutsu scrolls, the Orochi Cave summoning contract, and a mysterious ring engraved with the kanji for void. The scrolls were sealed away, the contract was entrusted to Anko, and the ring was handed over to the cipher decoding team for analysis. At Itachi's special request, Sasuke was granted permission to sign the summoning contract. Now, after days of training, Sasuke eagerly showcased his newfound summoning ability to his teammates. Naruto's impressed expression made Sasuke feel the effort was worth it. However, Sasuke omitted one detail from his story: his earlier feelings of inadequacy. After witnessing Naruto's strength during their last mission, he had been brooding by a small lake, tossing pebbles in frustration. Itachi, noticing his younger brother's distress, approached him. "What's wrong, Sasuke? Did the mission not go well?" "No, the mission was fine," Sasuke admitted. "But I didn't contribute much. Naruto fought at a level I can't even reach yet. I'm still too weak." Itachi, ever the supportive elder brother, picked up a flat stone and skimmed it across the water. "Sasuke, battles like those often rely on partnerships. For example, summoning a powerful beast can level the playing field in situations like that. Where can I find such a partner?" Sasuke asked, his determination rekindled. "Leave it to me," Itachi replied with a smile. Later, Sasuke practiced stone skipping alongside Itachi, though his attempts didn't quite match his brother's skill. Regardless, the sunset painted a warm glow over the two Uchiha brothers as they headed home, their bond as strong as ever. Back in the present, Naruto inspected the snake and asked, "Does it have a name?" Pleased, Sasuke nodded, and the snake answered, "I am called Okasa." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Alright, Okasa, do you know whether Orochimaru is truly dead?" The snake flicked its tongue, responding cryptically, "Only the winds of Rishi Cave know for sure." Chapter 160. Raikage, "I'm sorry, I don't know the exact situation," Oda said, "but I've heard that Lord Manda often curses Orochimaru for not providing him with enough sacrifices." Kakashi closed his book and asked, "Naruto, do you still believe Orochimaru isn't dead?" Naruto sighed helplessly. "Yeah, but it doesn't seem like we have any useful information for now." After Oda sought Sasuke's permission, he dispelled the summoning technique. Sasuke then pulled out a scroll and handed it to Naruto. "Here's what you asked for." "Ah, the chakra wing jutsu," Naruto exclaimed, eagerly unrolling the scroll. It detailed the peacock seal and the method of chakra manipulation required. This seemed like a fun technique for his shadow clones to try out. Sasuke pointed at the final lines of the scroll and warned, "Don't get too excited. This secret technique has some flaws. It appears to demand high chakra quality, which most ninjas might not meet." Naruto grinned. "That's not a problem. Even if my chakra isn't perfect, Kurama's chakra is more than enough. There's no way the power from that tiny piece of meteorite could surpass the Nine-Tails chakra." However, realizing he couldn't master the technique right away, Naruto decided to consult his father or Jiraiya to adapt it. After all, walking around with butterfly-like wings would look a little strange. Kakashi clapped his hands to get their attention. "Alright, let's focus. We're heading to the Land of Wind next." "What kind of mission?" Sakura asked, her expression immediately shifting to concern. "Wait, the desert? That's going to ruin my skin." "Relax," Kakashi replied, ignoring her complaints. "It's a communication and escort mission." He held up a scroll. "We're delivering this to Hidden Sand Village, then escorting their liaison officer back." "Hidden Sand Village? Did something happen?" Naruto asked curiously. "I just received word that Gaara has been appointed as the 5th Kazekage," Kakashi explained. "He's planning to hold a joint Chunin exam in about 2 months." "Kazekage?" Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were shocked. The last time they'd seen Gaara felt like just yesterday. Kakashi nodded. "Yes. The position has been vacant for nearly a year. In that time, Gaara has worked tirelessly, taking on countless missions and earning widespread respect. It's no surprise he was chosen. He's the son of the 4th Kazekage, after all, and his transformation over the past year has been remarkable." After saying their goodbyes, Team Kakashi set off for the Land of Wind. Meanwhile, in Hidden Clouds Village, the 4th Raikage, roared as he hurled his desk out the window. "Damn it!" he shouted. Below, a passing ninja caught the desk midair, expertly shielding themselves from the shattered glass before calmly returning it to the office. "Phew, I thought Raikage-sama was in trouble. He hasn't thrown anything for a month. Good to see he's back to normal." Inside the office, Yujiton and Sammy remained composed, while Amoy and Karui, being younger, appeared uneasy. Mabui sighed as she took notes, muttering about whether the windows should remain glassless in the future. "Lord Raikage," Mabui began, "we know the star damages the human body. It's not worth pursuing. Instead, we should focus on the fact that there are 2 Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." "Humphrey, you're right," Raikage conceded. "But is it some hidden Leaf Village secret, or just Kurama's unique ability?" "Yujito, do you have any insight into this?" Mabui asked. Yujito shook her head. "Not at all. Matetabi doesn't know of the Nine-Tails having such an ability either. Perhaps we should ask B?" Raikage turned into a bald ninja. "Where is B?" The ninja hesitated. He's at a concert. Rukonga's temple throbbed. Moments later, he leapt out the broken window, reappearing 5 minutes later with Killer B in tow. B sported a fresh fist mark on his face but immediately began rapping, "Yo, bro, why you gotta hit me? Rhymes and beats, they come so easy." Rukongai sighed and motioned from a buoy to explain the situation. After hearing everything, B fell silent, seemingly consulting Juki. Unfortunately, Juki had no answers either. Kurama's chakra split was as much a mystery to the Eight Tails as it was to everyone else. B finally broke his silence. Even the Hikabi don't know the tale. But let's wrap it out and never fail. Rukongai sent B flying again, this time through a wall. B stumbled to his feet, brushing off the dust, and began scribbling lyrics in his notebook. Elsewhere, Obito brooded in the shadows, digesting the latest intel from Zetsu. The fourth Hokage sealed the Nine Tails back then, Obito muttered. Given the Uzumaki vitality, it's not surprising Kushina survived. But to Jinchuriki? This makes no sense. Kurama isn't a summon animal you can split apart. How's Akatsuki's progress? Obito asked. At this rate, it will take 2 years, Black Zetsu replied. Too slow, Obito said, narrowing his eyes. We're already moving as fast as possible. Funds are tight, and finding trustworthy recruits isn't easy. Any more pressure, and it'll raise suspicions, Zetsu explained. Obito clenched his fists in frustration. Fine. But make sure there are no delays. The Moon's Eye plan must succeed. Chapter 161. Hidden Sand Village funds and such. Maybe they're all hidden in the shadows, White Zetsu rambled incoherently. Obito ignored him and said, Didn't you say there's a suitable candidate in the land of Earth? Black Zetsu replied, Conan has already gone to investigate. It's said to be someone with a penchant for explosions. White Zetsu chuckled. That guy and Conan must get along. Hey, do you think they'll blow up Hidden Stone's village? Maybe they will. Shut up, Black Zetsu snapped, closing the 2 large leaves of his Venus flytrap-like structure as he slowly sank into the ground. Obito touched his mask and muttered, Just a little longer. We're almost there. Just a little longer. We're almost there, Kakashi reassured Naruto and Sakura, who were beginning to show signs of irritation. It was the 4th day of their journey. The desert was truly inhospitable, freezing at night and unbearably hot during the day. If it weren't for Jiraiya's prior instructions that he should only use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu in emergencies, Naruto would have already teleported to Gaara using the kunai he had sent ahead. Throughout the journey, Naruto had been using chakra to create water for cooling down, but even that wasn't enough to ease the oppressive heat. He panted, It's amazing how Gaara manages to run around in this kind of environment for missions. His armor isn't for sun protection, is it? Sakura, equally frustrated with the harsh conditions, added, Even sunscreen can't hold up here. When I get back, I'll need a proper skincare routine. Thankfully, we study medicine, so I'm not too worried. She looked at Naruto. Naruto, can you make more water for me? Sasuke silently followed, occasionally taking water from Naruto without saying much. While he disliked the desert as much as the others, he refused to voice his complaints. He wouldn't let Naruto outshine him in endurance. If it weren't for Naruto's water, though, he might have been in a worse state. Naruto grumbled, I swear, when I see Gaara, I'm going to tell him, if you want prosperity, start with infrastructure, build roads and plant more trees. Sakura rolled her eyes. Naruto, where did you even hear that? And by the way, the shinobi world generally encourages having more children, not fewer. Naruto paused, pondering this, before shaking his head. Whatever. The point is, planting trees will improve the environment. It's extremely difficult to grow trees in the desert, Kakashi said, recalling a certain figure. Unless someone here has the first Hokage's abilities, any greenery project would be exhausting. Naruto sighed, still amazed by the Sand siblings' unique abilities. Temari's fan could destroy an entire forest. Talk about deforestation. Kankuro picks through the wood for his puppets, wasting resources. And Gaara? He can turn even the most fertile soil into sand with his jutsu. If anything, they're contributors to desertification. The group chuckled, their conversation a welcome distraction from the grueling journey. Eventually, they arrived at the gates of Hidden Sand Village. The towering walls of Hidden Sand Village loomed above them, with only a narrow entrance to the so-called Line of Heaven. Naruto activated his sensory abilities, detecting numerous shinobi stationed along the walls. He also sensed that the gatekeeper's chakra was much weaker than Izumo and Kotetsu's, not to mention Iruka's. I'm sorry for the wait. Please follow me, the gatekeeper said after verifying their identities. The 4 followed the man into the village. Captain Yura, these 4 are Hidden Leaf Village shinobi here to deliver a message to the Kazekage, the gatekeeper reported. I understand. Leave them to me, Yura replied, nodding. He turned to Team 7. Thank you for coming all this way. I'll take you to see Lord Kazekage. Yura wore a white turban, with a mustache and side-swept bangs covering one eye. Naruto mused that if Yura dyed his hair blonde and drew curly eyebrows, he could pass for a Sanji impersonator. However, Naruto also remembered that Yura was a sleeper agent planted by Sasori of the Red Sand. With his memory currently sealed, Yura was oblivious to his role as a spy. As they walked through the village, Naruto mentally vowed to warn Gaara. If they weren't careful, Yura might unwittingly lead the Akatsuki here in the future. The Kazekage's office was an orb-shaped building with the kanji for wind written on its exterior, a fitting design for Gaara, whose techniques often involved spheres of sand. Lord Kazekage, the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi have arrived, Yura announced, stepping aside to let Team 7 enter before leaving. Inside, Gaara was flanked by Temari and Baki, who seemed to be assisting him with paperwork. Welcome to Hidden Sand Village, Gaara greeted, standing up. Naruto stifled a laugh. At 13, Gaara still hadn't grown into his Kazekage robes, giving the impression of a child playing dress-up. It was oddly endearing. Kakashi approached respectfully, handing a scroll to Baki. Regardless of Gaara's age, he was a Kage and deserved proper deference. After reviewing the scroll, Gaara nodded. Thank you. I'll prepare a reply shortly. In the meantime, feel free to explore the village. Really? Sakura brightened. Though tired from the journey, the idea of exploring the village lifted her spirits. Temari offered, I'll guide you and arrange a place for you to rest. The streets of Hidden Sand Village were far less bustling than Hidden Leaf villages, and the buildings were all a uniform shade of beige. Naruto found the environment exotic but couldn't quite articulate why. Temari began her tour. Hidden Sand Village may not be as lively as Hidden Leaf Village, but we have our unique specialities. For instance, that toy shop uses basic puppet techniques to create toys even non-shinobi children can control. Naruto eagerly bought a few for Konohamaru and his friends. Seeing Sakura's lack of interest, Temari added, over there is a cosmetics store. We sell excellent sunscreen and moisturizers that are highly popular among the women here. Sakura perked up immediately. Really? That's just what I need. Naruto also made a few purchases, gifts for Hinata, his mother, and Karen. And finally, there's this stand with Hidden Sand Village's signature snacks. Naruto instinctively clutched his frog-shaped wallet. Chapter 162. Yura. After strolling through the streets, Naruto returned with a bunch of goods, but his little frog purse was completely empty. To make matters worse, he had borrowed some money from Sasuke. Although people often claim that Hidden Sand Village is barren, it is still one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Its resources may be limited compared to others, but it is far from destitute. Unexpectedly, Temari had a knack for being a tour guide. She subtly encouraged the group to shop and enjoy themselves, which not only entertained their Hidden Leaf Village guests but also contributed to Hidden Sand Village's economy. Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang, die. Just as everyone was having a good time, an elderly woman suddenly appeared and threw a punch at Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Hearing the mention of his father's name seemed to catch him off guard, and he didn't dodge in time. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke stood to the side, carrying shopping bags. They didn't intervene, as the old woman wasn't particularly fast, and they were confident she couldn't harm Kakashi. Temari, however, reacted quickly. She drew her giant fan and stepped between them, shouting, Granny Chio, what are you doing? Chio, her expression fierce, demanded, step aside. This man is the son of the White Fang of Hidden Leaf Village, the man who killed my son and daughter-in-law and ruined my grandson's life. Temari stood firm and explained, you're mistaken. This is Kakashi Hatake, not the White Fang. Granny Chio paused, squinting as she inspected Kakashi closely. After a moment, she realized her mistake. Ah, that's right. The White Fang is already dead. Temari exhaled in relief and lowered her fan. Please be more careful next time. Chio chuckled awkwardly. My apologies, my eyesight isn't what it used to be. She turned and walked away. Temari sighed and turned to Kakashi. I'm so sorry, Granny Chio can get overly emotional. Kakashi waved it off. It's fine. No harm done. Naruto, however, wasn't convinced. He muttered under his breath, that old hag didn't seem all that remorseful. Maybe she really just wanted to hit Kakashi-sensei. Bad eyesight, huh? Funny how her vision improves during battles. Still, Chio's outburst soured the group's mood, so they decided to cut their shopping trip short and followed Temari to their lodging. On the way, Naruto asked, why did Gaara suddenly decide to host the Chunin exams? Temari hesitated before responding. I suppose it's fine to tell you. Even though Gaara has become the 5th Kazekage, his position is still precarious. She continued, "Our father, the fourth Kazekage, made some terrible decisions. His experiments not only cost countless lives, including our mothers, but also caused Gaara to lose control of Shukaku. The result was Gaara's transformation from a sweet child into the terrifying figure everyone in Hidden Sand Village feared. After the failed invasion of Hidden Leaf Village, Gaara returned to the village as a prisoner. His reputation hit rock bottom, and becoming Kazekage under such circumstances was incredibly difficult. Temari explained that Gaara worked tirelessly to rebuild his reputation, taking on mission after mission. Since he was used to sleepless nights due to Shukaku, he pushed himself even harder, determined to prove his worth. Temari and Kankuro supported him as much as they could, but even they couldn't keep up with his grueling pace. Eventually, Gaara earned enough respect to be recognized as Kazekage. Even Maki, the acting Kazekage, willingly stepped aside, feeling unworthy of the title. However, not everyone was pleased with Gaara's rise to power. Some harbored grudges against him, while others simply opposed his leadership for personal gain. Gaara, knowing this, decided to draw out his opponents by hosting a large-scale event, the Joint Chunin Exams. He believed that such a high-profile event would compel his enemies to reveal themselves, allowing him to deal with them decisively and bring stability to Hidden Sand Village. As Temari recounted these events, Naruto and his friends couldn't help but admire Gaara's resolve. For a 13-year-old boy to bear such a heavy burden and work tirelessly for the future of his village was nothing short of remarkable. When they arrived at the hotel, Temari showed them to their rooms. Naruto looked around and remarked, "Not bad. At least it's not some cardboard bed like the Underworld Olympics." Just as Temari was about to leave, Naruto stopped her. "Wait a minute." Temari turned, puzzled. "Is there something else?" Naruto activated a soundproof barrier, his serious demeanor catching even Kakashi's attention. "Do you know the Yura who greeted us earlier?" Temari thought for a moment. "Yura? He's the captain of the guard unit. He's known for being meticulous and hardworking. Maki holds him in high regard." "Why?" Naruto frowned. "I sensed something strange in his chakra, specifically in his brain. He may be been manipulated. If he's in charge of security, you should be cautious." Temari's expression darkened. "Are you certain?" Naruto nodded. "I can't say for sure what's going on, but it's better to be safe than sorry." Temari thanked him and left, her mind already racing with thoughts about Yura. Naruto, meanwhile, muttered to himself, "I could have told Gaara directly, but Shukaku's voice is just too annoying." Chapter 163. Dragon Ball. Temari left with a heavy heart. The possibility of a spy being responsible for the defense of Hidden Sand Village weighed on her. If she couldn't uncover the truth, she knew she wouldn't sleep soundly. The next day, when Naruto arrived at the Kazekage's office, he noticed something unusual. Temari's tired expression showed she hadn't slept, and now she sported dark circles under her eyes. Gaara, as always, had his characteristic dark rings beneath his eyes, but now Temari and Maki had their own new set, the result of their sleepless night. "Thank you for the information," Maki said, despite his exhaustion. He knew that without Naruto's tip, their situation could have escalated into a greater disaster. After an overnight investigation, they discovered that Yura, a trusted village shinobi, had been manipulated through a subtle genjutsu. Chio, with her extensive knowledge, confirmed the technique bore the signature of Seisaori of the Red Sand. The revelation left Maki drenched in cold sweat. Seisaori, an S-rank rogue ninja, was infamous for his ability to devastate entire nations. If Hidden Sand Village's defense secrets had fallen into his hands, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Thankfully, discovering this early not only prevented a potential disaster but also gave Hidden Sand Village a chance to use Yura as a double agent. "You're welcome, ally," Naruto said with a grin, satisfied that he had managed to frustrate the Akatsuki's plans. Gaara handed a scroll to Temari. "I've written the response. Temari, you will accompany Naruto to Hidden Leaf Village to discuss the upcoming Chunin exams. I'm counting on you, sister." Temari felt a rush of happiness but quickly masked it to maintain the image of the dignified elder sibling of the Kazekage. She resisted the urge to ruffle Gaara's hair. However, Naruto couldn't help but find Gaara's phrasing amusing. "It sounds like you're entrusting us with an important package," he muttered, before thinking, "Shikamaru, if you want a wife, just say so already." Kakashi, ever calm, acknowledged Gaara's instructions and bid him farewell. "Wait," Gaara said. He removed his Kazekage hat, placed it on the desk, and retrieved a large box. "Naruto, this is a personal gift from me." Naruto immediately understood. He patted his chest and said with confidence, "Don't worry, whether it's the gift or other matters, I'll handle everything perfectly." Gaara nodded, personally escorting the group out of the village gates. On the journey, Naruto noticed Temari yawning repeatedly. "Are you okay?" We can rest for a bit if you need to. I'm fine, Temari replied, brushing it off. This is nothing. Don't underestimate the stamina of a hidden sand village Kunoichi, ha. You're not convincing at all, Naruto teased. By the way, where's Kankuro? I haven't seen him. Temari let out a sigh. He's holed up at home, tinkering with his puppets. If he doesn't have a mission, he doesn't leave his workshop. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Has he always been like this? No, it started after he came back from exploring those ruins recently, Temari admitted. Naruto's curiosity was piqued. So, what's he building now? Some kind of steel puppet. He says it's indestructible, but seriously, if it were that easy, our puppets would have been upgraded ages ago. Naruto chuckled. You don't get it. Tech geniuses like Kankuro are capable of anything. Who knows? Maybe one day he'll build a giant robot or even a full Gundam. Temari laughed her earlier fatigue lifting. The group continued their journey, chatting about light-hearted topics. That evening, they camped in the desert. Naruto pulled out a scroll and summoned an impressive array of supplies: tents, cooking utensils, ingredients, and even dry firewood. Temari watched in awe as the team worked in unison. Sasuke gathered firewood, Sakura set up the tents, and Naruto prepared the cooking tools. Kakashi, meanwhile, skillfully cut vegetables and meat for a stew. When dinner was served, the trio exclaimed in unison, "It's delicious." Their synchronized actions and expressions left Temari speechless. Kakashi-sensei, this is amazing. Temari praised after taking a sip of the soup. Kakashi smiled. I learned this recipe from a veteran Genin during my early missions. It's simple but perfect for the field. Temari couldn't help but compare Hidden Leaf Village's methods to Hidden Sand Villages. Back home, field missions meant dry rations and military pills. Here, it felt more like camping with friends. After her second bowl, Temari thought to herself, forget being a ninja. This is living. After 3 days of travel, the group reached a small town in the Land of Rivers. By this time, Temari had fully integrated into their routine. She even looked forward to Kakashi's nightly soup-making sessions. However, as they entered the town, 2 figures in white cloaks blocked their path. Please stop, one of them said. Judging by your forehead protectors, you must be Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. May I ask your names? Naruto grinned mischievously. Pickerette. Sasuke, ever stoic, added, Vegeta. Sakura chimed in, Bulma. Kakashi sighed, playing along. Sakata Jintaki. Temari stood frozen, utterly confused by their antics. Before she could protest, Naruto introduced her. This is Vidal from Hidden Sand Village. The cloaked men seemed puzzled by the names but decided not to question it further. One of them removed his hood. We're looking for information about the disciple of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Naruto instantly recognized them. With a groan, he muttered to himself, Dad, do you want to get involved or not? Chapter 164. Jiraiya's romantic debts. I'm familiar with Jiraiya's disciples. Naruto grinned. But I can't just share details with strangers, can I? His teammates rolled their eyes. Familiar? More like overly familiar. The older woman introduced herself. I apologize for the sudden intrusion. My name is Sayaka, and this is Miss Shizuka. We're from Nadeshiko Village. Nadeshiko Village is a land of Kunoichi, where only women reside. To sustain the village's growth, women of age challenge strong outsiders, and those who defeat them are brought back to father children. It's a unique tradition. Decades ago, during Jiraiya's travels, he stumbled upon Nadeshiko Village, naturally sneaking in to gather research material, only to be caught. Back then, Jiraiya was still a tall, charming young man. The village leader at the time, Shizuka's master, fell for him at first sight and challenged him to a duel, as per the village's customs. If Jiraiya won, he could leave freely, but Jiraiya declared he already had someone in his heart, despite his wandering lifestyle. Though the village leader was stunning, Jiraiya stayed true to his feelings and cleverly fought her to a draw, using his wit to postpone the match to the next generation of their apprentices. True to his old-fashioned loyalty, Jiraiya's feelings for Tsunade ran deep, to the point of forsaking an entire forest for a single crooked tree. Years later, after the original village leader passed away, Shizuka inherited her master's will and set out to fulfill the long-standing promise. Despite her own struggles, including losing her first love, a non-shinobi ill-suited for this harsh world, Shizuka trained relentlessly to grow stronger. After her master's death, Shizuka resolved to leave Nadeshiko Village with Sayaka to find Jiraiya's disciples and uphold her master's wishes. After hearing Sayaka's explanation, Naruto nudged Kakashi with his elbow. What do you think? Kakashi paused thoughtfully. Nadeshiko Village, huh? I've heard of it. If there's such an agreement, we'll need to confirm it with Lord Jiraiya. Naruto sighed, exasperated. I'm not asking about the agreement. I'm asking if you'd consider extending the Hotake bloodline. Sakura and Temari exchanged incredulous glances. So this kind of village really exists? Sayaka, seemingly oblivious, asked, it looks like you're headed back to Hidden Leaf Village. Could we accompany you? Kakashi shrugged. I don't see why not. They need to speak with Jiraiya anyway. The group spent the night at an inn, resuming their journey the next day with Sayaka and Shizuka in tow. Sayaka was talkative, eagerly chatting with Kakashi. Shizuka, however, remained silent, her expression serene, as if indifferent to worldly concerns. She didn't so much as glance at Sasuke, whose good looks often drew attention, much to Sakura's relief. Still, Sakura couldn't let her guard down. After seeing Shizuka remove her cloak at the inn, revealing a mature and striking figure, she became wary, especially considering how protective she was of Sasuke. When the group finally arrived in Hidden Leaf Village, Izumo and Kotetsu greeted them warmly. Yo, Kakashi. Back already? Izumo leaned in conspiratorially and raised an eyebrow. So, who are the beauties? Sayaka and Shizuka, catching the whispered exchange, hesitated. Wait. Isn't his name Sakata Jintaki? They glanced at the group suspiciously, wondering if pseudonyms were in play. Sasuke's expression didn't waver, even as the lie unraveled. Naruto and Sakura exchanged awkward glances, while Temari stayed silent, amused by the unfolding drama. Kakashi chuckled. It's common for shinobi to use code names on missions, right? Sayaka reluctantly accepted the explanation, though she seemed surprised to learn this man was the infamous Hidden Leaf Village technician. After explaining the situation to Izumo and Kotetsu, Kakashi arranged for Sayaka and Shizuka to wait at the village gate while he and the team reported their mission and consulted Jiraiya. I'll find Pervy Sage, Naruto announced before sprinting off. Kakashi sighed. Somehow, he felt Naruto was up to something. He decided to discuss it with Minato-sensei later. Naruto eventually tracked down Jiraiya, finding him in his office actually working, to his surprise. What's up, Naruto? Jiraiya asked, looking up from his papers. Naruto crossed his arms, feigning seriousness. Pervy Sage, come with me. Impossible. Jiraiya slammed his pen on the desk. I'm working on something important. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Go on, what's so important? Jiraiya hesitated, realizing he might have revealed too much. Cough, I mean. It's classified. Even you can't know about it. Naruto rolled his eyes. Sure, a classified mission near the women's bathhouse. Anyway, your romantic debts have come knocking. Jiraiya frowned. What nonsense. I have no romantic debts. 2 women from Nadeshiko village are waiting at the gate for you, Naruto said. Ring any bells? Jiraiya froze. Nadeshiko village. Nostalgia flickered across his face. Just then, the office door slammed open. Tsunade leaned against the frame, arms crossed, her gaze sharp. Go on, Jiraiya. What about Nadeshiko village? Jiraiya, Ovo Tsunade, let me explain. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. I'm listening. Scrambling to save himself, Jiraiya recounted the events from decades ago. Tsunade's expression softened slightly. She glanced at Naruto. Is that accurate? Mostly, Naruto replied. Except for the part where he bragged about being dashing and irresistible. Oh, and the original village leader passed away. Relieved that the crisis had passed, Jiraiya's cheeky grin returned. Naruto, what do you mean except that part? Naruto smirked. Haha. Tsunade, haha. Chapter 165. Promised. Tsunade had stepped out under the pretense of fetching documents, only to stumble upon startling news. Jiraiya, the infamous Toad Sage, had gotten himself entangled in some mess with Nadeshiko village, also known as the Widow Village. Naturally, Jiraiya wasn't killed by Tsunade after the revelation, though she certainly considered it. Instead, he nervously approached the village gates alongside Naruto to meet the visitors. After a brief exchange, they decided to relocate to a small restaurant for privacy. Discussions of this nature weren't suited for open streets. As they settled, Shizuka's attendant, Sayaka, broke the silence. Lord Jiraiya, the promise you made all those years ago, does it still stand? Jiraiya hesitated, scratching the back of his head. Of course. A promise is a promise, he declared with forced confidence. As a Toad Sage, he couldn't very well go back on his word. Sayaka nodded. Then I request that your apprentice duel with Lady Shizuka. Jiraiya's eyes darted to Shizuka. Judging by her age, she seemed about as old as Naruto. An idea struck him, and he quickly turned to his godson. Naruto, what do you think? Me? What's this got to do with me? Naruto protested. I'm not your apprentice. Your apprentice is the Hokage. Why don't you drag Dad into this mess instead? Naruto's smirk grew sly. Better yet, Why don't you bring them to my house and see if Mom kills you first or them? Jiraiya broke into a nervous sweat. When he'd made this arrangement decades ago, it hadn't occurred to him that Minato was already hopelessly in love with Kushina. In hindsight, it was sheer madness. How could he have dared? Stop messing around, Naruto. Jiraiya hissed. Do you want a stepmother or something? Naruto crossed his arms. Who's messing around? You're the one quietly lining up stepmothers for me. Honestly, I should just destroy you on Mom's behalf. You. Jiraiya was too flustered to retort. Sensing the tension, Sayaka intervened. It seems your current apprentice isn't available. Is that correct? Jiraiya sighed, defeated. Yes, my apprentice is now the 4th Hokage, and he's happily married. This here is his son. Oh? Sayaka raised an eyebrow. If that's the case, perhaps the young man could fulfill the promise instead. After all, he seems about Lady Shizuka's age. Naruto immediately waved his hands. Not a chance. I already have a girlfriend. Shizuka, who had remained silent thus far, finally spoke. Do Hidden Lee Village's shinobi lack the courage to accept a challenge? Her voice was sharp, a tinge of mockery laced within. Naruto scoffed. That's some weak provocation. You'd only fool someone like Sasuke with that. Jiraiya, trying to defuse the situation, forced a smile. Why don't you stay here for the night? I'll have an answer for you tomorrow. Sayaka narrowed her eyes. I hope you won't delay this for decades. Jiraiya pounded his chest. Absolutely not. Later that evening, back at the Uzumaki Namikaze household, Kushina placed a steaming teacup in front of Jiraiya with a dangerous smile. Well, sensei. You've done quite a bit this time, haven't you? Jiraiya chuckled nervously. Kushina, listen, it's not what it seems. I didn't think this through back then. And what do you plan to do now? Kushina asked sweetly, though her tone made Jiraiya shudder. Trying to escape her gaze, Jiraiya turned to Minato. So, Minato. Thoughts? Minato, however, remained engrossed in his newspaper. Though it was yesterday's edition, it had suddenly become the most fascinating thing in the world. Frustrated, Jiraiya muttered under his breath. My disciples are so unreliable. Naruto laughed, earning himself a flick on the forehead from Kushina. Quit laughing. If you're so amused, why don't you take on the challenge? Me? Naruto exclaimed. I already told them I'm not interested. Besides, I have a girlfriend. Kushina smirked. Hinata must be so pitiful, stuck with my sweet-talking son. I'm not sweet-talking anyone. Naruto protested. Kushina ignored him. Kinamaru's back, isn't he? Let him handle this. Poor boy needs a distraction anyway. Wait a second, Jiraiya began, but Kushina was already smiling at her decision. The next morning, Naruto approached Kinamaru at the training grounds. Hey, you free today? Kinamaru nodded. What's going on? I need you to meet someone. She's been training non-stop ever since she lost someone important. If you can defeat her in a duel, it might help her move on. Kinamaru gave a curt nod. I'll do it. When they arrived, Sayaka and Shizuka were already waiting. Naruto gestured to Kinamaru. This is my brother, handsome and strong. Perfect, right? Kinamaru raised an eyebrow at Naruto's introduction but stayed silent. Sayaka studied him thoughtfully. Very well. If he's willing, then let's proceed. Shizuka stepped forward, removing her cloak to reveal a sleek battle suit. Her form was impressive enough to make Sakura jealous, but Naruto couldn't figure out why there was such a large opening in the chest of her outfit. Kinamaru remained stoic, focused on the task ahead. Let's begin. And so, the duel commenced. Chapter 166. Shizuka stood confidently in a sleek black ninja battle suit, her long hair tied back into a ponytail. Her stance radiated determination and skill. Kinamaru, dressed in a loose robe reminiscent of Neji's style, had his long gray hair tied simply behind him. One hand rested behind his back while the other extended outward, his robe fluttering lightly as he prepared for battle. Despite being part of the more eccentric Gord squad for years, Kinamaru's demeanor and technique remained composed and disciplined. The two nodded in acknowledgement, signaling the start of their sparring match. Naruto style, rumbling gale fist. Shizuka launched the first attack, her forefingers forming a knife hand strike. Chakra visibly radiated from her hand as she aimed at Kinamaru with precision. Her speed wasn't overwhelming, and Kinamaru easily evaded the strike. However, when her attack missed, the ground beneath her cracked, forming a shallow, 2-meter-long pit. Watching from the sidelines, Naruto muttered, that kind of power probably doesn't match Sakura's ordinary punch, but it's still impressive. Naruto style, Bengo roundhouse kick. Shizuka leapt into the air, executing a split-leg spinning kick. Yet again, Kinamaru dodged with ease, leaving her attack to crash into the ground and form another crater. Naruto tilted his head in thought. This technique. It feels like a low-budget version of the strange strength jutsu mixed with Granite Tsunada's heavenly foot of pain. Realizing that Kimimauro's agility made him difficult to land a blow on, Shizuka switched tactics, abandoning predictable moves in favor of a more calculated approach. Naruto style, vacuum barrage. The name sounded impressive, but the technique itself was a simple barrage of kunai thrown in rapid succession. Kimimaro, unimpressed, weaved through the incoming kunai in a zigzag pattern, effortlessly dodging most and deflecting a few. Within moments, he closed the distance to Shizuka and launched a punch. Caught off guard by his speed, Shizuka hastily raised her arms to block. The impact of his strike forced her back several steps. She gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "What incredible strength!" Refusing to concede, Shizuka lunged forward, wielding a kunai. However, Kimimaro caught her wrist mid-strike, halting her attack. Shizuka attempted to counter by driving her knee toward his abdomen, but Kimimaro smoothly released her wrist, sidestepped the blow, and swept her leg, causing her to fall to the ground. Before she could react, Kimimaro aimed a fist directly at her face. Shizuka instinctively shut her eyes, bracing for the hit. Yet the expected pain never came. Opening her eyes, she saw Kimimaro's fist frozen inches from her nose. His calm gaze and faint smile greeted her as he retracted his hand and extended it to help her up. Still processing what had happened, Shizuka softly muttered, "I lost." While taking his hand. "You're strong," Kimimaro said sincerely as he helped her to her feet. His respect for opponents who fought with their all was evident in his tone. Shizuka, sensing his genuine admiration, felt a mix of frustration and admiration. She turned her head slightly and let out a quiet hum, unsure of how to respond. Naruto, who had been watching with others, clapped a hand on Kimimaro's shoulder and grinned. "I know a good place where you two can talk. Go for it." Kimimaro, recalling Naruto's earlier suggestion to help Shizuka overcome her inner struggles, nodded. He turned to her and asked softly, "Want to chat?" Shizuka looked at him and, despite her initial reservations, nodded. He was powerful, gentle, and honorable, someone worth trusting. As Kimimaro led Shizuka away, Jiraiya and Naruto watched with approval. "Young people need space," Jiraiya remarked with a grin as he steered Sayaka toward a tour of Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto chuckled to himself and prepared to head home but was greeted by an unusual sight, 3 familiar figures, Gen, Ge, and Gero, lying on the ground with large red lumps on their heads. "Kazan? What happened here?" Naruto asked, confused. Kushina stood nearby, arms crossed, looking both amused and exasperated. These brats came looking for Kimimaro to spar, but when they found out he was busy, they started pestering me. So, I gave them some practice of my own. Naruto sighed. "Right. So, how did it go on my end?" "Well, that sister seemed to warm up to Kimimaro." "Good work," Kushina said with a sly smile. "Now, what kind of reward do you want?" Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. "Maybe I'll just avoid the spotlight for now." "Don't be shy. You did a great job." Kushina laughed before adding, "Oh, and don't forget to invite Hinata to the fireworks festival tonight." Naruto, flustered, stammered, "Wait, you mean like a date?" Kushina knocked him on the head lightly. "Not what you're thinking, idiot. There's a festival tonight, so take her out and have fun." Blushing, Naruto muttered, "Fine, fine," and turned to deal with the trio of troublemakers still sprawled on the ground. He hoisted them effortlessly onto his shoulders, remarking, "Guess I'll take you to train with Gai-sensei. This'll teach you not to mess with my mother." Chapter 167 Naruto first hoisted Jin and Gi onto his shoulders, then used his foot to prop up Jiro from the ground. With a well-timed toss, he caught Jiro securely on top of the other two, adjusting the weight until everything was balanced. Naruto mimicked the posture of a laborer carrying heavy sacks, just as Kushina had described. Since the 3 were tough and durable, he wasn't too worried about jostling them around. Carrying the 3 human sandbags, Naruto made his way to Team Gai's usual training grounds, only to find Tenten sitting alone on the ground, looking visibly irritated. "Tenten?" Naruto called out. She looked up, first spotting Naruto, then the trio stacked on his shoulders. Shaking her head, she muttered, "Did they finally get what they deserve? Ugh, even Neji and I struggle to handle 2 of them together, and your brother has to deal with all 3 on his own. Poor guy." No, I just brought them to Gai-sensei," Naruto denied Tenten's wild guess, then asked, "Why are you the only one here today?" "Don't get me started," Tenten replied with a dejected expression. "Yesterday, our team had a dinner party. Everything was fine until Gai-sensei and Lee got too excited. But then, Lee accidentally drank a cup of Gai-sensei's sake." Naruto winced, recalling Lee's infamous drinking problem. Oh no, drunken fist Lee? That's bad. His alcohol tolerance is so terrible that he could get drunk from eating boozy chocolates. Exactly. Tenten sighed, collapsing onto a nearby bench. He went on a drunken rampage. Neji and Gai-sensei barely managed to stop him, but by then, the entire restaurant was nearly destroyed. Couldn't you just apologize and pay for the damages? Naruto asked, puzzled. You're pretty well off, right? Covering your teammates shouldn't be that big of a deal. Normally, yes, Tenten groaned, clutching her signature bun hair. But my teacher is not normal. Gai-sensei said that as men of honor, Lee and Neji must take responsibility for their actions properly. Paying money isn't enough. They have to work at the restaurant to make up for the damages. Naruto blinked. Knowing Gai-sensei, he's probably making them work 10 times harder than necessary, isn't he? Exactly. Tenten exclaimed, throwing her hands up. He's determined to have them work all day and take on the workload of 10 people. I, on the other hand, am not a man, so I don't have to join them in their insanity. I just feel a little bad for Neji, though. Alright, where's the shop? Naruto asked, adjusting the 3 unconscious figures he was carrying on his shoulders. I'll send some extra help. It's the shop right next to Ikiraku Ramen, Tenten said. Speaking of which, it's lucky for the Ikiraku owner that Lee didn't destroy their place. He broke through a wall, but that section is due for demolition soon anyway. Naruto shuddered at the thought of Lee's destructive power, then turned to leave. Thanks for the info. Wait. Tenten called after him. Naruto, you're pretty good at the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, right? Can you teach me a little about it? Naruto perked up. Flying Thunder God? Sure, I can help. Where are you in your training? Tenten pulled out a kunai and showed it to him. I've only just learned how to inscribe the markings. I even customized these kunai for it, but I haven't been able to use the technique yet. Naruto examined the kunai, raising an eyebrow at the black insignia etched onto it. Why does the mark look like a steamed bun? Tenten blushed. I came up with the idea while eating buns. I thought it was silly, but Lady Tsunade said not to change it, so here we are. Naruto snickered internally but decided to play it cool. Alright, I get it. Do you want me to show you how it feels to use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu? Tenten's eyes lit up. Really? That would be amazing. Thank you. Naruto created a shadow clone, gave her a thumbs up, and said, let's get started. Tenten flinched at the gesture, clutching her chest. Don't do that pose casually. It reminds me too much of Gai-sensei and Lee. As Naruto walked away, the clone transformed into Naruko and said in a cheerful tone, alright, let's begin. Tenten gawked. Why did you turn into a girl? And how did you end up so beautiful with such a perfect figure? Wait, why are you still wearing men's clothes? Naruko tugged at her shirt, which was slightly too tight, and replied, I thought it would be fun. You can call me Naruko now. Tenten sighed. Your clones are so weird. Can we just get to the training already? Sure thing. Naruko chirped. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Naruto found Gai-sensei and Lee hard at work. Standing at the entrance, he saw the two of them scrubbing the floor with such intensity that it gleamed like a mirror. Lee. Put your youth into it. Scrub harder 10 more times. Yes, Gai-sensei. Naruto's sweat dropped at the sight. The floor was already so clean it could blind someone with its reflection. Even flies would slip on it. Gai-sensei. Naruto called out. Gai noticed him and turned, his teeth sparkling. Naruto. Have you come to train with us? Not exactly, Naruto replied, setting the 3 unconscious figures down. I brought you some helpers. They passed out sparring in front of my house. Gai inspected them closely, then nodded. Wonderful. These disciples of mine need more training and youth. Thank you, Naruto. As Gai woke the trio with his infamous enthusiasm, Naruto slipped away with a satisfied smile. I really am a great person, he thought. Back at the ramen shop, Neji glared at the 5 energetic new recruits and grumbled under his breath. Naruto. Uzumaki. You'll pay for this. Unbeknownst to him, Kimimaro, at the bakery, accidentally shattered a cup at the mention of Naruto's name. Both Neji and Kimimaro thought the same thing, Naruto Uzumaki. You will pay. Chapter 168 Achu. Naruto, deep in his sage mode training at Mount Myabaku, sneezed. Losing balance atop a towering stone pillar, he plummeted but managed to grab a ledge midair and teleported back to safety using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Rubbing his nose, Naruto muttered, Hinata must be thinking about me. Smiling to himself, he thought, after all, I'm so kind to everyone every day. Who could possibly be cursing me behind my back? Before arriving at Mount Myabaku, Naruto had visited the Hyuga compound to make plans with Hinata. While he had only seen fireworks in anime before, Experiencing them in real life was a rare treat, especially since fireworks were banned in the city. Sitting cross-legged on a stone slab, Naruto's mind wandered to thoughts of Hinata's cheerful face. Predictably, he lost focus and fell headlong again. Fukasaku, watching Naruto tumble back into place with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, sighed and admonished, "Naruto, focus. Don't let your thoughts wander during training. Stay calm." To Fukasaku, Naruto was the most promising human ever to train in Sage Mode, thanks to his vast chakra reserves. Over time, his chakra levels had grown even more impressive. At just 13, this kid's growth is astounding. In a few years, could he rival the first Hokage? Fukasaku wondered aloud. But there was a catch: Naruto's mind was overly active, darting unpredictably like a hyperactive toad. Fukasaku rubbed his temples at the thought of it. Ever since Naruto's arrival at Mount Myabaku, the younger toads, like Ramakiki and Gramajutsu, had developed an unhealthy obsession with fried foods, a bad influence brought by Naruto. Kids these days, even when they're tall enough to be independent, they cause so much trouble, Fukasaku lamented. Stabilizing his balance on the slate, he sighed once more. I've even started picking up bad habits because of this kid. Once again, Naruto fell, this time teleporting straight to the ground. He dismissed his shadow clone, only to be greeted by memories of his clone holding onto a tree and vomiting after overusing the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Naruto grumbled, "Why is it always like this? And why are you teleporting at 90 times per minute, clone? I don't even get that kind of heart rate during intense fights." Shrugging it off, Naruto prepared snacks made from bugs Ramakiki and Gramajutsu had caught, appeasing the eager young toads. One day, these two will wear me out just by begging for food, Naruto mused, resuming his Sage Mode training. An idea struck him. Maybe I should swipe a little water from the Great Toad Sage's bath next time and try making pickled insect noodles to break their obsession with fried food. Chuckling at his ingenuity, Naruto concluded, I really am too good for this place. Evening, after a quick bath and a change of clothes at Mount Myabaku, Naruto returned to Hidden Leaf Village. Standing outside the Hyuga compound, he waited for Hinata with excitement. A man can afford to wait, Naruto thought confidently. Finally, the door creaked open. Just as Naruto reached out to take Hinata's hand, he noticed she was holding someone else's, her younger sister, Hanabi. Hinata offered an apologetic smile. Sorry, Naruto-kun. Hanabi insisted on coming along. Naruto glanced at Hanabi, who made faces at him. Confused, he thought, why is this date turning into a family outing? Not wanting to upset Hinata, Naruto reached out and ruffled Hanabi's hair. It's fine. I've met your sister before. Don't touch my head. Hanabi protested, breaking free from his grasp. Naruto sighed but quickly came up with an idea. It's still early. How about I take you both out to eat? Somewhere you can't normally go in Hidden Leaf Village. Hinata tilted her head curiously. That sounds nice. Hanabi, however, scoffed. There's nothing in the world you can't find in Hidden Leaf Village. But her curiosity got the better of her. Naruto smirked. If you don't believe me, grab my hand. Taking both sisters by the hand, Naruto teleported them instantly to Short Book Street, a bustling market far from Hidden Leaf Village. Byakugan. Hanabi activated her Dujutsu, scanning her surroundings in awe. This really isn't Hidden Leaf Village. Where are we? Hinata remained calm. She trusted Naruto completely. Naruto grinned. This is Short Book Street, about a day's journey from Hidden Leaf Village. I've been here on missions before. It's full of amazing food. Hanabi gasped. This far away? Naruto made an exaggerated sinister face. Yeah, far enough that if I sold you here, no one would save you. Mwahaha. Hanabi huffed, hiding behind Hinata. I'm not scared. I have my sister. Then, with a smirk, she added, also, that laugh was so lame. Hinata chuckled softly, her cheeks faintly pink. Don't tease her, Naruto-kun. Naruto laughed and led them through the street. Booth after booth, he introduced the sisters to delicious snacks. Try this takoyaki, Hinata. Okay. I want some too. Hanabi piped up. And this candy apple. Looks delicious. Me too. 30 minutes later, Naruto handed a skewer to Hanabi, who now looked a little pale. She hesitated, patting her bulging stomach. I can't eat anymore. Naruto grinned triumphantly. Sending a shadow clone to escort Hanabi home, he turned to Hinata with a sly smile. Now, Hinata, let's enjoy the rest of the evening. Hinata giggled, handing Naruto a rice ball. Naruto-kun? Looking at the rice ball and then at Hinata's gentle smile, Naruto realized he had no room left in his own stomach. Hinata. Mercy. Chapter 169. After feeding Hinata, the sky had fully darkened, and the two returned to Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto decided to settle on the top of the Hokage rock. The view here was expansive, and it was typically a quiet place where few people visited. However, tonight it seemed unusually lively, with groups of people gathering to enjoy the location. Some were in groups of 3 or 5, others moved in pairs, and a few had even lit bonfires, creating a warm, festive atmosphere. Huh? Shikamaru, Temari? Naruto spotted familiar faces among the crowd. Naruto? Hinata? Shikamaru also noticed the two of them. Naruto grinned and leaned over, bumping Shikamaru lightly with his shoulder. So, what's going on here? Why are you two together? Don't say that like it's something ambiguous. Temari retorted, pointing at Hinata. Aren't you two together? Naruto grabbed Hinata's hand and raised it, grinning mischievously. We're together officially, right, Hinata? So, you two are dating too, aren't you? Temari's face turned red, though it was unclear whether it was from anger or embarrassment. You idiot. Shikamaru sighed, already looking weary. Don't jump to conclusions, Naruto. My dad asked me to help coordinate with Temari regarding the upcoming Chunin exams. He's been busy lately, so he passed the responsibility to me. Temari nodded in confirmation. That's exactly what's going on. Naruto tilted his head. Wait, isn't your dad in charge of the Chunin exams? Why does it involve you, Shikamaru? Shikamaru gave him an exasperated look. Naruto, I'm just a genin. I still have to take the exam, I'm not running it. Oh, right, Naruto said, scratching his head as the memory returned. You didn't even get to fight in the final round since it got interrupted. Suddenly, a small firework shot up into the sky, lighting it with a burst of colors. Soon after, fireworks erupted one after another, illuminating the night with vibrant hues. For a moment, everything paused. The bustling crowd, the chatter on a Hokage rock, all eyes turned to the dazzling display above. Cheers erupted soon after, and the entire village of Hidden Leaf Village was swept into the lively atmosphere of the festival. Hinata, mesmerized by the fireworks, tightened her grip on Naruto's hand, intertwining her fingers with his. Naruto glanced at her, his heart feeling unusually light. This is happiness, isn't it? He thought to himself. Meanwhile, across Hidden Leaf Village, other familiar faces were enjoying the festival. Minato and Kushina strolled through the streets like any ordinary couple. Without their usual responsibilities, Kushina seemed more carefree, her laughter as light-hearted as a child's. Minato, ever the supportive husband, indulged her whims, trying games she liked and buying her favorite snacks. Elsewhere, Itachi and Izumi were sharing dango skewers, their hands reaching for the last one simultaneously. Izumi blushed and looked away shyly. Sasuke, on the other hand, was being dragged around by Sakura. Though his face betrayed irritation, his actions told a different story. He stayed close, awkwardly returning the gifts Sakura handed him. At an izakaya, Tsunade and Jiraiya clinked their glasses. Tsunade asked, Jiraiya, do you plan on traveling again soon? Jiraiya gave it some thought and grinned. Yeah, once things settle down. I want to explore the ninja world. Staying in Hidden Leaf Village would dry up my creative inspiration. Thud. Jiraiya's face slammed into the table as Tsunade knocked him out with a single punch. She downed her drink in one gulp, muttering, idiot, before leaving. Elsewhere, Shizuka clung to Kimimauro's arm, happily trailing alongside him. Kimimaro glanced at the fleeting fireworks, silently wondering if there was someone else he needed to protect. Tenten sat on a rooftop, resting her chin on her hands as she watched the fireworks. She glanced at her teammates, who were busy in a nearby restaurant, and sighed softly. Asuma, missing Kurenai who was away on a mission, watched the festival with quiet longing, while Kakashi found himself at the memorial stone. Though he appreciated the fireworks, he took a moment to honor the fallen in solitude. Meanwhile, Naruto held Hinata close as they sat on Hokage Rock, watching the sky light up with brilliant colors. His thoughts drifted to the prophecy of the great Toad Sage, happiness will come your way. Wasn't this happiness enough? Time moved on despite the celebrations, and soon the fireworks faded. The stars gave way to the morning sun as life resumed its usual rhythm. Naruto, feeling guilty, rose earlier than his teammates to avoid an encounter with Kimimaro. After completing his morning training, he sought out Jiraiya, who was still nursing bruises from Tsunade's punch. Pervy Sage, take a look at this jutsu, Naruto said, handing him a scroll. Jiraiya glanced at it. The peacock jutsu? That's a secret ninjutsu from the Star Village. How did you get this, Naruto? Sasuke copied it. Uchiha's abilities don't count as stealing, right? Naruto said with a cheeky grin. Jiraiya sighed. This jutsu is pretty advanced. It requires a lot of chakra to use effectively. What do you want to do with it? I want to modify it, Naruto replied. Flying is cool, but I don't like the wing design. Can you help me change it? Jiraiya rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Changing the shape shouldn't be too hard, but... But what? Naruto asked suspiciously. Grinning mischievously, Jiraiya said, it'll take up my writing time. How about you help me out with something in exchange? Naruto smirked knowingly. You want me to transform into that girl again, don't you? Fine, old man, but don't blame me for what's coming. Chapter 170. Once someone finds motivation, their efficiency improves significantly. Take Jiraiya, for example. Motivated by the promise of something enticing, he quickly perfected the enhancement of his ninjutsu. After all, altering appearances without affecting the essence or power of a technique isn't too challenging for someone with Jiraiya's wealth of knowledge. His earlier claims about delays were merely an excuse to haggle over terms. Naturally, this kind of transaction couldn't take place in the Hokage's office. So, the seasoned sage and the young shinobi found a secluded spot, away from prying eyes. Naruto unrolled the scroll Jiraiya had modified and asked, Shadow clone plus transformation, right? So, what's the catch? Jiraiya stroked his chin, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Hee, for starters, it's summer, so go with something cool or something unforgettable. And I'll need 100 clones. Naruto sighed but nodded. Got it. He created 100 clones, surrounding Jiraiya while hiding his true body at a safe distance. Ready? He called out. Jiraiya, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, smirked confidently. Bring it on. Show me what you've got, future Hokage. Transform. Times 100. With a flurry of white smoke, the clones unveiled their perfected harem jutsu, swimsuit edition. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. His heart skipped a beat, and his jaw dropped as he processed the surreal sight before him. The clones pranced around, giggling and calling out in unison, Jiraiya-sensei. Enough. Enough. Jiraiya collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed. I can't take it anymore. If he'd had even a hint of Uchiha blood, his Sharingan would have awakened on the spot. His eyes unfocused, Jiraiya muttered weakly, This must be hell. Concerned, Naruto dispelled the clones and rushed to his side. Iro Sage, are you okay? Don't overdo it, I don't need you rewriting the world because of Cho. Jiraiya pushed Naruto away with trembling hands, his voice shaky. Why you? What did you do? Exactly what you asked for, Naruto said matter-of-factly. Let's review. 1. 100 clones, check. 2. Cooler outfits, check. 3. Unforgettable impact, check. This is unforgettable? Jiraiya clutched his chest dramatically. Despite being a legendary shinobi, he felt utterly defeated by Naruto's antics. Naruto, worried for his sensei's health, whisked him straight to Tsunoda's office using the Flying Thunder God. With Jiraiya still dazed, Naruto explained everything. Tsunoda raised an eyebrow but smiled knowingly. Really? Leave him to me. Relieved, Naruto returned to Mount Myabaku to focus on his sage training. At Mount Myabaku, the atmosphere was unusually lively. Naruto sat meditating atop a stone pillar while his clones practiced the peacock jutsu below, trying, and often failing, to launch themselves skyward. Every time a clone dispelled itself with a misstep, its memories distracted Naruto from his training, lowering his efficiency. Yet, he let them continue, reasoning it was better to adapt now than be thrown off in battle. Watching this chaos, Fukasaku sighed. This boy. Can he really master Sage Mode? Back in the day, Jiraiya took years to perfect a half-finished version, and he was more focused. Naruto, on the other hand, is juggling missions and multiple techniques. By nightfall, Naruto dismissed his clones using a water-style technique he'd recently mastered. Exhausted, he returned to the village and quietly slipped into his house. Kushina noticed him peeking inside and waved. Come in, Naruto. Kinamaru isn't here. Oh, Naruto said, entering. Where is he? He left on a mission this afternoon, Kushina replied, smiling. Mission? Isn't he supposed to be helping Shizuka? Kushina winked. That is the mission, escorting her back to Nadeshiko village. Naruto groaned internally. Dad's abusing his Hokage privileges again. I knew it. The next few days passed peacefully. Naruto balanced sage training, peacock jutsu practice, and hospital visits to check on Jiraiya. Rumors circulated about Jiraiya being injured by a beast while on a field investigation. However, Naruto suspected it had more to do with Tsunoda's treatment after their last encounter. Regardless, ordinary villagers admired Jiraiya's dedication, while those who knew him wished they could throw him in the disciplinary barracks. One day, after dropping off a fruit basket for Jiraiya, Naruto ran into Kakashi. Naruto, good timing. I've got a mission for you, Kakashi said without looking up from his book. C rank? C rank. Naruto sighed. Alright. Which tailed beast are we fighting this time, or what legendary weapon are we retrieving? Kakashi paused, his eye crinkling in amusement. Nothing so extreme. It's a bit dangerous, but not that dangerous. I'll explain at the training ground. At the training ground, Kakashi briefed Team 7. As you know, the Chunin exams are in a little over a month. This year, the exams are split between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village. Hidden Leaf Village is responsible for delivering the official invitation letters. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. So, where are we delivering ours? The Land of Rain. Naruto groaned. Of course. Chapter 171. Naruto perked up his ears, thinking he had misheard, and asked again, where? Kakashi repeated, we're heading to Hidden Rain Village, in the Land of Rain. Naruto froze for a moment. Hidden Rain Village? Seriously? Are we delivering invitations or express packages? He thought. Even if Dad wanted to help Jiraiya with some hidden agenda, wouldn't that be a bit harsh on his son? Sakura, sensing there was more to this, asked, Kakashi-sensei, isn't long-distance correspondence usually handled by messenger hawks? Why are we delivering it in person? That's what I was about to explain, Kakashi said gravely. There's a dangerous organization in the ninja world called the Akatsuki. According to intelligence, nearly all of its core members are S-rank missing ninja. Orochimaru, for instance, was once a member. At first, the Akatsuki operated under the guise of a low-profile mercenary group, but recently, their actions have escalated. From high-level assassinations to inciting wars between nations, they'll take on any job if the price is right. Kakashi continued, Hanzo of the Salamander, Hidden Rain Village's former leader, hasn't been seen in years. It's suspected he's been killed, and the Akatsuki may have seized control of the village. This mission is officially about delivering an invitation, but in reality, we're tasked with observing the situation in Hidden Rain Village. If the Akatsuki truly hold power there, we need to gather intelligence. Naruto felt uneasy. He knew the Akatsuki's involvement was real, but he couldn't prove it. Except for Itachi, who hadn't yet joined during this timeline, most of the Akatsuki members were likely already in play. As for Deidara, his status was uncertain. In the anime, Itachi was captured with Genjutsu and brought in. Would that still happen here? Sasuke instinctively gripped the hilt of his Chidori katana. The thought of confronting S-rank missing ninja intrigued him. With Hidden Rain Village as terrain favoring lightning-style techniques, he felt it could play to his strengths. Sakura, however, voiced her concerns. If this mission is so dangerous, I might end up being a liability. Kakashi smiled reassuringly. Sakura, you've been training with Lady Tsunade for quite some time now. I've seen how much you've improved. Have a little more confidence in yourself. It's not just about confidence, Sakura replied. It's because of a technique I'm practicing. It's complicated. She explained, I've been working on the Yin Seal. Unlike regular jutsu, it requires a massive amount of chakra stored over time, and the process can't be interrupted. Although the training is grueling, its benefits are worth it. Once completed, it unlocks creation rebirth, allowing rapid regeneration. With it, you can endure even critical injuries, like being impaled by a Susanoo blade or worse. Sakura hesitated before adding, but the most alluring part for a kunoichi? Eternal youth. Tsunade-sama's mastery allows her to appear as if she's in her 20s or 30s at will. It's no wonder Jiraiya-sama is so smitten with her. Naruto smirked, wondering if Hinata could learn the Yin Seal someday. However, he doubted Tsunade would teach it to just anyone. Besides, it wasn't a matter of secrecy. Mastering the Yin Seal required precise chakra control and advanced medical knowledge skills few could achieve. With Sakura's current chakra reserves, it would take her at least 3 years to store enough. Until then, she'd constantly be draining her chakra, leaving her vulnerable. This was why she feared being a liability on such a high-stakes mission. There's no need to worry about that, Kakashi interjected. This mission was specifically assigned to our team by Lord Hokage because Naruto has the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. If things go south, he can evacuate us immediately. Despite Kakashi's assurance, Naruto suddenly had an idea. Why not share some of Kurama's chakra with Sakura? Hey, Kurama, Naruto called internally. Mind sharing a bit of chakra with my teammates? Do as you like, Kurama replied indifferently. I've got more chakra than I know what to do with. Alright. Naruto cheered, reaching out to Kurama before realizing he didn't actually know how to distribute chakra effectively. Kurama, I might need your help here. Chakra manipulation isn't exactly my forte. Kurama sighed. What a pain. Fine, let me handle it. Taking control of Naruto's body, Kurama opened his eyes, now glowing with vertical pupils. Sasuke and Sakura tensed as they felt a shift in Naruto's presence, a momentary wave of overwhelming power that quickly subsided. Kurama, controlling Naruto's body, said, Hey, pink-haired one, Give me your hand. Sakura blinked in surprise, startled by the sudden request. The fact that Kurama referred to her as pink-haired one instead of Sakura-chan caught her off guard, and she couldn't help but feel a strange sense of approval. When their fists touched, an orange-red aura enveloped Sakura. She felt a surge of raw power, her body instantly brimming with energy. What? What is this? Sakura stammered, staring at her hands in amazement. Sasuke and Kakashi were equally shocked. They had never seen anyone transfer chakra like this. Well? Don't just stand there gawking, Kurama grumbled. Regaining control, Naruto chuckled. Give it a try, Sakura. See how it feels. Sakura closed her eyes and focused. The chakra felt immense yet controlled, as if her entire body were overflowing with strength. For the first time in a long while, she felt invincible. Chapter 172. The chakra cloak gradually faded as Sakura continued pouring chakra into the large reservoir of her yin seal. As the cloak vanished entirely, a purple diamond-shaped mark materialized on Sakura's pale forehead. Her yin seal was finally complete. Sakura wondered for a moment if she was dreaming. In the past 3 years, why hadn't she thought to punch Naruto for this kind of situation? Naruto glanced at her forehead and asked, was that enough? Sakura shook her head. Not quite. There's still some chakra left, but I can't form a proper chakra cloak anymore. But, Naruto, you gave me so much chakra, are you okay? Naruto waved dismissively. No big deal. For Kurama, that's just a drop in the bucket. Kakashi, observing the scene, sighed as he reopened his book. If the problem is resolved, pack your things. We leave in half an hour. Don't forget to bring the kunai Naruto gave you. The land of rain. The land of rain is bordered by 3 small nations, the land of grass, the land of birds, and the land of rivers, and 3 great nations, the land of fire, the land of earth, and the land of wind. In times of peace, it could have been an ideal location for development, benefiting from its central position and access to trade routes. But in the world of shinobi, it is anything but peaceful. Whenever a war breaks out, the land of rain inevitably becomes a battlefield. Whether they wish to be involved or not, the nation is always dragged into the chaos. Even when the war ends, the land of rain remains the ultimate loser. The so-called demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, was unable to prevent this fate. The founders of the Akatsuki Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato were orphans of the Second Shinobi World War. Nagato's involvement was likely manipulated by Black Zetsu, though he, too, lost his parents to the war. Growing up in such an environment left them with a deep hatred of conflict. Their original goal in forming Akatsuki was to bring about world peace. However, after a series of tragic events, their mission shifted. Their current aim is to amass power, impose suffering, and force the world to understand the pain. Only then, they believe, will true peace emerge. The rain in the land of rain is ceaseless, prompting Team 7 to don white cloaks with hooded buttons before departing. Naruto lamented not preparing hidden blades to go with the look. The atmosphere of the land of rain was bleak compared to the land of fire. Whether it was the weather or something else, it seemed devoid of life. As they traveled, Naruto discreetly left flying thunder god markers in inconspicuous spots. When the group approached Hidden Rain Village's gates, a group of men wearing bamboo hats and armed with spears stopped them. Stop. Are you shinobi from Hidden Leaf Village? One of the guards asked. The group halted, and Kakashi stepped forward, pulling out a scroll. I'm Kakashi Hatake of Hidden Leaf Village. Lord Hokage has sent us to deliver this a joint letter from Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village. The leader reached out. Hand over the letter. Kakashi retracted the scroll. The letter is to be delivered directly to the leader of Hidden Rain Village, Hanzo of the Salamander, as per our instructions. The guards behind the leader bristled, pointing their spears at the group. Do you think we'd let you get close to Hanzo-sama? Sakura tensed, preparing for a fight, while Sasuke's hand hovered over the hilt of his blade. Naruto, however, was perplexed. Hanzo has been dead for years. Do they not know, or are they pretending? Remaining calm, Kakashi spoke flatly. Raising your weapons against us means declaring war on both Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village. Are you certain about this? The guards hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances. Finally, the leader relented. Understood. We'll inform the higher-ups. After a short wait, a messenger returned. Lord Hanzo has granted you an audience. Inside Hidden Rain Village was a village of towering, steampunk-esque structures connected by countless pipes and drainage systems. Despite the constant rain, the streets were surprisingly dry. Naruto activated his sensory abilities, noting the presence of chakra signatures hidden throughout the mist. Pain's Rain Tiger at will jutsu, he realized. By mixing his chakra into the rain, anyone caught in it could be detected. Naruto stayed alert. We're delivering the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki straight to their door, he thought grimly. I hope Nagato isn't tempted to take me. Amidst the chakra fog, 3 particularly strong signatures stood out: Nagato, Konan, and an unknown presence. Under the watchful eyes of their Hidden Rain village escorts, Team 7 entered a heavily guarded hall. Guards stood every few meters, and a small compartment in the center was manned by elite ninjas. The paranoia that defined Hanzo's final years was evident. Only his most trusted subordinates had been allowed to approach him, and even after his death, this protocol persisted. From within the compartment, a deep male voice called out, "Kakashi Hatake. Leave the scroll there." Kakashi complied, placing the letter on a tray. A guard retrieved it and carried it to the compartment. The door opened slightly, revealing only a hand as the letter was taken. Moments later, a reply was passed back. Without ever seeing the leader's face, Team 7 was escorted out. Afterwards, once out of sight, Sakura frowned. "Kakashi-sensei, are we really leaving just like that?" "Of course not," Kakashi replied. "We'll double back." "Naruto, did you leave your marks?" Naruto grinned, giving a thumbs up and gaze signature style. "Of course." "Good. Get ready." Meanwhile, atop a high tower, Konan presented a scroll to Pain, who stood in the rain. "Hidden Leaf Village has extended an invitation for a joint Chunin exam," she explained. "It's likely a cover for gathering intel. In the past, Hanzo sent several Jonin to participate." Pain tilted his head upward, letting the rain run down his face. "Send a few groups. Let Hidden Leaf Village believe Hanzo is still in control. Meanwhile, gather intel on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." "Understood." Konan dissolved into countless paper fragments, scattering into the rain. Pain suddenly turned, sensing movement. "A rat has slipped in. This chakra signature is Flying Thunder God. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Emerging from the ground, Black Zetsu smirked. "Could it be they've learned something from Orochimaru? Are they here to capture him?" Pain's eyes remained cold. "No. Hidden Leaf Village likely has doubts about Hanzo's absence. For now, drive them away." Chapter 173. Naruto, about to lead his 3 teammates to retreat yet again, suddenly stopped in surprise. "Huh?" Kakashi turned to him. "What's wrong?" "My Flying Thunder God's markings. They've been removed," Naruto replied, astonished. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. There wasn't a single marking left in Hidden Rain Village. "Wait, I thought the Flying Thunder God's mark was permanent?" Kakashi asked. As someone who had studied the technique in an attempt to replicate it using his Sharingan, he was familiar with its intricacies. Unfortunately, the talent for such a skill eluded him, though he sometimes wondered if he would have mastered it faster than Naruto. "Normally, yes," Naruto explained, "but they must have physically removed them digging up the ground where they were marked or destroying walls where the seals were placed." He sighed in frustration. "Being famous isn't all it's cracked up to be. My signature jutsu gets analyzed and countered." "That's troublesome," Kakashi muttered. "We should leave Hidden Rain Village immediately." About 30 miles outside the village, the 4 set up a tent to shelter from the rain and sat inside to regroup. Kakashi began analyzing. "Every time we infiltrate, they surround us within 3 minutes. According to Naruto's sensory abilities, there's chakra spread throughout Hidden Rain Village. It seems the enemy is employing large-scale sensory ninjutsu." Naruto nodded. "Not just that every time they send different shinobi to intercept us. That means they have a large number of patrol units in rotation." Sakura chimed in, "And since they deliberately removed your Flying Thunder God marks, it's clear they're aware of your abilities and are taking countermeasures." Sasuke activated his Sharingan, his eyes narrowing. "This level of security is abnormal. Should we capture someone and interrogate them?" "It's best not to," Kakashi said firmly. "Infiltrating secretly is hard enough. If we leave any traces, even using Genjutsu, we could alert them to our movements." Sasuke frowned. "But didn't Naruto's Flying Thunder God markings leave traces too?" Naruto shrugged. "Yeah, but those were left intentionally. Let them deal with it, it's their problem now." Kakashi concluded, "For now, a covert investigation seems impossible. Let's report what we've gathered so far. 2 days later, so, you didn't encounter Hanzo of the Salamander at all? And Hidden Rain Village's defenses were so tight that even the Flying Thunder God was ineffective?" Minato no Mikaze asked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "That's correct," Kakashi confirmed. Minato gestured to the letter on the table. The reply states that Hidden Rain Village will send 15 shinobi in 5 teams to participate in the Chunin exams. This number is consistent with past years, which could be an attempt to maintain the illusion of normalcy. They might also be using the opportunity to gather intelligence on other villages. Kakashi nodded. "Should we monitor the Genin they send closely?" "Yes," Minato affirmed. Naruto interjected, "Although the Flying Thunder God marks in Hidden Rain Village have been removed, There are still a few scattered across the land of rain. They probably don't have enough manpower to search the entire country, so I can still go back if needed. Minato smiled. Don't risk your real body for that. Use shadow clones if you want to check in the future. Naruto grinned. Understood. The following month Naruto returned to training in Hidden Leaf Village in Mount Myabaku. During this time, he even convinced Sasuke to consider training in Richie Cave. Whether Sasuke listened was another matter entirely. Meanwhile, Sakura managed to complete the Yin Seal ahead of schedule with Naruto's assistance, shocking Tsunade, Shizune, and even the research division. Although Sakura still needed years of chakra storage to master Creation Rebirth, the early completion of the Yin Seal gave her a significant edge, essentially an extra power bank, allowing her to use her chakra-enhanced strength for prolonged periods. Mount Myabaku. Naruto sat atop a stone pillar, meditating with a group of clones. At one point, one of his clones successfully formed wings using chakra, resembling an eagle. It wobbled at first but soon flew steadily, drawing envious stares from the other 99 clones. Naturally, chaos ensued as the grounded clones hurled kunai, water dragons, and other techniques at the flying clone. The airborne clone evaded gracefully, smirking as it dissolved itself. The remaining clones groaned. Damn it. Why is he always the first to succeed? Naruto chuckled as he watched the commotion, then decided to test the technique himself. Wings of chakra sprouted from his back, and he soared through the skies of Mount Myabaku, reveling in the freedom of flight. Just as he began experimenting with aerial maneuvers, he felt something sticky coil around him. In a flash, he was dragged down at lightning speed and plunged into darkness. What the? Naruto struggled against the soft, slimy material encasing him, eventually prying it open and leaping out. Ah, Naruto? Gameken, the enormous toad, blinked in confusion. Sorry, I thought you were a bug flying around. Naruto scowled, wiping mucus off his face. You ate me. Gameken scratched his head sheepishly. My bad, I'm a bit clumsy. I really thought you were an insect. Naruto sighed, deciding not to argue with the apologetic toad. Forget it. I'm going home to shower. I'll test my flight height another day. The next day Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura headed to the Chunin exam venue at the Ninja Academy. Before Naruto could greet his friends, Kurama spoke in his mind. Kid, Chomai is nearby. Naruto's eyes lit up. The Seven Tails? Kurama growled. Don't get too excited. Something feels off. Chapter 174. The Nine Tails rumbled in Naruto's mind. Brat, Chomai is nearby. Naruto paused mid-step and asked cautiously, You're not thinking of fighting again, are you? The Nine Tails bared his teeth in a grin. It's not out of the question. Since you can fly now, why not surprise him? Naruto groaned. Flying is a trump card, you know. I can't just go flaunting it everywhere. He didn't want to reveal his flight ability lightly. Much like the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, exposing it might make him a target. For this reason, Naruto only practiced his peacock technique at Mount Myabaku. Following the Nine Tails' guidance, Naruto soon spotted the target in the crowd, Fu, the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails from Hidden Waterfall Village. Her vibrant green hair and cheerful demeanor stood out immediately. Sakura nudged him teasingly. Naruto, if you keep staring at other girls like that, Hinata will be heartbroken. Naruto waved her off defensively. It's not like that. I just think she looks strong. Internally, though, he couldn't help comparing Fu's liveliness to Sakura's. Who knows? Sakura smirked. I bet you're thinking something indecent. Nearby, Sasuke's sharp gaze lingered on Fu. If Naruto thought she was strong, then there was likely merit in keeping an eye on her. HN. Interesting. Suddenly, Kiba's boisterous voice broke through the chatter. Yo, Naruto. You're here too. Beside him, Akamaru barked excitedly. Hinata and Shino followed close behind. Naruto-kun, Hinata greeted shyly. Ah, Hinata, Shino, Akamaru. Kiba, how's everyone? Naruto smiled warmly, noticing Kiba's expectant glare. This time, he made sure to return the greeting properly. Ignoring them would have been rude. Squatting down, Naruto patted Akamaru affectionately. Akamaru's grown a lot. He's heavier now, isn't he? Kiba beamed. Really? I didn't notice since we're together every day. Woof. Akamaru wagged his tail, clearly pleased with the attention. Sakura chimed in, comparing Akamaru's growth. He used to be about the size of a dolphin. Now he's as big as 2 or 3. The chatter was interrupted when Ino bounded towards Sasuke with excitement. Sasuke-kun. But her enthusiasm quickly turned into pain as she bumped her head on something solid. Ino looked up, only to see Sakura standing in front of her with arms crossed. Ino rubbed her forehead. Ow! What's your problem, billboard brow? Sakura snapped. What are you doing, Ino pig? Stay away from Sasuke. The two bickered loudly, foreheads nearly touching as they glared daggers at one another. Strangely, during their squabble, Sasuke was entirely forgotten. Shikamaru arrived on the scene with a sigh. Women are such a drag. Naruto smirked. Talking about Ino or Temari? Hinata giggled softly at the comment. Shikamaru groaned and said nothing, while Choji happily tore open a snack packet. Want some? He offered. Naruto waved it off. No thanks. Speaking of snacks. He rummaged through his ninja pouch and pulled out a small cloth bag. I've got some fried bug snacks from Mount Mayabaku. Want to try? Choji hesitated for only a moment before digging in. As an Akimaki, trying new foods was a no-brainer. Oh. These are surprisingly good. Naruto offered some to the others, but everyone politely declined, even Hinata. Shino, meanwhile, seemed horrified. Insects are adorable creatures, Shino thought silently. How can anyone eat them? Realizing his mistake, Naruto quickly packed away the rest, feeling a little guilty for not considering Shino's feelings. Before long, other teams began to arrive. Team Guy and Team Kurenai joined the growing crowd. Naruto surveyed the Hidden Lee village lineup, 12 original members plus others like Kurama Yakumo, Haku, and Karen. This is almost overkill for a Chunin exam, Naruto thought. The other villages don't stand a chance. The exam begins. Izumo and Kotetsu stood at the entrance of the academy, calling out instructions. Candidates, form lines to draw lots for your groups. When it was Team 7's turn, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke each drew his lip. Naruto glanced at his card. Number 1. Sasuke followed. Number 2. Sakura blinked at hers. Number 3? The examiner nodded. You'll go to the classrooms corresponding to your numbers. Sakura frowned. Wait, are we splitting up? That's correct, the examiner replied curtly, ushering them forward. Naruto entered classroom 1 and glanced around. Familiar faces like Shikamaru, Rock Lee, and Hiko were already seated. He greeted them casually and waited. Before long, Hinata entered, beaming as she sat beside him. Hinata, you drew number 1 too? What a coincidence! Naruto exclaimed happily. Hinata nodded, though internally she knew it wasn't a coincidence at all. Drawing the same number as Naruto had been her intention all along. When the room filled, the doors slammed shut, and a voice came through the speakers, cough, cough. Candidates, I'm Nara Shikaku, your examiner for this portion. Please take a test paper from the podium and choose a seat. The test consisted of 3 questions worth 30, 40, and 50 points. Each candidate had to answer just one, with the team's combined score determining their eligibility. A total score over 100 disqualifies you. The average score will then decide the passing teams, Shikaku explained. You have 30 minutes. Begin. Naruto eyed the test and leaned back in his seat. This'll be interesting. Across the room, murmurs began as candidates calculated strategies. From somewhere, a loud voice declared, I don't know any of this. Naruto shook his head with a grin. The Chunin exam was already proving to be as chaotic as ever. Chapter 175. The rules of the Chunin exam prohibited private fights and required participants to remain in the classroom. Candidates had to find a way to contact their teammates using ninjutsu, coded messages, or other methods. Similar to the previous exams, they were expected to cheat like a true ninja. As the clock on the podium began to count down, the room descended into chaos. Many candidates shouted their teammates' names, trying to assign tasks, but their efforts were in vain. The classroom's walls, doors, and windows were soundproofed, and the cacophony of voices made it impossible to discern what anyone was saying. Naruto took out 2 blank scrolls, scribbled a note reading, "You two answer 50 questions," and sent them to Sasuke and Sakura using a time-space barrier. The sudden appearance of the scrolls in their ninja pouches was sure to catch their attention. Naruto then turned to Hinata and asked, "Do you need help?" Hinata shook her head, smiling softly. "No, Naruto-kun. This is my exam. I'll figure it out. Shino and Kiba must be doing their best too." "Alright, good luck," Naruto said, respecting her decision. He then turned to Shikamaru and Hiku. "What about you two? Need help?" Shikamaru yawned lazily and waved him off. "No need. Ino can use her clan's mind techniques to contact me and Choji." Hiku smiled politely. "Thank you, Naruto, but I have my own method." With that, he walked to the window, made a one-handed seal, and sent 2 lines of text, formed from ice, flying toward the windows of 2 other classrooms where Zabuza and Yakumo Kurama could see them clearly. Naruto was about to ask Lee when the energetic ninja suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "I understand." Yukata blinked in confusion. "You know what to do?" "That's right. I know how to solve the 50-point question." Other ninja scowled. "That's not the point." Lee clutched his test paper protectively. "I won't tell you." "Who cares?" The other ninja snapped. Yukata sighed. Why does it feel like the three of us are just making this harder? The other ninja threw up his hands. You two are hopeless. Meanwhile, other candidates began using ninjutsu to coordinate with their teammates. Some wrote messages with sand, others relied on swarms of insects, and a few communicated through sheer teamwork. For example, Yukata's teammates, well aware of his lack of intelligence, chose the 50-point question without hesitation. Notably, one of them, a girl named Zyuji, was Gaara's apprentice. While waiting for time to pass, Naruto pulled out a set of poker cards and snacks, casually playing with those who had already finished their answers. Even Sasuke and Sakura received a package of snacks and a deck of cards, though it was unclear if they joined in. After 30 minutes, the voice of Shikaku came through the loudspeaker. Time's up. Here's the second question. During a mission, if your team's location is compromised and one member must act as bait to escape the pursuers, who will it be? Assume the bait is doomed. Write your answer on the back of the test paper. Teams with matching answers will qualify, but the chosen bait will be eliminated. You have 3 minutes to answer. This was a test of loyalty and strategy. Naruto mused that, given Hidden Leaf Village's style, the correct answer was likely none or me. Sasuke and Sakura seemed to agree. Without hesitation, they wrote, Naruto Uzumaki, Shadow Clone. Then, realizing how reckless Naruto's clones could be, they quickly erased their answer. Time's up, Shikaku announced. Wait for the examiners to collect your papers. Those whose names are called, gather at the playground. Naruto, true to form, handed in a blank test but still managed to pass. On the playground, all the familiar faces had qualified. Groups gathered in small clusters, chatting excitedly. However, tension arose when some realized the teams missing a member were present, starkly contrasting the camaraderie of intact teams. Before they could process the situation, Temari stepped forward. I am the examiner for the second round, Temari of Hidden Sand Village. Since too many passed the first round, further eliminations are necessary. She continued, first, any team with fewer than 3 members is immediately disqualified. What? That's unfair. Protested some teams with only 2 members. Their disappointment was palpable, especially after breaking their bonds only to fail. Ignoring their protests, Temari added, the second test will take place in Hidden Sand Village's Demon Desert. The meeting point is the monitoring station. The last 30 people to arrive will be eliminated. Private fights are still prohibited. Begin. Neji called out, Lee, 10. Sasuke followed suit. Naruto, Sakura. The 6 quickly set off, with other teams scrambling to follow. Temari smirked, planting her fan on the ground. Why are you still standing around? I said, begin. Realization struck the crowd. The test has already started. Shouted one candidate. Naruto and his team sprinted toward their destination. Sasuke asked, where are we now? Naruto glanced at his map. 3rd place. Neji's team is ahead of us, and first is the green-haired girl from earlier. Sasuke grinned. She must be strong. I can't wait to test myself. Naruto sighed. Be careful. She's a Jinchuriki and can fly, just like the Two-Tails host we encountered before. Another Jinchuriki? Sakura groaned. Are they everywhere now? Naruto shrugged. We could fight her, but there's no point. She seems nice enough. Sasuke grumbled but kept running. After a while, Naruto suggested, we don't have to run the whole way. I could teleport us directly to the desert. Sakura hesitated. Wouldn't that be against the rules? Sasuke agreed. This is the Chunin exam. We can't rely on you for everything. Fine, Naruto relented. Think of this as endurance training. Let's see who tires out first. And so, they continued their race toward the Demon Desert. Chapter 176. According to Temari, even for skilled shinobi, it would take 3 days to travel from Hidden Leaf Village to the Demon Desert. Long-distance running was no easy feat, though it barely fazed people like Might Gay or Rock Lee, who could train even in their sleep. Of course, Naruto wasn't one to back down from a challenge either. At first, Naruto didn't take the run too seriously. His goal was simple: just avoid finishing in the bottom 30. With so many rookies participating, Naruto figured there was no way his team would rank that low. However, Sasuke and Sakura were unusually serious. They constantly asked Naruto to check whether anyone had overtaken them and, to gain an edge, drastically reduce their meal and rest times. Eventually, they were down to 1 meal a day of high-energy food prepared on Sakura's recommendation and minimal rest, all in the name of making the most of their time running. By the time they reached the desert, even Sakura, who normally prioritized her appearance, abandoned her skincare routine. Instead, she focused entirely on monitoring the team's physical conditions and planning their route. Naruto, swept up in their determination, found himself getting serious too. The atmosphere reminded him of soldiers crossing a battlefield, where everyone pushed themselves to the limit. The Hidden Leaf Village 12 were known as the strongest group of Genin. Even the more laid-back members like Choji, with his hearty appetite, or Shikamaru, with his infamous laziness, wouldn't falter at such a critical moment. However, not everyone could keep up, especially Yakumo Kurama. Yakumo's physical condition had always been her greatest weakness. Despite training and even seeking Tsunoda's guidance, she struggled to match her peers. Yet, gritting her teeth, she refused to give up. Haku and Karen stayed close, helping her maintain her pace, though their group gradually fell behind the Hidden Leaf Village 12 and was soon overtaken by others. Noticing Yakumo's worsening state, Haku stopped and suggested gently, "Let's take a break." "No. I can't," Yakumo panted, hands on her knees as she watched others pass them. "I worked so hard to become a ninja. I finally have comrades. I can't give up now." Seeing Yakumo's determination, Karen hesitated before rolling up her sleeve. She thrust her arm toward Yakumo and said, "Bite me." "What?" Yakumo blinked in confusion. Karen explained quietly, "If you bite me, your injuries or exhaustion will heal quickly. If you want to keep running, just do it." Haku, who knew of Karen's past, frowned. Though Tsunoda had healed Karen's scars, Haku couldn't help but recall the pain Karen must have endured being forced to heal others. "It's okay," Karen said with a reassuring smile. "Before, I was forced to help strangers. Now, I'm choosing to help a friend." Yakumo hesitated, sensing there was more to Karen's offer than she let on. "No," she said, shaking her head. "I can't do that to you." "Don't be stubborn." Karen snapped, her tone reminiscent of Kushina's fiery resolve. Without waiting for a response, she shoved her arm toward Yakumo. Yakumo dodged frantically. "No. I don't want to do this." Haku stepped between them, smiling. "All right, let's try something else." 10 minutes later, the trio sped past a group of stunned participants. "What the heck is that?" someone exclaimed as two people, Karen and Haku, pulled an ice sledge carrying Yakumo. The sledge was Haku's creation, molded entirely from ice. On flat terrain, they sped effortlessly, and on uneven ground, Haku used his ice style to smooth the path. When Yakumo regained enough stamina, she rejoined the run to conserve her teammates' energy, and they repeated the process when needed. During a break, Karen sighed, "Using ice style like this is genius." Haku, nibbling on a snack, replied modestly, "I was inspired by Naruto." "Naruto?" Karen and Yakumo exchanged puzzled looks. "What does this have to do with him?" Haku chuckled. "He once asked me to make him a sword of ice called Frostmourne. Later, he started calling my techniques ice magic, talking about ice hammers, shields, cannons. You name it." Karen groaned. "That sounds like Naruto. Just like his dad, he is always coming up with wild ideas." "What's the phrase?" "Oh, right, second-rate brilliance." Haku laughed. "Exactly. He even suggested techniques like Ice Age or some Mokobatmo thing. I haven't figured those out, but making stuff with ice has become second nature to me now." 3 days later, at the Demon Desert Monitoring Station, the candidates arrived one by one. The bottom 30 were disqualified on the spot, their efforts wasted. Such was the life of a shinobi. Falling behind could mean death. Hidden Leaf Village's representatives, Kakashi, Maitge, Asuma, and Kurenai, had arrived early to greet the participants. Kakashi glanced at his team and, seeing they were fine, returned to his book without a word. He thought the Chunin exams almost felt like overkill for them. Asuma gave Choji a knowing look, mouthing barbecue later. Meanwhile, Kurenai observed Yakumo, feeling both relieved and proud. Yakumo's physical stamina had always been a concern, but she'd proven her resilience. Maitge, however, was overcome with emotion. Seeing the candidates utterly exhausted, with some collapsing on the ground, he shed tears of joy. "You've all done so well," he cried. "Seeing your youthful determination brings tears to my eyes. When I took the Chunin exams, my teacher sensei, save the stories for later," Tenten interrupted dryly. "We need rest." Gay wiped his tears sheepishly. "You're right." Naruto, meanwhile, eyed Kakashi with mock annoyance. After handing water and salt to his teammates, he muttered, "Just reading your book, huh? You're really something. Just wait." Chapter 177. The candidates were assigned to lounges in groups and informed to head to the cafeteria for dinner in the evening. Kiba glanced around at the other candidates from various ninja villages and said, "These guys are staring at us so openly. Their eyes are way too intense." Tenten quipped, "Kiba, your eyes aren't much better." Naruto chuckled, patting Kiba on the shoulder. "Relax. Maybe they're just dazzled by Sasuke's charm." "What?" Sakura and Ino slammed the table simultaneously, causing it to rattle precariously. Sasuke shot Naruto a sideways glance, his expression unreadable. What does that have to do with me? Choji, meanwhile, pointed at a rather large participant from the hidden grass village. That guy. He's really something else, he muttered with a mix of awe and concern. Everyone turned to look. Sure enough, the man was nearly twice Choji's size, sweating profusely as he lumbered toward the dining table. With every step, the ground seemed to shake slightly beneath his weight. The most unsettling part was the way his body fat jiggled with every move, throwing sweat droplets everywhere. To make matters worse, the man bellowed one word with startling intensity: food. Chaos erupted as everyone scrambled to rescue the dishes that hadn't been contaminated by the flying sweat. Inevitably, collisions occurred, and soon enough, a full-blown fight broke out. The Chunin exams were often referred to as a microcosm of war. Tensions among the candidates from different villages were already high, and even the smallest conflict could quickly escalate. The children of ninja villages, raised to solve disputes through combat, were quick to let their tempers flare. Before long, the cafeteria descended into chaos. Tables were overturned, chairs were flung, and utensils flew through the air like projectiles. Naruto stood protectively in front of Hinata, holding 2 trays of food. Using his foot, he hooked a fallen table and flipped it upright to shield it from the debris. Sasuke, standing nearby, carefully observed the other candidates' abilities while Sakura climbed onto a table to keep an eye on the situation. Some of their peers avoided the commotion entirely, hiding in corners to stay out of trouble. Others, like Kiba, jumped right into the fray. Innocent bystanders like Rock Lee tried to mediate but only ended up taking a few punches themselves. Lee, now thoroughly enraged, decided to use physical persuasion. "Listen to me," Lee shouted, delivering a powerful kick aimed to stop the brawl. However, to his shock, his kick was caught midair by another participant. The one who blocked Lee's attack introduced himself as Shira. Like Lee, Shira specialized solely in taijutsu but lacked formal training. Despite this, his strength rivaled Lee's, even when Lee opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates technique. Recognizing a kindred spirit, Lee immediately shifted gears. Instead of fighting, he eagerly challenged Shiro to a friendly sparring match. However, their interaction was cut short when the sound of shattering glass grabbed everyone's attention. A figure burst in through the cafeteria window, exclaiming, "Yo-ho! Has the party started? I'm Fu from Hidden Waterfall Village. My goal is to make 100 friends." The brawl froze at once as all eyes turned to the exuberant newcomer. Fu, undeterred by the silence, began cheerfully listing activities. "So, what are we playing after dinner? Poker? Dominoes? Or maybe something else?" Her carefree demeanor effectively killed the fighting spirit in the room. Candidates exchanged glances, shrugged, and began retreating to their respective rooms to rest. "Wait. Don't leave," Fu called out, extending a hand dramatically as if trying to stop them. No one paid her any mind. Soon, the only ones left in the cafeteria were the Hidden Leaf Village 12. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, sizing Fu up. She didn't seem particularly strong, yet Sakura suddenly straightened her posture, looking unusually confident. "Fu, right?" Naruto approached the energetic Kunoichi. "Yup." Fu nodded enthusiastically. "Can we be friends?" Naruto grinned. "Sure thing. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. You're welcome to visit Hidden Leaf Village anytime." "Awesome." Then, before Fu could finish, 2 of her teammates barged in, each grabbing one of her arms. "Sorry for the trouble," one teammate said curtly. "We'll take her back now." "Hey. Let me go, Hyun. Demon Wolf. I was just making friends." Fu protested, flailing her legs as she was carried out of the room. The voice of her exasperated teammate trailed off, "Please don't make things difficult for us. We need rest." The Hidden Waterfall Village trio's abrupt exit left the Hidden Leaf Village group momentarily stunned. Finally, Naruto broke the silence by distributing the remaining food among his friends. He even pulled out his emergency stash, earning a tearful thanks from Choji, who had feared going to bed hungry. Before they parted for the night, Naruto discreetly handed Hinata a scroll. "You'll need this. Make sure to eat well, you're still growing." The next day the candidates gathered at the gate for the second phase of the Chunin exams. Standing on a high platform were Hidden Leaf Village's 4 Jonin and Gaara, dressed in his Kazekage robes. Temari stepped forward and addressed the crowd. "Let me explain the rules for the second test. This is a scroll battle in the Demon Desert, which doubles as a survival challenge. Each team will be given either a Heaven Scroll or an Earth Scroll. To pass, you must collect both scrolls and reach the central stronghold within 3 days." She paused, letting the gravity of the challenge sink in before continuing. "The Demon Desert is dangerous. If you're willing to proceed, sign this consent form." The Demon Desert was surrounded by a towering wall, much like Hidden Leaf Village's Forest of Death, but the conditions inside were far harsher. The candidates were then dispersed to various starting points. Naruto secured their earth scroll in his ninja pouch as he, Sasuke, and Sakura prepared to begin. "This heat feels worse than the weather in Hidden Sand Village," Naruto complained, pulling out 3 cloaks. "Here. I bought these the last time we were in Hidden Sand Village. They're great for blocking the sun and sand." As a signal flare shot into the sky, the trio donned their cloaks and leapt into the desert. "Let's move forward first," Naruto suggested. "We're too spread out to sense anyone nearby." Both Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement. Their priority was to encounter another team or, failing that, intercept one near the goal. Elsewhere in the desert, a shadowy figure observed the candidates from a distance. Gaara really came to the examination. "Are our preparations complete?" "Yes," came the reply. "I've mastered all the techniques Lady Fu instructed me to learn." "Good. Even if he's Kazekage now, the fear he once inspired in the village lingers. This is the perfect opportunity." Chapter 178 "And watch your back as you go with the wind," Naruto said, his words carrying an air of confidence. The 3 teammates halted simultaneously and turned around, startled. Emerging from the sand were 3 sand ninjas, their leader stepping forward with a smirk. "Hidden Leaf Village Ninja, it's your misfortune to cross paths with me, Daimaru-sama. Prepare yourselves." Naruto stared at the man with a bandaged head for a moment before asking, "Your name's Daimaru?" Daimaru, surprised, responded, "Oh? Has the great Daimaru's reputation already reached Hidden Leaf Village? If so, hand over your scroll." Sakura tilted her head in confusion and asked, "Is he supposed to be famous?" Naruto nodded solemnly. "Of course. Daimaru, also known as the Scarlet Sand, is rumored to have been Temari's childhood friend. It's said he'll become a trusted ally of the Kazekage in the future. We can't take him lightly." Daimaru's 2 teammates looked at him in astonishment. "So Daimaru's that powerful? We had no idea." Feigning humility, Daimaru laughed awkwardly and waved his hand. "Oh, it's nothing, really. But since even outsiders recognize my strength, maybe I am stronger than I thought." "Let's find out," Sasuke muttered. His Sharingan flared to life as he charged forward, delivering a spinning kick that sent Daimaru crashing to the ground. Turning back to Naruto, Sasuke said with a smirk, "So, this is the Kazekage's right-hand man? That's all?" Naruto glanced skyward, avoiding eye contact. "I might have exaggerated a bit," he mumbled. Daimaru's 2 teammates hesitated before kneeling abruptly, pressing their foreheads to the ground. "We're sorry. Please spare us," they exclaimed, surrendering the scroll of heaven as they hastily dragged Daimaru away. Sasuke picked up the scroll without a word, ignoring the fleeing group. "Well, that's 1 scroll down," he remarked casually. With both scrolls secured, the trio decided to slow their pace. As they traversed the desert, they encountered an unexpected obstacle, a 10-meter-long giant scorpion bursting from the sand. "Dinner's here," Naruto quipped, and the group worked together to defeat the creature. Sakura confirmed the meat was safe to eat and even nutritious. Sasuke reluctantly used his fire-style jutsu to grill the scorpion, proving that the Uchiha clan could thrive as barbecue chefs if they ever left the ninja life. The night passed uneventfully around the fire until the ground began to rumble at dawn. Naruto woke groggily. "What's going on?" "An earthquake." "I didn't notice anything unusual during my watch," Sasuke said, his expression serious. Naruto activated his sensory abilities. "Wait. Someone's headed this way. It's Tenten, and someone's chasing her." The team quickly doused their fire with sand and ran toward the commotion. They soon spotted Tenten and Nakanoyachi from the Hidden Rain village, fleeing a massive swarm of ants, each over 2 meters long. Naruto shouted, "Tenten! What's happening?" "No time to explain, just run!" Tenten yelled, grabbing Sakura as she passed. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke stared at the swarm in shock. Thousands of giant ants filled the horizon, an unbelievable sight in the arid desert. As they ran, Naruto asked, "What did you do?" "And who's she?" "She's Hydrangea from the Hidden Rain," Tenten replied between breaths. "Neji and Lee are searching for me. As for the ants..." She recounted her story quickly. Earlier, Tenten's team had come across a ruin where they encountered Hydrangea's group. After confirming their scrolls didn't match, a battle broke out. Tenten was surprised to learn that Hydrangea specialized in summoning ninja tools, much like herself. Excited to face a similar opponent, Tenten took her on. The fight escalated when Tenten used explosive tags, inadvertently collapsing the ground and sending them into the ruins. Forced to cooperate to escape, the two formed a tentative friendship. However, Hydrangea's attempt to capture a giant ant as a summoning creature backfired, drawing the swarm's attention. The duo fled the ruins and pursued relentlessly until they ran into Naruto's team. As the story concluded, Naruto asked, So why are we still running? Tenten stopped abruptly, leaving skid marks in the sand. You're saying we can fight them? Naruto sighed. Yes, we can handle it. Relieved, Tenten caught her breath while Hydrangea hesitated. Are you sure you can take on that many ants? Sakura stepped in, healing their minor injuries. Naruto and Sasuke are strong. Trust them. Hydrangea nodded, recalling her mission to observe talented ninjas from other villages. If these two were as capable as they seemed, she needed to see them in action. Naruto grinned. Let's end this. Sasuke's Sharingan glowed as he prepared for battle. The trio faced the swarm with confidence, ready to turn the tide. Chapter 179 Naruto stared at the ant colony a dozen meters away and shouted, "How do you return to the nest, ants?" Naturally, the ants didn't respond, leaving Naruto confused. The correct answer, as he imagined, was with a smile or very quietly. When he couldn't figure it out, he quickly dismissed the thought. Turning to his teammates, he declared, "The password didn't match, Sasuke. Let's set it on fire." Tenten looked bewildered and asked, "What kind of weird password are you matching with ants, Naruto? Why even try that in the first place?" Hydrangea was equally confused. She turned to Sakura, raising an eyebrow. "Is he really as strong as they say?" Sakura hesitated for a moment before answering. "Strong. In every sense of the word." Ignoring their doubts, Sasuke stepped forward and performed hand seals with practiced precision. "Fire style, fireball jutsu!" he exclaimed, releasing a blazing inferno. Naruto didn't sit idly by either. He pulled out a kunai and slashed his finger, muttering, "Biting my fingers too inconvenient." He then shouted, "Summoning jutsu!" With a puff of smoke, a red toad appeared at his feet, carrying a large fork in one hand and a shield on its back. Naruto greeted the toad, "Toad Gameken," with an odd courtesy, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet," Gameken replied, scratching his head. Then he paused as if recalling something and added, "Though don't worry, I won't eat you again." Naruto's face darkened as he stomped on Gameken's head. "Stop bringing that up. Look at the ants ahead, there's plenty for you." Gameken peered at the swarm of ants sizzling under Sasuke's flames, pondered for a moment, and replied, "It's too much to eat." Naruto sighed. "Fine. Start with the ingredients, and I'll call in the rest of the squad." "All right," Gameken agreed earnestly. "Though I'm clumsy, I can handle this much." With a powerful leap, he smashed into the ant colony, crushing several beneath him. Using his fork and shield, he fought the ants like a warrior in a feast. Naruto wasn't done yet. He jumped off Gameken's back, his blood-dried hands performing another summoning jutsu midair. Summoning jutsu. Summoned the whole crew. Within seconds, Toad Chief Gamobunta, Toad Shima, and Toad Kasuke appeared amidst the flames. Seeing the colossal toads arrive, Hydrangea's jaw dropped. So this is the power of summoning jutsu. Incredible. Gamobunta took a puff of his ever-present pipe, glancing around. "So, it's the fourth Hokage's kid. Summoning us to such a dry place, huh?" Naruto grinned sheepishly. "Ha ha ha, my bad. I ran into fresh ingredients and thought I'd treat you all to a feast." Gameken said he couldn't finish it alone. Gamobunta sighed and muttered, "What a hassle. Fine, let's get this over with. Kasuke, get to work." Toad Kasuke brandished his twin blades. "Understood, boss." Naruto turned to Gameken's head and called out, "Gameken, start gathering the roasted ants from Sasuke's fire." The two smaller toads, Toad Shima and Toad Kasuke, eagerly sampled the ants. Shima critiqued, "The heat control is uneven." Kasuke added, "Yeah, some parts are burned." Naruto turned back with a sly grin. "Hey, Sasuke, you hear that? Guess you need to practice your fire style a bit more." Sasuke twitched, clearly annoyed. "Did I learn fire style just to roast ants for toads?" With the arrival of the battle-hardened toads, the fate of the ant colony was sealed. They went from predators to prey in an instant, all because they crossed paths with a blonde ninja who saw them as dinner. By the end, a mountain of fresh ant corpses was piled high. Toad Shima poked Naruto with a giant finger and asked, "Hey, Naruto, can we deep-fry these?" Naruto scratched his head. "I don't have a pot big enough for that." Then, an idea struck him. "Wait. Gameken's shield looks like a giant wok." Shima cheered, "Great idea. Gameken's shield is perfect? But what about the fire?" Naruto smirked. "Leave that to Kakashi-sensei. I'll send him to Mount Myabaku. His earth-style wall can act as a furnace, plus, he'll probably carve a dog's head on it for fun." Toad Kasuke raised his hand. "Can he carve a toad's head instead?" Final scene, Hydrangea watched the ants, who had initially regarded the humans as food, become food themselves. A sense of determination burned within her. So this is the power of summoning jutsu. I need to master this too. Meanwhile, Tenten struggled to process the chaotic antics of Naruto and the toads. "Is it okay to use your teacher like this?" she muttered. When the feast ended, Naruto even packed meals for the toads to take back to Mount Myabaku. As they prepared to part ways, Hydrangea handed over the Earth Scroll to Naruto. "This belongs to you as thanks for saving me." Naruto refused. "We can't use it." "Tenten, you want it?" Tenten shook her head. "No way. I don't want a scroll we didn't win fairly." Neji and Lee wouldn't agree either. Hydrangea smiled faintly. "Alright. I'll keep it then, but don't expect me to go easy on you next time." After saying their goodbyes, Naruto and his team headed toward their next destination, while Neji and Lee soon reunited with Tenten. The second day passed peacefully, but on the third day of the exam, trouble was brewing. Chapter 180. It was a fine morning in the Demon Desert, silent, save for the whistling wind. The pigeon whistles that once filled the air were absent, signaling the eerie calm before the storm. With both scrolls collected and no shortage of food or water, Team 7 treated their journey more like a leisurely trek than a mission. After a hearty meal, Naruto's creative spark ignited, and he burst into an improvised poem, parodying the famous verse "A man comes to Tennessee from his past life." He named it, "Three people came to the Devil's Desert, no doubt, my hot pot, the whole world, the most delicious." Unfortunately, his teammates couldn't appreciate the high literary level of his poem. Sasuke frowned, and Sakura looked confused, neither realizing it was meant to be poetic. Naruto concluded, with mild frustration, that the cultural atmosphere of the ninja world left much to be desired. He resolved to consult Jiraiya, the great writer, for feedback later. Unbeknownst to the trio, their idyllic hot pot session was about to be interrupted. As they sat singing and eating in their tent, a sudden gust of wind tore it away, leaving them exposed to the elements. Stepping outside, they were greeted by the blinding force of a massive sandstorm. Naruto, squinting against the storm, cursed under his breath. His map didn't have a weather forecast feature, an oversight he regretted now. The storm was colossal, far surpassing anything he'd seen before. The world turned khaki, it was impossible to distinguish the sky from the ground. The relentless winds howled, tugging at their clothes and pelting their skin with stinging grains of sand. Sasuke and Sakura coughed, choking on the airborne grit. Water style, water formation wall. Naruto quickly formed a barrier of water to shield them. Within moments, the wall turned from clear blue to muddy brown as the sand overwhelmed it. Sakura and Sasuke recovered behind the wall, and Naruto grabbed them both. "Hang on tight," he shouted before teleporting them back to the edge of the desert using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Behind them, the desert was consumed by the raging storm. Standing on the outskirts, Sakura sighed. "This is insane. You two wait here. I'll save the others." Naruto disappeared in a flash, following the kunai he left with his allies. Rescuing Hinata and teammate Naruto reappeared inside the storm, colliding headlong into Hinata. She was cloaked and covering her mouth and nose against the sand. "Naruto-kun?" Hinata exclaimed, relief evident in her voice. "Hinata?" Naruto studied her, scanning her for injuries. "Are you okay?" Hinata nodded. Despite her initial disorientation, her tension eased upon seeing him. Naruto called out, "Shino. Kiba. Akamaru. Where are you?" "I'm here," came Shino's deep voice from somewhere nearby, startling Naruto. "Same here," Kiba shouted, though he sounded miserable. The sandstorm wasn't kind to his heightened senses. Akamaru barked weakly in agreement. "Alright, come closer." Naruto grabbed Hinata's hand, picked up Akamaru, and pulled them all together. In a flash, he transported them back to safety. Finally, solid ground. Kiba groaned, collapsing in relief. Akamaru sneezed out of the sand while Naruto turned to Sakura. "Help them recover. I have more people to find." "Got it," Sakura replied as Naruto vanished again. Saving Haku, Yakumo, and Karen, Naruto's next stop brought him to an unexpected sight, an igloo in the middle of the desert. Inside, Haku, Yakumo, and Karen were huddled together. "Naruto?" Karen gasped in surprise. Haku looked exhausted, his pale face illuminated by the dim light. "I made this shelter with ice style, but it's draining me." Naruto inspected the igloo with a raised brow. "Impressive. But we can't stay here. Let's go." Grabbing their hands, Naruto transported them to safety as well. Hinata immediately rushed to help them. A dangerous game despite the chaos, Naruto couldn't rest yet. Clones spread throughout the desert in search of more candidates, while the main body accompanied his friends to the monitoring station. They learned that Gaara had issued an order to suspend the Chunin exams due to the storm. Temari, Kankuro, and Sand Ninja teams were deployed to rescue the participants. Even Kakashi and other proctors had entered the storm. Naruto's instincts, however, warned him of a greater danger. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, "Kid, Shukaku and Gaara are in trouble. Naruto tensed. What? Gaara's battle over 30 minutes earlier, Sand Village sensors detected the approaching storm too late. Gaara personally led the rescue efforts, ensuring his ninja acted swiftly to save the participating genin. However, amidst the chaos, his team was ambushed by a rogue monk named Rugen, hailing from a secretive sect in the Land of Wind. Rugen was a former guardian of Shukaku's previous Jinchuriki, an heir to ancient sealing techniques designed to suppress and manipulate tailed beasts. Disillusioned with the Sand Village's reliance on Jinchuriki, Rugen harbored a grudge against Gaara and sought to eliminate him under the guise of aiding in the storm rescue. Gaara engaged Rugen directly, but the monk's expertise in sealing arts and his mastery of a unique wind-style barrier gave him a dangerous edge. With his movements hindered and chakra suppressed, Gaara struggled to maintain control of Shukaku, who stirred violently within him. As the battle intensified, Rugen unleashed his sealing tempest jutsu, a massive vortex of wind laced with chakra threads designed to immobilize Jinchuriki. Gaara, despite his skill, found himself caught in the trap, unable to counter effectively. At the height of the confrontation, an explosion echoed through the storm. Fu of Taki, the seven-tails Jinchuriki, arrived to assist, her wings cutting through the vortex. However, her intervention only bought Gaara a brief reprieve before Rugen shifted his focus, using a paralyzing chant to suppress her movements as well. Chapter 181 Rugen's sealing technique was a bizarre and terrifying sight. When he revealed the intricate seal engraved on his chest and strummed his beloved lute, glowing purple chains materialized from his body. These chains had an extraordinary ability: they could bypass the Jinchuriki's external seal, directly bind the tailed beast within, and begin extracting its chakra. The process would eventually pull the tailed beast out entirely. The chain's power bore a striking resemblance to the demonic statue of the Outer Path's sealing abilities. However, Rugen's method was frighteningly efficient. Where the Akatsuki's Phantom Dragon 9 consuming seals required several days to extract a tailed beast, Rugen's technique could accomplish the task in mere hours. His skill was so formidable that the Akatsuki's Konan might have regretted not recruiting him into their ranks. Initially, Rugen's goal was simple: extract Shukaku from Gaara and eliminate him. However, when Fu appeared on the battlefield to rescue Gaara, another chain automatically emerged and targeted her. Rugen quickly deduced that the green-haired girl was also a Jinchuriki, but he made no move to stop the chain. For one, Rugen couldn't fully control his sealing technique once unleashed. The chains autonomously pursued tailed beast chakra. Secondly, Rugen was a self-proclaimed perfectionist. The opportunity to challenge himself by sealing two tailed beasts simultaneously was too tempting to resist. Despite his enthusiasm, Fu managed to encase herself and Gaara within a protective cocoon of chakra, delaying the chakra extraction. However, the two Jinchuriki couldn't move, leaving the situation at a stalemate. Inside the cocoon, Shukaku was growing increasingly agitated. He knew that if the stalemate continued, he'd eventually be extracted and sealed in some unknown, unpleasant place. While he found his current host, Gaara, tolerable, he wasn't ready to switch vessels just yet. Shukaku was aware that Naruto Uzumaki was in the area for the Chunin exams and would likely arrive soon. However, asking Kurama the Nine Tails for help would mean enduring endless ridicule. Chomai, the Seven Tails, didn't share Shukaku's pride. Fu's determination to protect Gaara moved him, and he swiftly reached out for assistance. Fortunately, Gaara still carried the kunai Naruto had given him, imbued with the Flying Thunder God formula. In a flash, Naruto's shadow clone appeared inside the cocoon. Fu's optimism was undeterred as she laughed. "See? I told you reinforcements would come." Gaara, however, wasn't as hopeful. "Naruto. This isn't your fight. Leave." Before Naruto could respond, one of the purple chains pierced the cocoon and struck his clone, causing it to disperse. Outside, Rugen looked confused as a third chain emerged from his body. "Another Jinchuriki? What is this, a landlord card game?" he muttered, strumming his lute more urgently. Back in the staging area, Naruto groaned in frustration as the memory of his clone's failure returned. "These chains are no joke," he muttered, rubbing his temples. "I need a plan. If I jump into that cocoon, I'll just end up as dead weight." He glanced at Sasuke and Sakura. "Hey, you two, I need your help breaking that chakra cocoon." Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "What's going on?" Naruto explained Gaara and Fu's predicament in brief. Sakura nodded confidently. "Leave it to me," she said, cracking her knuckles. Sasuke, intrigued by the challenge, smirked. Naruto created shadow clones to transport his teammates into the fray. Meanwhile, inside the cocoon, the stalemate dragged on. Suddenly, Sasuke appeared, his Sharingan active. Pinpointing the cocoon's structural weakness, he struck it with a Chidori, creating a crack. Sakura followed up with a punch that sent shockwaves through the barrier, though she was repelled. "Reinforcements again?" Fu cheered. Riken's eyes narrowed as he conjured a defensive barrier using barrier style, thousand-pillar formation, forming green pillars connected by transparent energy. The barrier deflected Sasuke's lightning techniques, but cracks were already beginning to form under Sakura's relentless assault. As the battle raged on, Naruto's clones darted around, distracting the chains and dividing Riken's focus. Though his technique was powerful, Riken was starting to lose control under the relentless pressure. Chapter 182 You're so long-winded. Sasuke snapped, shouting, "Help me out, use some water jutsu." He was eager to test his new ninjutsu against an enemy with formidable defenses. Got it. Let's drench the battlefield. Naruto's clone responded enthusiastically. Infusing some of Kurama's chakra to amplify the attack, he formed hand seals and unleashed, water-style, water-colliding wave. The clone transformed into a makeshift fountain, spraying water high into the air like a blooming morning glory. Thankfully, he didn't mimic certain decorative fountains and spray from inappropriate places. Sasuke's Sharingan spun as he calculated the water volume and assessed his chakra reserves. Forming a series of seals, he declared, "Fire-style, Dragon Flame Jutsu." 3 massive fire dragons roared out from Sasuke, their flames colliding with the water Naruto had produced. The resulting explosion of steam ascended into the sky, condensing into a small storm cloud. A light drizzle began, and the electricity within the cloud crackled ominously. Sasuke smirked, raising his twin blades as lightning danced across them, resonating with the brewing thunderclouds. Swinging his swords, he shouted, "Disappear into the storm." Lightning style, Kirin. By the time Naruto arrived at the scene, Sasuke was standing dramatically, his pose seemingly inviting a lightning strike. Naruto blinked in surprise. "You seriously pulled off that jutsu? You can control thunder?" Riken gasped, instinctively reinforcing his barrier as he watched the clouds swirl ominously. From the storm above, a massive lightning beast emerged, a majestic Kirin formed entirely of electricity. Ah! It descended with a deafening roar, slamming into Rugen's barrier. The dazzling flash of light blinded the surroundings, making it impossible to see what happened inside. As the thunderous energy dissipated, Rugen lay motionless on the ground, his barrier completely shattered. The chains pursuing Naruto's clones fell limp and disintegrated into nothingness. The clones cheered, rushing back toward the action. Naruto, retrieving the memories from his clones, shivered involuntarily. Note to self, never overindulge online again. Meanwhile, Gaara and Fu, newly freed from their binds, observed the aftermath in silence. The sight of Sasuke unleashing Kirin was nothing short of divine, akin to Thor descending upon the battlefield. As the thunderclouds cleared, Fu exclaimed, "That was amazing. Sasuke, you're incredible." "That's beyond incredible," Gaara admitted with rare admiration. Sasuke, panting heavily, couldn't conceal his satisfaction. The move had drained him significantly, but it was worth it. With power like this, he thought, I'm finally on equal footing with Naruto. "You're really something, Sasuke," Naruto praised genuinely, earning an even wider grin from his rival. "Are you okay, Sasuke?" Sakura rushed over, concerned about the toll such advanced jutsu might have taken on him. "I'm fine." Sasuke, regaining composure, replied humbly, "Honestly, it's only thanks to these blades that I could manage something like that. My own strength still has limits." On another front, the tailed beasts were having a different sort of exchange. "Still clinging to your pride, eh, Shukaku?" Kurama teased, his smug tone cutting through the tension as Naruto's clone delivered him updates. "Must sting to be tied down like that." "Shut up, you flea-bitten fox." Shukaku barked, visibly irritated. Kurama snickered, undeterred. "Is that any way to talk to your savior?" "I didn't ask to be saved," Shukaku retorted, his voice defiant. "This was all about saving Chomai. What does it have to do with me?" Chomai, the Seven Tails, chimed in with calm gratitude. "Kurama, thank you, and your Jinchuriki, too." Kurama huffed with mock indifference. "It's nothing." Still, the pride in his tone was evident. Naruto had done well, and though Kurama detested most Uchiha, Sasuke wasn't the worst. "Anyway," Kurama added slyly, "how about a sparring match while we're all idle?" "No thanks," Chomai replied quickly, clearly not one for unnecessary conflict. Shukaku growled but ultimately restrained himself. Though reluctant, even he had to admit that Kurama's help warranted some grudging respect. "TCH, whatever." Kurama smirked. "Boring. Guess we'll just chat instead." Nearby, Gaara was approached by a group of hidden Sand Village shinobi who had came to investigate the commotion caused by Kirin. After delegating Rugen to their custody for interrogation, he turned to Naruto and the others. "Thank you for your help," Gaara said earnestly. "As Kazekage, I'll ensure your efforts are acknowledged by your village." Fu, ever energetic, jumped in front of Gaara, her eyes sparkling. Does this mean we can be friends? Gaara blinked, taken aback by the suddenness of the request. Friends? Yep. Fu nodded enthusiastically. After a moment of reflection, Gaara gave a small smile. Yes, we can. Awesome. Fu cheered, sprouting her insect-like wings and fluttering happily around the group. Gaara, accustomed to her quirks, allowed her excitement to unfold without comment. He addressed the rest of the group. I have matters to attend to, including ensuring the candidates' safety and dealing with those who conspired against us. You should all rest for now. As Fu darted between Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, bombarding them with questions about their techniques, her boundless energy brought a light-hearted conclusion to an otherwise intense battle. Even Sasuke, despite his typical aloofness, couldn't help but twitch a small smile at her genuine praise. And for once, in this moment of calm, the bonds between them all felt just a bit stronger. Chapter 183 Huh? Neji, Lee, you're back too. Naruto greeted the trio with a big grin when they arrived. Yeah, Neji responded with his usual composure. Thanks to Tenten's tools. Lee gave a thumbs up and nodded enthusiastically. That's right. We hid inside Tenten's shield and managed to hold out. Tenten immediately knocked on Lee's head, correcting him. Shield? It's a defensive barrier, not a turtle shell. Is that so? Of course. Apologize to the shield that saved your life. Sorry. Naruto laughed along with Sasuke and Sakura, enjoying the cheerful banter of their friends. Their group always seemed to find joy even in tense moments. Hey. You're still alive, big forehead girl? Ino called out, her tone teasing but filled with relief. Hearing Ino's voice, Sakura's initial happiness shifted to mock annoyance. What did you just say? If anyone's dying here, it's you, Ino pig. As the two bickered, it was obvious to anyone watching that the insults were their unique way of expressing concern for each other. Those unfamiliar with their dynamic might have mistaken it for genuine animosity. This time, however, Shikamaru didn't complain about how troublesome women were. Instead, Naruto noticed Temari standing nearby, her presence explaining Shikamaru's silence. Looks like the hero was saved by the heroine this time, Naruto muttered under his breath. Back in the lounge, Fu joined them, her energetic nature brightening the atmosphere. Let's play a game. How about cards? Or dominoes? Or maybe musical chairs? The group exchanged amused glances before Naruto shrugged. Cards it is. Yay. Fu plopped onto a chair, swinging her legs excitedly as they dealt the cards. The evening passed with laughter and camaraderie until Hoichi and Yoro dragged Fu away, her face covered in notes from their game. Let go of me. I finally had a good hand. She protested, flailing as her teammates hauled her off. After Fu left, Naruto shut the door and chuckled quietly. He suddenly recalled the vow he had made during the Chunin exams. He had sworn that if he ever played cards with Uchiha, he'd act like a dog if he lost. While Sasuke hadn't cheated, Naruto felt his oath still stood. Sasuke, however, overheard Naruto's canine imitation but chose not to call him out on it, smirking slightly in the corner. The following morning, all the exam candidates gathered in the square. Standing on a high platform, Gaara addressed the crowd. Thank you for your efforts. Unfortunately, the Chunin exams have been suspended due to unforeseen circumstances. What? Why? The candidates buzzed with frustration, upset at having endured so much hardship only to face an indefinite pause. Gaara continued, his tone steady. However, your performance will be evaluated in detailed reports sent to your village leaders. Promotions will be determined based on their judgment. Hope flickered back into the candidates' eyes. Even if the exams were cancelled, their efforts might still be recognized. Before leaving, Fu approached Naruto. I can't leave my village easily, but if you're ever near Hidden Waterfall Village, come visit me. I will give you an unforgettable night. Naruto handed her a kunai. That sounds strange. Anyways, here. A gift. I can't remember how the Akatsuki captured Chomai, but if anyone tries, they'll get a surprise. Fu's eyes widened with joy. This is my first gift ever. Thank you. Without hesitation, she leapt forward, wrapping herself around Naruto in a tight hug. Okay. Enough hugging. Naruto flailed awkwardly, feeling Hinata's piercing gaze from behind. Fu finally let go, spinning playfully in the air. But I didn't prepare a gift for you. What should I do? Naruto waved her off. Don't worry about it. Your gratitude is enough. Got it. Fu beamed, tossing her red backpack into Naruto's arms. Everything I brought is in here. Consider it my gift. As her teammates called her, Fu backflipped away, waving cheerfully. Goodbye. I'm so glad I met you all. Naruto stared at the bag, unsure what to do. Sakura leaned over, teasing him. Looks like someone got a bag filled with sentimental goodies. Naruto swallowed nervously, unsure how to respond. Hinata stepped forward, her voice soft but pointed. Naruto-kun, you've made a wonderful friend. Naruto broke into a cold sweat. Hinata-chan, could you hold on to this bag for me? My hands are full. Hinata tilted her head but agreed, smiling. Suddenly, Lee burst into the scene, declaring passionately, Naruto, how could you pass off your burden to someone else? Youth demands, wham. Tenten silenced him with a swift punch. He's fine. Don't mind him. Despite the chaos, Hinata chuckled, her earlier jealousy fading. She understood Fu's sincerity and trusted Naruto's heart. As the group prepared to return to Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto tugged playfully at Hinata's cheeks, teasing her for her brief act of possessiveness. Who taught you to pout like that? No one. Hinata protested, laughing as she ran ahead. Naruto chased after her, shouting, admit it. In the sealed space, Kurama yawned, watching the scene with mild amusement. Humans are so strange, he muttered. Didn't this kid once tell me that the prettiest women are also the most cunning? Nearby, Asuma lit a cigarette and sighed. Ah, youth. Kurenai side-eyed him, smirking. We're still young too, aren't we? Asuma scratched his head awkwardly. Meanwhile, Gay appeared, challenging Kakashi for a race back to Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi, engrossed in his book, merely flipped a page and replied, pass. I'm busy. If Naruto had been there, he would have muttered, classic Kakashi copying even she knows stoic lines. Chapter 184. 4 days later, in the Hokage's office, teams 3, 7, 8, 10, and 11 gathered along with 20 instructors and a dog. The room felt uncomfortably cramped with everyone present. The instructors, already briefed on the matter, ensured their students stood at the front to listen to Minato no Mikage, the fourth Hokage. I've carefully reviewed the report from Hidden Sand Village. I've called you here to announce the results, Minato began, addressing the group of 15 nervous yet composed young shinobi. In light of your commendable performances during the Chunin exams, I formally approve the promotion of Neji Hyuga, Ten, Rock Lee, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba and Yuzuka, Shinoa Barame, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimaki, Ino Yamanaka, Shiro, Kamo, and Hiki. As the fourth Hokage, I declare these 12 shinobi officially promoted to Chunin. A smile spread across Minato's face as he concluded, congratulations. Yeah. The room erupted into cheers, with Rock Lee and Kiba shouting the loudest. Even Shikamaru and Neji, usually calm and composed, allowed themselves small smiles. Naruto observed the scene, feeling he understood Shikamaru's quiet joy. After all, he had accidentally overheard Temari telling Shikamaru not to fall too far behind her since she was about to be promoted to Jonin. Hinata, however, seemed concerned. She gathered her courage and asked softly, Naruto-kun. What about Team 7? The room fell silent as everyone turned their attention to Minato, curious about the status of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Team 7's performance during the exams had been remarkable, and many felt they deserved more than just a promotion to Chunin. Minato glanced at Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura before continuing, regarding Team 7. The fifth Kazekage has personally expressed his admiration for your actions, and even Hidden Waterfall Village has sent a letter of gratitude. Based on your contributions and proven abilities, I am awarding each of you an S-rank mission record. Furthermore, you are all promoted directly to Special Jonin. Continue to strive for greatness. Yes. The trio responded in unison. Sakura clenched her fists in excitement. She hadn't even become a Chunin yet, and now she was skipping straight to Special Jonin, a feat she hadn't imagined possible. Sasuke smirked, his confidence surging. Even Minato acknowledged his strength. Special Jonin, huh? Maybe it's time to challenge Itachi. Naruto, on the other hand, was caught off guard. No one had warned him about this promotion. Still, he couldn't complain, after all, a pay raise was always welcome. However, he wondered if losing the title of Genin might diminish his ability to save the world. Minato smiled warmly at the group before him. These young shinobi will undoubtedly become the pillars of Hidden Leaf Village's future. The students were in awe. Kiba exclaimed, they were promoted straight to Special Jonin? That's so unfair. They used the exam to sneak in an S-rank mission. As expected of them. Lee shouted enthusiastically, flames of determination seemingly burning behind him. Neji. 10. Let's take on an S-rank mission too. I refuse, Neji and Tenten replied simultaneously, their faces showing equal disdain. Hinata, however, was thrilled. Naruto-kun, congratulations. Thanks, Hinata. I'm sure you'll catch up soon, Naruto replied with a smile. But that's not the point right now. The real question is. He turned and waved at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, you're treating us to celebrate, right? Kakashi's eye curved into a crescent as he chuckled. Alright, We'll go to your favorite barbecue restaurant. It's on me. Inspired, Choji ran to Asuma and hugged him, looking up with wide, pleading eyes. Asuma-sensei. Alright, Asuma sighed, prying Choji's greasy hands off him. I get it. We'll celebrate too. Hinata and Kurenai exchanged a glance. Kurenai smiled warmly at her students. Of course, let's celebrate together. Count me in. Might Guy interjected, his signature enthusiasm on full display. It's a glorious occasion to celebrate my youthful students' promotions. Even Kushina, who had been observing quietly, clapped her hands. Why don't we make it a big gathering? Minato, are you joining us? Minato gestured to the stack of documents on his desk with a helpless smile. I'd love to, but I have work to finish. You all go ahead and have fun. That evening, the group celebrated with food, drinks, and laughter. Though they cherished the party, everyone understood that their responsibilities would soon grow, making such large gatherings rarer in the future. The only minor hiccup occurred when Lee nearly grabbed the wrong glass, prompting Naruto to intervene just in time. The incident left Neji and Tenten briefly alarmed but relieved. Meanwhile, Asuma stared silently at the exorbitant bill, sighing before reluctantly paying extra. As the party wound down, Naruto stopped Kakashi before he could leave. Kakashi-sensei, can I borrow you for something important? Kakashi looked curious. What's this about? It's a surprise, Naruto grinned. But trust me, only you can handle this. Later, at Mount Mayabaku, Kakashi found himself standing in awe of the legendary site. It was his first visit to one of the three great sage regions, and he couldn't help but feel curious about Naruto's request. Todioshi. I brought him. Naruto called out, and with a puff of smoke, a 2-meter-tall toad appeared before Kakashi. Is this the Kakashi-sensei you mentioned? Todioshi asked politely. Yup. Naruto replied confidently. He is perfect for the task. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. What task? You'll find out soon enough, Todioshi said with a respectful bow. Follow me, please. Naruto gave Kakashi a reassuring nod. Don't worry, it's nothing dangerous. Once you're done, Todioshi will bring you back to me. As Kakashi followed the toad, Naruto turned to Fukasaku, ready to resume his training. It's been at least 8 or 9 days since the Chunin exams began. I can't afford to slack off if I want to become a sage. Chapter 185 Earth-style wall. Kakashi summoned yet another earthen wall, his breath ragged from the repeated effort. Why did I agree to help 2 little toads from Mount Mayabaku build a stove? And not just any stove, a massive one made entirely of earth-style walls. It feels like I've traded my ninja headband for a toad's. Watching Toadshima and Toad Fukasaku set up a gigantic pot like a shield to fry bugs, seeing yellow-hued bug guts fly everywhere as they occasionally squashed one, and witnessing Game Abun to string up 2 little toads for a lesson. Kakashi's image of the so-called sacred Mount Mayabaku shattered completely. This isn't a holy land, it's a madhouse. Naruto's chaotic brain seems to have infected the toads too. No one, not even the summoning beasts, is safe from his influence. Kakashi sighed heavily, lost in thought. When Naruto finally escorted Kakashi back home, the Jounin was still deep in contemplation. What had gone wrong with his life choices? Was this karma for his actions? Kakashi didn't even realize until the middle of the night that having such thoughts was, in itself, problematic. Gan. The next morning, Naruto donned his newly issued flak jacket and admired himself in the mirror. Not bad, he said, striking a few poses. He'd always envied the iconic vest. While he tried one on before, he couldn't bring himself to wear it outside. Like the forehead protector, the vest was a symbol of rank, something you could opt not to wear but definitely couldn't fake. Now that it was officially his, Naruto adjusted his outfit and left his home in high spirits. At the training ground, Sasuke and Sakura were also sporting their vests. When the 3 of them stood together in their uniforms, there was an undeniable sense of unity and maturity. Naruto regretted not convincing them to coordinate earlier. When Kakashi appeared, he paused for a moment, observing the trio standing side by side. A small smile crept onto his face. They looked like they'd grown up overnight. Naruto, however, mistook Kakashi's silence. What's wrong? You don't recognize us now that we're all suited up? He teased, though something held him back from saying it aloud. Instead, Sakura stepped forward, concerned. Sensei, you look exhausted. Should I check on you? Kakashi waved her off. No need. I just didn't sleep well. He shot Naruto a meaningful glare. Naruto frowned, confused. What did I do? I sent him home early last night. Without further comment, Kakashi simply said, let's go to the Hokage's office. We need to discuss your next steps. Minato looked at the 4 of them with a soft smile. From today onward, Team 7 will be disbanded. What? Sasuke's usually stoic expression cracked. You're kidding. Sakura turned to Kakashi in disbelief. Naruto, suddenly panicked, blurted out, wait, is this about yesterday? Sensei, I swear I didn't mean to upset you, Kakashi interrupted, his tone calm. Relax. Don't jump to conclusions. Let Lord Hokage finish. The three turned their attention back to Minato, tense but silent. Minato continued, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, when Team 7 was formed, you were all genin. Kakashi's role as your sensei was to help you learn the fundamentals of teamwork, guide you through missions, and keep you safe as you developed. He fulfilled that responsibility admirably. You've grown so much that you've all achieved the rank of Special Jonin. Now, it's time for you to take the next step. As Chunin and Special Jonin, you're capable of leading missions yourselves. What comes next depends on your choice. Choice? Sakura echoed, confused. Kakashi took over. That's right, a choice. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Haruno Sakura, the decision before you is whether you'd like to form a new team, Team Kakashi, with me as the captain. Sasuke frowned. What's the difference between Team Kakashi and the old Team 7? Kakashi explained, in the new Team Kakashi, we won't have a traditional dynamic of teacher and students or a superior-subordinate relationship. Instead, we'll operate as equals. As captain, I'll still guide you, but your opinions will hold equal weight when making decisions on missions. Naruto smirked. So basically, you're just making it official that we've been doing all the work while you read your books? Sasuke and Sakura both nodded in reluctant agreement. Kakashi sighed but couldn't argue. Well, what's your decision? Naruto didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached into his pouch and pulled out half of a bell, the same one from their first test. Sasuke followed suit, retrieving his half. Sakura untied a small cloth pouch from her neck, carefully pouring out her piece of the bell. Kakashi's expression turned serious as he mimicked the gesture, pretending to check his own pouch. Uh-oh. The three of them glared at him. Kakashi chuckled nervously, producing his half of the bell. Just kidding. Looks like you've already made up your minds. Naruto grinned. You know it. The three spoke in unison. Kakashi-sensei, we'll follow you anywhere. Kakashi felt a strange sense of déjà vu. He smiled. Ah. Take care of me, then. Naruto's mischievous grin widened. Let's celebrate the formation of Team Kakashi. Stop right there. Kakashi cut him off. I'm still recovering from yesterday. As the four of them stood before Minato, they held their bells together and spoke in turn, Captain of Team Kakashi, Kakashi Hatake. Member, Naruto Uzumaki. Member, Sasuke Uchiha. Member, Haruno Sakura. All present and accounted for, Lord Hokage. They said in unison. Minato handed them a scroll. Your first mission as Team Kakashi begins now. Good luck. Yes, sir. As they left the office, Sakura asked, Sensei, were you serious earlier? Did you really forget something? Kakashi scratched his cheek sheepishly. Well, I forgot to bring my book. Cook Paradise. Sakura guessed, exasperated. Kakashi chuckled nervously as the others groaned. Minato, still in his office, smiled softly. To think he'd forget his precious book but still remember the bell. Kakashi, you've truly gained something irreplaceable. Chapter 186. Mr. Kakashi, what's our mission this time? Naruto asked curiously, his gaze fixed on the scroll in Kakashi's hand. Sasuke and Sakura also turned their attention to Kakashi, eager to learn about their first mission as Special Jonin. After reading the contents of the scroll, Kakashi handed it to Naruto and explained, we're tasked with escorting an envoy safely to Hidden Leaf Village. An envoy? Naruto asked, scanning the scroll. His eyes widened in surprise. Wait. Zabuza? Zabuza Momoki? Sasuke and Sakura echoed in astonishment. They knew about Hiku's origins and a connection to Zabuza but hadn't seen either since their return to Hidden Leaf Village. That's right, Kakashi confirmed. This time, Zabuza is coming to Hidden Leaf Village as an envoy from the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water. His mission is to establish diplomatic relations between Hidden Leaf Village and the Mist. If all goes well, this could mark the beginning of an alliance. How did he become a representative of the Hidden Mist? Didn't he try to assassinate the Mizukage before? Naruto asked, bewildered. The sudden assignment had reminded him of Zabuza, someone he'd nearly forgotten. The last time I saw Zabuza, he was wielding the Kubik Iribicho, a blade more trouble than it's worth. At least the same Ada could recharge chakra. The Kubik Iribicho's regeneration ability is far less practical, Naruto muttered. Kakashi shared his disbelief. It is surprising. You'd think someone who attempted to assassinate the Mizukage would be executed. Instead, not only was he spared, but he's managed to regain the Mizukage's trust. Now, he's representing the Mist Village. It's truly remarkable. Naruto tilted his head. Did Dad have something to do with that? Kakashi nodded. Minato-sensei did provide Zabuza with some assistance, which helped him return to the Land of Water. As for the details, we'll find out more when we meet him. For now, our job is to meet them at the coast, escort them to Hidden Leaf Village, and ensure security at the negotiation venue. He added with a grave expression, while doing so, we'll need to assess whether their intentions are genuine or if they have ulterior motives. Sakura sighed. This sounds more complicated than our usual missions. Before, we just had to follow clear instructions. Now, we have to think several steps ahead. That's the life of a jonin, Kakashi explained, his tone unusually serious. The difficulty of a mission isn't always about the strength of the enemy. Often, it's about managing complex situations and making critical judgments. As they traveled, Kakashi continued to share his experiences, offering insights on how to handle interactions with foreign shinobi and the nuances of diplomatic missions. The next morning, the team arrived at the eastern coast of the Land of Fire. Although they anticipated the ship's arrival by noon, it wasn't until the afternoon that a large vessel appeared on the horizon. Naruto used his sensory abilities to scan the incoming group and frowned. Something's off. Big Fox? Kurama stirred within him. It's Aizabu, the Three Tails. No doubt about it, the Night Tails growled, slightly puzzled. What's with all these Jinchuriki showing up around you lately? It's like they're drawn to you. Naruto relayed the information. Everyone, be on alert. The Three Tails Jinchuriki is on that ship. Kakashi's brow furrowed. Yagura. If the fourth Mizukage is here, that's a significant development. This might even be a provocation. Naruto confirmed, there are 32 people on board. 12 have notable chakra signatures, probably shinobi. The rest seem like civilians, likely sailors. Kakashi nodded. Stay sharp. Sasuke, stow your Kiba blades for now. Sasuke reluctantly sealed the swords into a scroll. Fine, he muttered, though he didn't see the necessity. When the ship finally docked, 8 individuals disembarked, led by a cloaked figure who carried a massive sword on his back. Welcome to the Land of Fire, Kakashi greeted, his tone cordial yet cautious. The cloaked man stepped forward and spoke in a gruff voice. It's been a while, Kakashi. Removing his hood, the figure revealed himself to be Zabuza Momoki. The team immediately noticed the unmistakable Kubikiribicho on his back. Sakura, however, couldn't help but blurt out, why is there a child here? The shorter cloaked figure stepped forward, removing his hood to reveal a middle-aged man with gray hair, pink eyes, and a scar running from his left eye to his jawline. Despite his small stature, his commanding presence was undeniable. I am not a child. He snapped. I am Yagura Karatachi, the fourth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. Sakura froze in embarrassment, quickly bowing. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. Kakashi, maintaining composure, stepped in. Our apologies, Mizukage-sama. We didn't expect your presence here. The communication from the Mist Village stated that Zabuza would lead the envoy. Why are the Mizukage and the Three Tails Jinchuriki present as well? Yagura crossed his arms and replied, you'll learn soon enough. For now, we have much to discuss. Kakashi exchanged a wary glance with his team. The mission was proving to be far more complex than anticipated. Chapter 187. Oh? Have you found it? Yagura didn't answer directly but shifted his gaze to Naruto. So, you must be Naruto Uzumaki, known as the Second Yellow Flash and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. That's me, Naruto replied bluntly. But you haven't answered Kakashi-sensei's question yet. As Mizukage, why is a Jinchuriki here with you? Naruto wasn't one to hide his identity, especially since it was public knowledge among high-ranking shinobi. After Raikage's outburst at the summit, anyone with influence in the ninja world likely knew. Expecting him to keep it a secret was laughable. If not for his secretary calming him down, the Raikage would have broadcast the information across the entire shinobi world. Zabuza, listening to the exchange between Yagura and Naruto, felt a mix of emotions. Back in the Land of Waves, he had thought that with enough effort, he could kill the little yellow-haired brat. Now, looking back, he was grateful they had been defeated. If he had struck Naruto back then, there was a good chance he would have unleashed a monster far beyond his ability to handle. The memory of that battle and his subsequent survival was a relief. And now, seeing how far Naruto had come, Zabuza thought, it's good to be alive. Naruto's fame had grown exponentially. As the son of the fourth Hokage, his reputation had spread throughout the ninja world in just a year. Rumors swirled about him, even claiming that his head was worth 20 million ryo in the underground bounty exchange. Many dismissed the idea, thinking a 13-year-old couldn't possibly possess such strength. But Zabuza knew better. Regarding Kakashi and Naruto's inquiry, Yagura understood their concerns. A Kage visiting another village without prior notice was highly irregular. He spoke candidly, as for why I'm here, I wish to confirm something personally with the 4th Hokage. I mean no harm. If you're concerned, feel free to contact your village. I'm willing to wait. One of Yagura's subordinates, surprised by his leader's deferential tone, spoke up. Lord Mizukage, is this really necessary? Yagura raised a hand to silence him. I have my reasons. No further discussion is needed. Yes, sir. The subordinate retreated, cowed by the lingering fear of Yagura's once tyrannical rule. Kakashi studied Yagura carefully before responding. Understood. We'll contact the village. Please wait a moment. The team moved into the woods for privacy. Once out of sight, Naruto created a shadow clone and sent it to the Hokage's office. Though they had received some intelligence, seeing and verifying it was necessary to avoid potential misunderstandings. Initially, Naruto had tried calling for his mother, Kushina, but she wasn't in the village. In the end, the shadow clone delivered the message. Taking advantage of the moment, Naruto struck up a conversation with Kurama. Hey, how's your relationship with Aisabu? Kurama propped his chin on a paw, reminiscing. It's fine. His shell is too hard, though. It's annoying to hit. Naruto sighed. I wasn't asking about how it feels to punch him. Don't you have any way of communicating besides fighting? Kurama swished his tail lazily. What else is there? Do you expect us to sit down and have tea like you and that Hyuga girl? Naruto's eye twitched. Why do you always bring up Hinata? Focus, you overgrown furball. Kurama snorted. You're one to talk. Haven't most of your friendships started with fights? Naruto opened his mouth to protest but hesitated. Well. Okay, maybe a few. Kurama chuckled. A few? You fought Sasuke practically every day as a kid. And don't get me started on the time you, stop. Naruto cut him off, a faint blush creeping across his face. Let's change the subject. Deciding to steer the conversation in a less embarrassing direction, Naruto mused, what if we grabbed Aisabu's tail, swung him around, and used him to knock Shukaku's head? Kurama blinked before grinning. You know, that might actually work. Why didn't I think of that? A short while later, Naruto received the shadow clone's memories. He turned to Kakashi and said, Dad wants us to bring them to Hidden Leaf Village. He's interested in talking with the Mizukage. He'll be ready in a day. Minato's interest was understandable. He wanted to learn more about the Land of Water and its current situation. Whether the visit was for diplomacy or something more sinister, Hidden Leaf Village was prepared. Kakashi felt reassured. He approached Yagura. Thank you for waiting. Lord Hokage looks forward to speaking with you. Good to hear, Yagura replied with a faint smile. This efficiency must be the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Hidden Leaf Village truly is formidable. As they began their journey, Zabuza finally spoke up. Is Haku doing well? Naruto smiled. He's doing great. He's got good teammates and recently passed the Chunin exams. He's thriving. Zabuza's tense expression softened with relief. Good. That's good. The Mist Shinobi walking behind them were stunned. Was this really the infamous demon of the mist, Zabuza Momoki? Only Yagura understood the bitter irony. Haku, a rare ice-style user, had become an asset to Hidden Leaf Village, not Mist. It was yet another reminder of the mistakes he had made while under manipulation. If only I had been stronger back then. As they continued toward Hidden Leaf Village, the group walked in silence, each lost in their thoughts. Chapter 188. As the group traveled through the scenic landscapes and towns of the Land of Fire, Kakashi took on the role of an impromptu tour guide, sharing tidbits of trivia and cultural knowledge. However, his skills as a guide were a far cry from those of a professional like Temari. Meanwhile, the visiting Hidden Mist Village ninjas, despite being escorted, managed to avoid spending a single ryo along the way. When the Hidden Mist Village delegation finally entered Hidden Leaf Village, their arrival caused little commotion among the villagers. With Kakashi and the others leading the group, the villagers offered only curious glances before returning to their daily routines. Some even seemed on the verge of greeting Naruto warmly, his growing reputation from the previous year's Chunin exams making him a familiar figure in the village. Do the commoners in Hidden Leaf Village lack respect for their shinobi? Yagura, the Mizukage, asked with thinly veiled surprise. The casual and friendly demeanor of the villagers toward ninjas was starkly different from what he was accustomed to. Kakashi responded without hesitation, his voice calm and confident. Ninjas and civilians are all part of the same village. Why should they feel awe when we are their comrades? It was a textbook perfect answer, highlighting the camaraderie between Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi and its civilians. Naruto, however, silently scoffed. Outsiders just don't get it. The idea of Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi being revered seemed laughable when one considered the village's unique characters. From the spandex-clad Rock Lee and his equally eccentric teacher, Might Guy, to Kakashi himself, reading questionable novels in public without care, how could anyone take them too seriously? Then there was the Hokage, who, despite his formidable reputation, often stood in line at a kairaku ramen with the most transparent of disguises. And let's not forget the fiery Kushina Uzumaki, who haggled over vegetables at the market with a temper that could scare even the toughest shinobi. This is what makes Hidden Leaf Village special, Naruto thought with a small grin. But awe-inspiring? Not a chance. The meeting begins. The formal meeting wasn't held in the Hokage's office but in a specially prepared conference room. The fourth Hokage, Minato no Mikaze, Minato introduced himself briefly, his voice calm yet commanding. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, Yagura responded, his tone equally measured. The two leaders exchanged polite nods before taking their seats at opposite sides of the long table. Yagura was accompanied by 7 others, including Zabuza Momoki and several senior Hidden Mist Village shinobi, while Minato was joined by Jiraiya, Shikakunara, and Kakashi. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Shizue stood behind them as silent sentinels. From Sasuke's sharp gaze, it was clear he was fully aware of another Uchiha's presence. Somewhere nearby, undoubtedly, Itachi Uchiha was observing, his mask blending seamlessly with the shadows. Minato made an effort to appear warm and respectful, remembering Naruto's warning that Yagura disliked being treated like a child. For his part, Yagura couldn't help but appreciate the Hokage's cordial demeanor. He was also privately relieved that Maitru Mama hadn't accompanied him. Her flirtatious nature might have led her to propose an alliance far more personal than political. As the formalities began, Minato cut straight to the point. Mizukage-sama, to what do we owe the honor of your personal visit? Yagura opened his mouth to respond when, boom, boom. A series of explosions shook the village, the sound reverberating even within the reinforced walls of the conference room. Both delegations stood immediately, tension rising as their gazes locked warily. An Anbu operative rushed in, his voice steady despite the chaos. Lord Hokage, we are under attack. Unknown enemies have approached from the air, dropping ninja tools and explosives. There are currently nearly 100 attackers, and we cannot confirm if reinforcements are coming. Most have been stopped by the barrier, but over a dozen have breached the defenses. Suspicion filled the air as the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi turned their attention to the Hidden Mist Village delegation. Uchiha's eyes flickered to life, Sharingan spinning as they scanned the room. The timing was too convenient. Yagura and his party arrived, and moments later, an assault began. Sensing the hostility, Yagura's group instinctively formed a defensive stance. Despite their indignation, even they had to admit the circumstances looked damning. Minato raised a hand, his expression calm but firm. Stand down, he ordered, his voice cutting through the tension. Turning to Shizue, he gave his next command. Gather the Shadow Guard and neutralize the intruders within the barrier. Understood, Shizue replied before disappearing through the window. Naruto, Minato continued, deploy your shadow clones to assist with evacuation and rescue. Take Sakura to the hospital to aid the injured. On it. Naruto responded, grabbing Sakura and racing toward the hospital. Minato then turned back to Yagura, bowing slightly. Mizukage-sama, I must apologize for this interruption. Please remain here for your safety while we address the situation. Yagura nodded, his voice steady. I will comply, but let me be clear, Hidden Mist Village has no connection to this attack. However, I understand your suspicion and will remain here as a gesture of goodwill. The battlefield. From the rooftop of the hospital, Naruto created hundreds of shadow clones, sending them to locate and assist the injured. His sharp eyes scanned the village, now protected by a massive blue barrier. Explosions rippled harmlessly against its surface, a testament to the intricate seals Kushina had helped design. The attackers, identified as remnants of the defunct Sky Ninja Village, were relentless. Their aerial advantage allowed them to evade ground forces, but Minato's swift coordination of Hidden Leaf Village's defense left little room for them to cause further destruction. Naruto clenched his fists. Let's show them what Hidden Leaf Village can do. With that, he leapt into action, determined to protect his village. Chapter 189. A total of 15 airborne shinobi, members of the defunct Sky Ninja Village, Kunin, were trapped within Hidden Leaf Village's defensive barrier. They utilized special chakra-infused equipment strapped to their backs, granting them the ability to fly. When the barrier activated, they attempted to breach it using both ninjutsu and ninja tools, but to no avail. Frustrated, they resorted to dropping bombs haphazardly while searching for an exit. Standing atop the Hokage building, Shizue Uchiha led the 6 elite members of Minato's personal shadow guard. The 6 retrieved scrolls, unsealing specialized equipment and strapping it onto their backs. Naruto, watching from a nearby rooftop, couldn't hide his surprise. Are those mechanical wings? Indeed, these were simplified chakra-powered flight devices developed in collaboration with the Land of Snow. The full chakra armor, while powerful, was deemed too costly and bulky for widespread use. Minato had ordered a stripped-down version, focusing solely on flight capabilities, and the Shadow Guard had been the first to test them. With practiced precision, the six activated their mechanical wings, leaping into the air and taking flight. Their movements were smooth and controlled as they ascended rapidly toward the airborne intruders. The sight of Hidden Leaf Village shinobi taking to the skies rattled the Chunin. After a brief moment of panic, they regrouped and fired kunai from gun-like ninja tools. Shisui, activating his Sharingan, effortlessly deflected the projectiles with a barrage of expertly aimed shuriken. His calm, calculated movements revealed his mastery of aerial combat. Naruto smirked, muttering to himself, trying to match kunai and shuriken skills with Shisui. That's just asking for trouble. The rest of the Shadow Guard joined the fray, using senbon, kunai, and shuriken to disable their enemies. 3 of the air shinobi were quickly struck, losing control of their chakra-powered equipment and plummeting toward the ground. Shisui noted their descent but didn't falter in his pursuit, trusting the Hidden Leaf Village forces below to handle the situation. On the ground, Naruto's shadow clones worked tirelessly as part of the Uzumaki rescue unit, transporting injured villagers to the hospital and pulling survivors from the rubble caused by the initial bombing. Despite the quick activation of Hidden Leaf Village as barrier, the surprise attack resulted in significant damage. As his clones moved efficiently, Naruto's frustration grew. Watching civilians suffer only fueled his desire to end the chaos. Those sky rats are going to pay for this, he muttered, clenching his fists. With a loud crash, 3 of the Chunin landed near one of his clones, 2 of them knocked unconscious upon impact. The third groaned weakly, still tethered to his damaged equipment. Clone number 001 kicked the ninja's gear in frustration, recalling the name Shinno, the mastermind behind the Chunin's resurgence. Time to send these guys to the torture and interrogation unit, clone number 001 decided, tying them up and preparing to interrogate them for intel. The clone dispatched itself, relaying the information back to Naruto, who opened his chakra sensing map to search for Shinno's presence. However, no suspicious chakra signatures could be found. Meanwhile, the leader of the Chunin grew desperate. Ordering his forces to unleash their strongest weapon, the remaining intruders retrieved machine gun-like ninja tools, firing kunai in a relentless barrage. The dense rain of projectiles would have overwhelmed most shinobi but not the Shadow Guard. With practiced synchronization, the 6 spun rapidly, folding their mechanical wings inward to use them as makeshift shields. The kunai bounced harmlessly off the reinforced material. Their seamless teamwork and coordination left the Chunin leader visibly unnerved. Shisui and his team closed the distance with ease, their superior speed and agility far outmatched the bulky flight gear of the Chunin. Once in close range, the battle was over. The Shadow Guard dispatched their foes using a combination of taijutsu and precision strikes, leaving no room for retaliation. The lack of elaborate jutsu in the skirmish was a testament to the simplicity and efficiency of their tactics. As the last of the Chunin within the barrier fell, those outside appeared to retreat, likely low on chakra or disheartened by their inability to breach the barrier. Shisui, holding an unconscious enemy, observed their retreat with narrowed eyes. "Take these captives back for interrogation," he ordered. Lord Hokage will want to track their movements. At Hidden Leaf Village's Perception Unit headquarters, Yamanaka Inoichi provided a detailed report of the attack patterns. Minato and Shikaku stood over a map, marking the Chunin's routes and bombing areas. However, something about the pattern seemed off. "This doesn't add up," Shikaku muttered. "A large-scale attack like this should have been meticulously planned. They should have avoided our outposts and focused their efforts on high-value targets. Instead, their movements were erratic and their bombing locations almost random." "I disagree," Inoichi countered. "Their actions suggest a detailed plan. Each team had a clear route and target. It wasn't chaotic or improvised." Minato's eyes sharpened as realization dawned. "It's possible their intelligence was outdated," he said, pointing to the map. "Their routes align with the defensive formations we used during last year's Chunin exams. After Danzo leaked our positions to Orochimaru, we completely overhauled our strategy. It seems the Chunin weren't aware of these changes." Shikaku followed Minato's logic. "If that's the case, the leak must have come from Orochimaru's remnants. Perhaps they're acting in retaliation for his defeat." Inoichi nodded. "It's plausible. We know one of Orochimaru's operatives, Giran, vanished after his death. She could have provided this intelligence." "Giran?" Minato repeated thoughtfully. His expression darkened as he recalled Naruto's earlier suspicion. What if Orochimaru isn't really dead? Minato's gaze returned to the map, his mind racing. If Orochimaru was truly alive, this attack might only be the beginning. Chapter 190 Lord Hokage, all the enemies inside the barrier have been neutralized or captured. Shisui threw a bound man onto the ground and continued, this man is their team leader. The rest have been handed over to Ibiki for interrogation. You've done well. Minato acknowledged Shisui's report, momentarily breaking from his thoughts. He then turned to Inoichi. Inoichi. Understood. Inoichi stepped forward, ensuring the prisoner was restrained and subdued. He placed his hand on the man's forehead, activating his clan's mind-reading technique to extract information. At that moment, Naruto entered the room. Lord Hokage, all the wounded have been sent to the hospital. The civilians trapped during the attack have been guided to safety by my shadow clones. The available guards and ninjas without active missions are aiding with the cleanup. Naruto's formal tone was unusual, as he rarely addressed Minato with such deference. But at this moment, he wasn't just Minato's son, he was a Hidden Leaf Village special jonin, fulfilling his duty. Excellent work. Minato praised him, clearly impressed by Naruto's efficiency in managing the crisis. Inwardly, he admired how his son, alone, could coordinate efforts to protect hundreds of lives. Inoichi and Ibiki will need some time to extract intelligence. As a precaution, I've already summoned Team 8. Naruto, I want you to lead them in tracking the Sora ninja remnants. Shisui and the Shadow Guards will support you. Once you locate their base, you will have full authority to act. Kushina was currently maintaining the village's protective barrier. The chakra required to sustain such a large-scale defensive technique was immense, but with Kushina's strength as a Jinchuriki, she could handle it single-handedly. Understood. Naruto and Shisui responded in unison before leaving. Outside, teammate Hinata Hyuga, Shinoa Burame, Kiba and Yuzuka, and Akamaru waited alongside 4 of the Hokage's shadow guards. Kiba, brimming with energy, called out, "Let's go, Naruto. We're ready." The remnants of the Sora ninja were still within Naruto's sensory range, though they were moving fast and nearing the edge of his perception. Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, gesturing for everyone together. "Put your hands on me." Though it was a tight squeeze for 9 people and a dog, Naruto's expression remained calm. As soon as everyone secured a hold, including Akamaru who perched on his feet, Naruto transported them to a forest just outside Hidden Leaf Village. Without needing orders, the group leapt into the trees, scanning their surroundings. In the distance, they spotted a group of airborne figures flying in formation, shifting between a V-shape and other patterns like migrating geese. They're moving fast. If we chase on foot, we'll lose them soon, Naruto muttered, considering the situation. Shisui spoke up, our mission is to locate their base, not engage prematurely. We'll maintain a safe distance to avoid detection. Naruto nodded. Kiba, Akamaru, track their scent. Shino, can your bugs handle this? Kiba grinned confidently. Leave it to us. Akamaru barked in agreement, tail wagging. Shino, ever composed, replied, I've already prepared. My bugs are ready to assist. As they pursued the Sora ninja, Naruto couldn't help but think the scene felt oddly reminiscent of a song, but he shook off the thought, focusing instead on the mission. The Sora ninja occasionally doubled back, likely to check for pursuers, but teammates' skill allowed them to remain undetected. The journey was grueling, and Naruto noticed Hayate coughing intermittently. Concerned, he asked, Brother Hayate, are you okay? Hayate gave a reassuring glance before replying, it's nothing, just an old injury. I can handle it. Naruto frowned but chose not to press further. Instead, he made a mental note to minimize injuries in his missions, leaving dangerous tasks to his shadow clones whenever possible. After hours of pursuit, Naruto sensed a large gathering ahead. We're close 3 to 4 kilometers out. Hundreds of chakra signatures. It must be their base. Prepare for battle, Shisui ordered. The shadow guards retrieved their mechanical wings from storage scrolls, readying themselves for an assault. They stopped about a kilometer away, concealing their presence. From their vantage point, they could see a massive mechanical fortress looming in the distance. Hinata, Naruto whispered. Hinata activated her Byakugan, veins bulging around her eyes. She scanned the fortress carefully, her gaze sharp and focused. After a moment, she gasped softly, covering her mouth. What is it? Naruto asked, concern evident in his tone. What did you see? Chapter 191. There are about 500 people inside, Hinata reported softly. Less than 200 of them are shinobi from the Hidden Sky Village. The rest appear to be civilians, and they look very weak. Hinata's expression showed her distress. Weak didn't fully capture their condition, they were gaunt, their faces sallow, and their bodies frail from starvation and chakra depletion. The civilians were being used as a source of energy for the Zero Tails. Shinno, who had once posed as a benevolent traveling doctor, had infiltrated various nations under the guise of kindness. His chakra signature was intentionally faint, making it indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Coupled with his mastery of medical techniques, he gained trust easily, saving countless lives over more than a decade. This allowed him to remain undetected by even Hidden Leaf Village's sensory ninja, who failed to sense any malice in him. Shinnu had secretly studied forbidden techniques and eventually acquired the method to create the artificial tailed beast, Zero Tails, during his time in the Land of Fire. The process required two key components, a specialized sealing formula and the harvesting of dark chakra. Dark chakra, Shinnu had discovered, was produced through despair and raw emotions like anger, hatred, and sorrow born from human suffering. To cultivate this energy, he captured and imprisoned hundreds of villagers, keeping them in a state of constant starvation and despair within his fortress. Their torment fueled Zero Tails, a living embodiment of negative emotions. Shinnu's ultimate goal was to revive the Hidden Sky Village and overthrow the 5 great nations. To achieve this, he orchestrated a large-scale attack on Hidden Leaf Village with the Sky Ninja's fleet of flying fortresses, hoping to weaken the village and provide him the opportunity to further his experiments. His secondary goal was to test and enhance his so-called ultimate body, which granted him regenerative abilities rivaling Tsunoda's creation rebirth technique and increased strength with each recovery. After listening to Hinata's report, the group fell silent. Taking down enemies was straightforward, but the presence of innocent civilians complicated matters. Even if they weren't from Hidden Leaf Village, these people were victims and had to be treated as hostages. Naruto frowned. He wasn't experienced in hostage rescues. His usual approach using overwhelming force was clearly not an option here. To Rasen Shuriken, report back to the commander, and call it a day, he muttered sarcastically under his breath. The thought earned him a disapproving glance from Shikamaru. But Naruto had an idea. Pulling out a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, he said, if we can get this inside the fortress, I can teleport in and move everyone out in seconds. I'll handle it, Shizue volunteered before Naruto could assign anyone. Guy cleared his throat. Cough can go, too. His persistent cough, however, prompted Naruto and the others to unanimously entrust the task to Shizue. Though they respected Guy's stealth capabilities, they couldn't risk his condition jeopardizing the mission. Shizue accepted the kunai from Naruto with a nod. Turning to Hinata, he said gently, can you draw me a map of the fortress layout? Of course. Hinata took the pen and paper Naruto handed her. She worked quickly, sketching a detailed map that marked guard posts, patrol routes, and the location of the prison. Her precision amazed Naruto. It's like she has CAD software installed in her brain, he thought. Shizue memorized the map and stashed the kunai. With a quick glance at the group, he disappeared into the trees, using the body flicker jutsu to approach the fortress unnoticed. His movements were fluid, blending into the shadows as he navigated past the guards and patrols. Hinata, using her Byakugan, provided a live feed of Shizue's progress. He's inside, she whispered. The 2 guards at the entrance. They're under a Ganjutsu now. As expected of Shizue, murmured Shikamaru. His Ganjutsu is flawless. Through Hinata's eyes, the group watched Shizue move like a ghost, avoiding detection at every turn. At one point, he boldly walked past 2 guards, who remained oblivious thanks to his subtle illusions. Naruto couldn't help but marvel at Shizue's skill, imagining poetic praise for the legendary Uchiha. Finally, Hinata's voice broke his musings. Naruto-kun, Shizue-san has sent the signal. Naruto vanished instantly, teleporting to Shizue's location. The scene before him was grim, hundreds of civilians, ranging from elders to young children, huddled in rags. Their faces were gaunt, their eyes hollow. Despite witnessing Shizue incapacitate 2 guards, they remained silent whether out of fear or exhaustion, it was unclear. They've been drained of chakra, Shizue said grimly. We need to act quickly. The fortress is designed to continually sap their chakra. Naruto nodded and gently slid the marked kunai between the prison bars. Activating the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he began transporting the civilians out, one group at a time. As he worked, he muttered under his breath, this chakra draining trick is nothing. The Night Tails leaks more chakra with a sneeze. Shizue smirked faintly. Just focus on the mission, Naruto. Chapter 192 How is it, Naruto? Shizue asked nervously, his gaze fixed on Naruto inside the fortress. He was prepared to forcefully break the prison doors if anything went wrong. No problem, Naruto replied with a reassuring grin. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, 300 shadow clones materialized. Alright, transport company is in action again. He added with a smirk. Within minutes, the clones transported all the civilians in the prison to a safe shelter in Hidden Leaf Village. The hospital was already overcrowded with injured villagers from the earlier Sky Ninja attack. Thankfully, these rescued civilians didn't appear to have life-threatening injuries, though many were weak from chakra depletion and malnutrition. Naruto decided to visit the hospital to inform Tsunade and request additional personnel to assist in handling the situation. While he sympathized with the civilians, he admitted to himself that he struggled to treat villagers from other lands with the same regard he held for his own people. Before heading to the hospital, Naruto assigned clone number 001 to report the situation to Minato, confident that the Hokage would promptly arrange a proper settlement for the rescued civilians. In the hospital director's office, Naruto pushed the door open, only to find that Tsunade and Shizune were absent. The only occupant was Tonton, Shizune's pet pig, lying on the desk. "Where are they, Tonton?" Naruto muttered. The little pig squealed nervously and glanced around, clearly uneasy. Naruto sighed, picking Tonton up gently. "Alright, let's go find Lady Tsunade together." The hospital corridors were crowded with patients receiving emergency treatment. Hidden Leaf Village's entire medical staff had been mobilized, including 2 expert medics from the orphanage. Medical ninjutsu users, regardless of rank, were working tirelessly. A few minutes later, Naruto stopped outside an operating room marked in operation. Thinking it unwise to interrupt, he scribbled a note for Tsunade and handed it to Tonton. "Here, take this to Tsunade when she's free, okay?" Tonton squealed in affirmation, gripping the note tightly in her hooves and securing it beneath her pearl necklace. She positioned herself outside the operating room and nodded confidently at Naruto. "Good girl." Naruto smiled before leaving to focus on other tasks. Meanwhile, Naruto's clone number 001 dissipated, transferring its memory back to the original. Back at the fortress, Naruto turned to Shizue. "Reinforcements will arrive in 30 seconds. Let's head outside to regroup." Shizue nodded. "Also, the chakra drain civilians have been evacuated, so the Sky Ninja will realize something is wrong soon. We need to prepare for their counterattack." The team had been assigned a reconnaissance mission but had successfully completed a rescue operation along the way. Now, their priority was to stop the Sky Ninja from launching further attacks on Hidden Leaf Village. However, taking down the entire floating fortress would require reinforcements. Outside, Hinata, using her Byakugan, provided live updates on the fortress's activities. Naruto, piecing together information from his clone, addressed the team. "The intel from the interrogation team is in," he began. "This fortress isn't just a base, it's a fully functioning floating city. Once airborne, it can launch devastating attacks capable of leveling entire hills. Its name is Anchor Bandian," he grinned cheekily. The team exchanged confused looks at the strange name but quickly returned their focus to the mission. Naruto continued, his tone serious. "If they realize they can't penetrate Hidden Leaf Village's defenses, they might activate this fortress and target the village directly. It's too dangerous to let that happen. The Hokage's orders are clear: destroy the Sky Ninja forces and, if possible, capture the fortress intact." Shizue glanced at Naruto. "Reinforcements? Who are we expecting?" Naruto smirked, suddenly sensing a signal. He tossed a flying thunder god kunai behind him and crossed his arms. One signal arrow and a cavalry arrives. With a series of sharp swishes, dozens of reinforcements materialized behind them. Teams led by Gai, Asuma, Kurenai, Izumi Uchiha, and Yamato stood ready, accompanied by squads of Enbu and other shinobi. Naruto's clones, who had transported the reinforcements, bowed theatrically. "You've arrived at your destination. Thank you for choosing Transport Company. Good luck with your mission." With a final grin, the clones vanished. The assembled shinobi wasted no time. Leaders from each team quickly devised tactics while the others prepared for the assault. Naruto remained confident despite the enemy's numerical advantage. "The biggest challenge is their ability to fly," Naruto pointed out. "We've got a handful of flyers, but they have an entire airborne force." At that moment, Shino stepped forward, calmly placing a hand on Shizue's sleeve and another on Naruto's shoulder. "Send me to the fortress. I can destroy most of their aircraft within 10 minutes. Shizue blinked in surprise. "The civilians have been evacuated, but are you sure? The enemy will discover us soon." Shino nodded, his sunglasses concealing his expression. "I'm confident." Naruto smirked. "Why didn't we think of this earlier?" "Alright, let's go." Naruto teleported himself and Shino to the fortress, ensuring the landing zone was clear of enemies. Once inside, Shino quickly found an inconspicuous corner and extended his hand. Naruto watched curiously as Shino released chakra, guiding a swarm of his insects. "What are they doing?" Naruto asked, keeping his voice low. "They're male insects I released earlier," Shino explained. "They'll infest the Sky Ninja's aircraft and begin adapting to their technology. If successful, they'll reproduce a new generation of parasites specialized in dismantling their aerial vehicles." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "You're breeding anti-aircraft bugs?" Shino nodded. Rarely did anyone listen to his lengthy explanations, and he couldn't help but sound a little pleased. It's the natural evolution of my clan's insects, guided by my chakra. Soon, we'll have an army of parasites designed specifically to counter airborne threats. Naruto gave him a thumbs up. Creepy but effective. Let's get to work. Back at the main force, reinforcements and team leaders finalized their strategy, bolstered by Shino's ongoing sabotage and Naruto's confidence. Despite the odds, the shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village prepared to take the fight to the Sky Ninja and reclaim their skies. Chapter 193. For the next several minutes, Naruto stood back, watching Shino's insects as they reproduced rapidly. The first wave gave birth to a second, and the second to a third. It seemed endless, like a self-perpetuating cycle of silent destruction. Naruto couldn't help but think, if this footage were shown to the Seventh Tails Jinchuriki, would it be classified as a restricted film? Some of the parasites stealthily spread throughout the fortress, targeting critical but inconspicuous parts of the Sky Ninja's aircraft. Others stayed in place, multiplying further to ensure maximum impact. Occasionally, Sky Ninja guards came by to inspect, but before they could raise an alarm, Naruto knocked them out with swift, precise strikes. His experience and speed ensured that no commotion broke out. After 10 minutes, Shino finally dispersed the remaining insects in his hand. It's done, he said coolly. The bugs will take care of the rest. Shino had released tens of thousands of insects, sabotaging most of the Sky Ninja's aircraft. However, under his deliberate control, the damage appeared minor and localized. The plan was to surprise the enemy when they attempted to take off, causing chaos mid-flight. Naruto glanced at the subtle damage and thought, Shino's tactics are dirtier than I expected. He nodded to Shino, and they returned to the main team. How did it go? Shisui asked as they approached. He already knew from Hinata and Neji's observations that neither Naruto nor Shino was injured, but he was eager for the mission update. Mission accomplished, Naruto replied with a grin. What about you? We've set everything in motion. I'll explain the battle plan, Shisui said quickly. He detailed the ambush strategies already in place. Naruto noticed that the Anbu were no longer with the group. It was clear they had moved into position for their ambush. Makes sense. Stealth and ambush tactics are their specialty, Naruto thought. Shisui ended his explanation with a decisive statement, let's begin the battle. With Shishui's signal, Asuma's and Kurenai's squads led the charge, closely followed by Izumi Uchiha and her team. As they approached the fortress, a Sky Ninja sentry spotted the approaching force and sounded the alarm. A small group of Sky Ninjas gathered to assess the situation, their numbers quickly swelling to over 30. They equipped their flight devices, injecting chakra to prepare for takeoff. Among the Sky Ninja, a younger fighter moved to rush out, but a grizzled veteran grabbed his shoulder, holding him back. Are you stupid? There are dozens of them, and we're barely a handful. We don't even have air support yet, the older man barked, swatting the younger one on the head. Wait for reinforcements. Grumbling, the younger ninja stepped back, but he couldn't suppress his impatience. When reinforcements finally arrived, the Sky Ninja launched themselves into the air, ready to rain down bombs and kunai. However, within moments, disaster struck. Of the 40 who attempted liftoff, 36 plummeted unceremoniously back to the ground, their faces smashing into the dirt. Only 3 managed to stay airborne. The leader of the group, hovering in confusion, barked, "Drop the bombs now. While they're blocked by the smoke, we'll wait. Where is everyone?" The other 2 in the air pointed downward. "They didn't make it, Captain," one muttered. The leader cursed under his breath, glaring at the soldiers stumbling below. What happened? One of the grounded ninjas raised his hand sheepishly. Our aircraft are broken. The leader's face darkened. You, go back and warn the others to check their equipment. The rest of you prepare to engage the enemy on the ground. He reluctantly abandoned his plan to engage midair, wary of Hidden Leaf Village's aerial combat specialists. Meanwhile, Naruto, Kiba, and Hinata watched the debacle unfold from a distance. Naruto chuckled, his laughter barely contained, while Kiba burst into outright laughter. Even Hinata couldn't suppress a quiet giggle behind her hand. Well done, Shino. Kiba exclaimed, clapping him on the back. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, the lenses flashing ominously. Kiba, if you touch me again, you'll be pulling insects off your hand for days. Kiba froze mid-motion, his hand barely a centimeter from Shino's shoulder. The grin vanished from his face as he pulled back, muttering, noted. Naruto interjected to diffuse the tension. Alright, save it for the enemy. The next wave will be ours to handle. Everyone, regroup. On the battlefield, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were systematically dismantling the Sky Ninja's ground troops. Asuma cut through the enemy ranks with his chakra-enhanced trench knives, moving with precision and speed. Choji transformed into a massive human boulder and rolled through their formations, scattering soldiers like leaves in a storm. Karen, channeling her Uzumaki heritage, struck with relentless power, each punch reminiscent of Kushina's ferocity. Beside her, Hueco moved gracefully, dispatching enemies with precise strikes from his senbon needles. Izumi Uchiha led her team with elegance, employing chi-hostile taijutsu that combined beauty with deadly efficiency. Meanwhile, Yakumo Kurama, stationed at a distance, manipulated reality with her Genjutsu, sowing confusion among the Sky Ninja. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji worked seamlessly together. With their support, Choji barreled forward without fear, trusting his teammates to cover his flanks. High above, the remaining airborne Sky Ninja found themselves intercepted by Shizue and the Shadow Guard. Their leader quickly realized the futility of engaging Shizue in aerial combat and began retreating. Just as the Sky Ninja seemed to be regaining their footing, reinforcements poured out of the fortress nearly 100 strong. Morale among the Sky Ninja surged, but the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, far from discouraged, smiled knowingly. Hidden in the shadows, Yamato formed a hand seal. Suddenly, dense roots erupted from the ground, entangling the Sky Ninja. His Anbu team emerged from their hiding spots, flinging shuriken and kunai with deadly precision, cutting down the disoriented enemies. Naruto gave the signal to his companions. "Let's go," he called out. Together, they joined the fray, determined to bring the battle to a decisive end. Chapter 194. The first group of Sky Ninja reinforcements was dealt with swiftly by the combined efforts of Asuma's and Kurenai's squads, as well as Izumi Uchiha and the Hidden Leaf Village police force. The second wave of reinforcements was intercepted by Yamato leading the Anbu, who executed a well-planned ambush. Once the first wave was neutralized, the remaining Hidden Leaf Village forces joined to handle the second wave. Meanwhile, Shizue's Shadow Guard focused on taking down the few undamaged aircraft that remained operational. Naruto was assigned to lead Team Gai, Kimimaro, Kiba, Hinata, and Shino into the fortress to destroy its energy core. Neji and Hinata had previously observed with their Byakugan that a massive chakra aggregate was located within the fortress. The dark chakra drained from the captured refugees was being funneled into this core. Destroying it would render the fortress incapable of flight. Naruto suspected that the core was likely tied to the Zero Tails, though its chakra paled in comparison to that of a true-tailed beast. By the time Naruto's team entered the fortress, most of the Sky Ninja forces had been lured outside, leaving behind only a few dozen guards. When the remaining defenders spotted the Hidden Leaf Village intruders, they quickly surrounded them. Naruto and his group, however, were unfazed. "Hidden Leaf Village Whirlwind!" shouted 5 of them in unison, unleashing spinning kicks. Even Kimimaro, though silent, executed the same move with precision. His distinct clothing and serious demeanor, however, immediately marked him as the leader in the eyes of the Sky Ninja, and they focused their attacks on him. Akamaru transformed into Kiba's twin, and together they launched their signature attack. Fang over Fang. The 2 white tornadoes barreled into the enemy ranks, scattering Sky Ninja like leaves in a storm. Meanwhile, Neji and Hinata activated their Byakugan, their coordinated strikes leaving no room for error. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Each strike landed on a different enemy, incapacitating them in seconds. Naruto refrained from using large-scale jutsu due to the close-quarters melee. Instead, he targeted individual enemies with his Rasengan every few seconds, efficiently taking them down one by one. Suddenly, Neji's voice rang out, "Something's wrong." Someone's chakra just surged dramatically right near the core. Hinata, delivering a final blow to an opponent, added, "Yes, it felt like an ordinary person before." Naruto frowned, realizing what this meant. "It's Shino. He's transformed. We need to finish these guys off and move on." The team responded with renewed vigor, pushing the Sky Ninja to their limits. "My youthful disciples, show them the power of your youth," Gai shouted, inspiring his team. "Yes, sensei." Lee yelled enthusiastically. "Fang over Fang. Gentle fist, air palm." In just a few minutes, the remaining Sky Ninjas were subdued. Dividing the team as Shino began moving toward them, Naruto turned to his team. "Neji, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, Tenten, you all go outside to help the others. There aren't many enemies left in here. We'll handle what's left, including Shino. Neji, you're in charge." Neji nodded without hesitation, understanding the situation. Kiba, however, frowned. "Why isn't I the captain?" he demanded. Naruto stared at him for a moment, letting the silence hang before replying, "Because you're the only one questioning my decision." "Huh?" Kiba blinked, confused. Naruto didn't explain further. He gestured toward Gai. "Let's go, sensei." Gai gave a thumbs up and followed Naruto, leaving Kiba standing there in frustration. Shino adjusted his sunglasses and calmly addressed Kiba. "Naruto is a special Jonin and the captain of this mission. His orders aren't up for debate. If we delay, our comrades outside could suffer casualties. Let's move." Kiba sighed, recognizing the truth in Shino's words. He glanced at Hinata and Akamaru, who gave him encouraging looks, before muttering, "Fine, I get it." He quickly followed the others as they left the fortress. Confronting Shinno, Naruto and his team pressed forward until they finally reached their target, Shinno. The man who once appeared as a kind, frail healer had transformed dramatically. His youthful appearance, long black hair, and bulging muscles were a stark contrast to his previous form. His upper body was bare, radiating arrogance and power. Naruto stared in disbelief. Is this guy a Saiyan? How do medical ninjas just turn into bodybuilders overnight? Shinno smirked, his voice dripping with confidence. Impressed? With the power of the Zero Tails and my perfected physical activation technique, I've achieved the ultimate body. Gay narrowed his eyes, his expression serious. You. I know you. You helped us once, outside the village. Shinno laughed. Yes, that's right. Your data was instrumental in perfecting this body. Thanks to you, I've also mastered the 8 Gates formation. What? Gay's face darkened. How dare you use the power of the 8 Gates for something like this? Before Gay could react further, Shinno vanished in a blur of speed, reappearing to deliver a powerful punch. Gay barely managed to block it, but the force sent him skidding backwards, leaving deep gouges in the ground. Sensei! Lee shouted in alarm. Kimimaro, along with the others, immediately took defensive stances, recognizing the overwhelming power of their opponent. Shinno sneered. With this ultimate body and the Anchorbandian fortress under my control, ruling the world is only a matter of time. Gay stood, brushing dust from his arms, his expression resolute. I don't care about your ambitions. If you're threatening my village, you're my enemy. And I will stop you. Naruto stepped forward, his hands forming a seal. You're not doing this alone, Sensei. Let's take him down together. Chapter 195. Oh. Are you serious? Shinno cracked his neck with an arrogant smirk as if he had just won 1 billion ryo in a lottery. Then let me show you the power of the ultimate body. Gay stared at him intently. From the punch Shinno had delivered earlier, it was clear his speed and strength far exceeded what Gay had expected. This opponent could not be taken lightly. Crossing his arms in front of his chest, Gay began to channel his chakra. His face turned red as veins bulged on his forehead. 8 Gates released formation, the first inner gate, the gate of opening, open. 8 Gates released formation, the second inner gate, the gate of healing, open. 8 Gates released formation, the third inner gate, the gate of life, open. 8 Gates released formation, the fourth inner gate, the gate of pain, open. 8 Gates released formation, the fifth inner gate, the gate of limit, open. Gay, now surrounded by a fierce green aura, declared, the blue beast of Hidden Leaf Village is ready. Here comes Might Guy. With that, he became a whirlwind of motion and charged forward. Hidden Leaf Village dynamic entry. Shinno stood unmoving, showing no intention of dodging or defending. Gay's kick struck Shinno squarely in the chest, sending him flying through a wall and burying him under a pile of rubble. But Shinno rose almost instantly, his muscles writhing unnaturally as they regenerated. Naruto noticed the chakra within the fortress's core growing weaker as if it were being transferred directly into Shinno's body. Gay frowned, puzzled. He recovered so quickly. What's going on? Shinno grinned smugly, flexing his regenerated muscles. The so-called strength of the body lies in its ability to grow stronger through destruction and regeneration. With my advanced medical ninjutsu, every attack only makes me stronger. This is my ultimate technique, super activation. It was clear Shinno had spent years developing and perfecting this forbidden art, and his confidence was spilling into arrogance. He couldn't resist flaunting his abilities, even if it meant revealing his trump card to his enemies. Naruto, seeing Gay's confusion, decided to fan the flames. Gay-sensei, this guy has cheated to gain physical power that rivals yours. He even mastered the 8 Gates through shortcuts. What a disgrace to youth. Gay froze for a moment, his expression darkening. What? A disgrace to youth? To Gay, strength wasn't just a matter of power. It was the result of relentless effort, forged day by day through blood, sweat, and tears. Techniques like Morning Peacock, Daytime Tiger, and Evening Elephant were more than just attacks, they were the embodiment of his unwavering discipline and belief in hard work. Shinno's shortcuts were an insult to everything Gay stood for. Unforgivable. Gay roared, his outrage mirrored by his disciples, Lee and the triplets Gen, Gi, and Gero, who had all trained under his guidance. Together, they shouted in unison, unforgivable. Naruto blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected them all to explode with rage. Kimimaro, however, remained unfazed. As someone who valued hard work and discipline, he quietly recognized that Shinno's methods were the result of years of research, not pure shortcuts. Still, there was no need to mention that and dampen morale. Patting Naruto on the shoulder, he simply said, get used to it. When it comes to youth, they're all like this. Shinno, utterly confused by the sudden outburst, sneered. Angry, are we? No matter. Come at me all at once. The 8 gates can only reach their true potential in a body like mine. Hearing his challenge, Lee, Gen, Ge, and Gero opened the 8 gates up to the 5th gate and joined Ge in the fray. Their combined assault overwhelmed Shinno, whose years of feigning as a doctor left him woefully inexperienced in combat. Against Ge's near-animalistic instincts and the Sharingan of Gen, Ge, and Gero, Shinno found himself struggling to keep up. Realizing he couldn't keep defending, Shinno switched tactics, sacrificing defense to trade blows. He absorbed a devastating kick from Gen, sending the triplet crashing into a wall with a spray of blood. Moments later, he kicked Ge and Gero out of the battle circle, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Gen. Ge. Gero. Ge shouted, his worry turning to fury as he launched another attack. Dynamic entry. Shinno turned to face Ge, exposing his back to Lee. While being kicked by Ge, he channeled the massive amount of dark chakra into his fist. Super activation punch. Shinno roared, aiming a decisive strike at Lee. The sheer power of the attack would have crippled him. At the critical moment, Kimimaro dashed forward, shielding Lee by crossing his arms in front of his chest. Boom. The impact was catastrophic. A loud crack echoed as Kimimaro's arms shattered under the force. His body was sent flying like a rag doll, embedding itself in the wall as rubble rained down. Kimimaro. Ge and Lee shouted in unison, their voices filled with worry. Kimimaro slowly stood, his arms hanging limply at his sides. His ribs were crushed, and his breathing was labored, but he remained calm. Both arms were broken. 8 ribs fractured. Minor injuries. Naruto, observing, wasn't as concerned as the others. He knew Kimimaro's unique Shikatsumiyakuke Genkai made him nearly impervious to such damage. For anyone else, such injuries would be life-threatening. For Kimimaro, it was merely an inconvenience. Moments later, Kimimaro expelled the broken bones from his body and regrew new ones. Within seconds, he was back on his feet. A pile of discarded bones lay at his feet as he stretched. If he's still standing, I'd like another round. Meanwhile, Ge took a deep breath, his aura intensifying. 8 gates released formation, the first inner gate, the gate of opening, open. 8 gates released formation, the second inner gate, the gate of healing, open. 8 gates released formation, the third inner gate, the gate of life, open. 8 gates released formation, the fourth inner gate, the gate of pain, open. 8 gates released formation, the fifth inner gate, the gate of limit, open. 8 gates released formation, the sixth inner gate, the gate of view, open. Morning Peacock. Leaping into the air, Ge unleashed a barrage of flaming punches, creating a spectacle of shockwaves and fireballs that engulfed Shinno. The ground shook under the force of the attack. Smoke and dust filled the air as the shockwaves subsided. Kimimaro and the triplets now recovered, stood ready beside Ge. As the smoke cleared, Shinno's figure emerged. His body was riddled with burns and scars, yet he stood tall, grinning as his injuries healed before their eyes. It's useless, he taunted. You can't kill me. Every attack only makes me stronger. Naruto, sensing the transfer of chakra from the Zero Tails to Shinno, suddenly had an idea. He turned to the others and said, this is going to go on forever unless we stop the source. Hold him off, I'm going to cut off his chakra supply. Got it. Ge and the others shouted, preparing to continue the fight as Naruto sprinted toward the core. Chapter 196. Ge, Lee, Kimimaro, Gen, Ge, and Gero nodded, their faces flushed, agreeing with Naruto's plan. As Naruto left, he received 5 enthusiastic thumbs up. To protect his eyes, he avoided checking if those thumbs were accompanied by 5 sets of gleaming white teeth. Shinno didn't try to stop Naruto. Surrounded by 6 formidable fighters, he couldn't break away. Besides, he dismissed the little blonde as a threat, judging from Naruto's seemingly average physical fitness. He was confident the boy would either fail or be killed. Following the small map in his mind, Naruto quickly located the area where the massive chakra was concentrated. It was a large, square room, spacious enough to fit Gamabunda. The walls were covered in dense, intricate ceiling scripts. At the center of the room stood a grotesque figure, a mask with the kanji for zero etched on it. Its elongated form resembled a massive eel. Naruto approached cautiously, muttering, so, this is Zero Tails? Inside his mind, Kurama's ears perked up. What did you just call it? Zero Tails, Naruto replied. It's supposed to be an artificial tailed beast. Humphrey. That thing dares call itself a tailed beast? Kurama sneered. In his eyes, only the 9 tailed beasts created by the Sage of 6 Paths deserved such a title. This mockery was an insult. It's just a name, Naruto reasoned. He'd seen plenty of absurd titles in anime and wasn't particularly bothered. After all, Kisame Hoshigaki was called the Tailless-Tailed Beast, wasn't he? Destroy it, Kurama growled. He couldn't tolerate its existence. Naruto sighed. It's not that simple. These seals are interfering with my chakra, and I can't even form the Rasengan. Killing it won't be easy. Maybe I should just seal it. Kurama bristled. Seal it? You've studied sealing techniques, haven't you? Remove those seals and destroy them properly. That'll take too long, Naruto countered. He understood the theory but didn't feel like solving a complex problem under pressure. Besides, the others were fighting Shinno, and with most of them using the sixth gate, they wouldn't last indefinitely. TCH. Let me handle it, Kurama said impatiently, requesting control of Naruto's body. Naruto hesitated, then allowed it. What's your plan? Kurama smirked. Since it's so eager to absorb chakra, I'll let it. You're not going to, relax. It doesn't have the qualifications to even scratch me. As Kurama's crimson chakra shroud enveloped Naruto, he began to draw in natural energy. Within moments, Naruto's body shifted into Sage Mode. What? Since when did you learn Sage Mode? Naruto exclaimed, astonished. He had struggled through his training in Mount Myabaku, but Kurama seemed to have mastered it effortlessly. Kurama chuckled. I'm the strongest tailed beast. This level of power is trivial for me. Naruto thought internally. Does this mean I don't need to work as hard anymore? No. Hard work is important. I'll just ask Fukasaku-sensei for more lessons later. Kurama ignored Naruto's inner musings and allowed Zero Tails to absorb the chakra. At the same time, he continued drawing natural energy, cycling it into the Zero Tails like an overcharged circuit. Zero Tails writhed and screamed, its body contorting violently. Its movements became erratic as if it were being electrocuted. Gradually, its body began to petrify, starting from its tail and spreading upward. You can't even handle a little sage chakra. Kurama scoffed. Pathetic. In a matter of moments, Zero Tails was entirely encased in stone. Before leaving, Naruto smashed the statue to pieces, scattering the fragments across the room. Better safe than sorry, he muttered. Back on the battlefield when Naruto returned, Shinno still wore his arrogant expression. He had no idea Zero Tails had been destroyed. Gai remained in the sixth gate state, while the others, including Kimimaro, were holding at the fifth gate. The battlefield was a mess of craters and collapsed walls, evidence of a fierce struggle. Naruto shouted, it's done. He can't regenerate anymore. Kick him around. What? Shinno's eyes widened in disbelief. As soon as he confirmed his link to Zero Tails was severed, Shinno roared in fury, charging at Naruto with his fist raised. You insolent brat. But Shinno's tantrum was cut short. Kimimaro, Gen, Gi, Jiro, and Lee stepped forward, shouting in unison, 8 gates released formation, the first inner gate, the gate of opening, open. 8 gates released formation, the second inner gate, the gate of healing, open. 8 gates released formation, the third inner gate, the gate of life, open. 8 gates released formation, the fourth inner gate, the gate of pain, open. 8 gates released formation, the fifth inner gate, the gate of limit, open. 8 gates released formation, the sixth inner gate, the gate of view, open. Kimimaro darted forward first. Hidden Leaf Village Twin Rising Flame. With precision and fury, his elbow struck Shinno's chin, sending him flying. Boom. Naruto winced at the sound, imagining Shinno's teeth shattering. But it wasn't over. Hidden Leaf Village Gale. Lee followed up with a spinning kick, launching Shinno to the left. Lee. Great work. Gai praised, before leaping into action. Hidden Leaf Village Dynamic Entry, Adamantine Variant. His kick slammed into Shinno's ribs, knocking him in the opposite direction. Shinno groaned, barely regaining his balance before Gen's attack connected. Gen passed him to Gai, and Gai handed him to Jiro, each kick more devastating than the last. Jiro's final strike sent Shinno rocketing skyward. Naruto, watching the scene unfold, muttered, that move should be called Hidden Leaf Village Rising Dragon. The 6 fighters, as if moving in perfect synchronization, leapt into the air and shouted in unison, Hidden Leaf Village Whirlwind. 6 spiraling kicks descended on Shinno simultaneously, sending him crashing to the ground with enough force to create a 1-foot-deep crater. Chapter 197. The master and apprentice landed together, sighing in relief as they exited the sixth gate state. Their faces showed exhaustion, and their breathing was labored. Among them, Lee, being the youngest and opening the sixth gate for the first time, was the most affected. He couldn't stay on his feet and collapsed to the ground, sitting upright. Naruto glanced at the human-shaped crater left behind on the ground and briefly wondered if he should shout, "Ball in!" In Naruto's perception, Shinno's chakra had indeed weakened significantly, but he wasn't dead yet. To be cautious, Naruto prepared a big ball Rasengan and descended into the pit. The pit was deep, and Shinno was buried beneath the rubble. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the debris, slamming into the ground like the opening scene from Plants vs. Zombies. Startled, Naruto instinctively slammed his Rasengan down on the hand. PFFT. Shinno, looking like someone who just heard their favorite manga was finally updated, sat up in shock from his near-death state. Lifting the rubble of his body, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "You shameless Hidden Leaf Village ninjas!" Shinno rasped. Attacking an old man already on the brink of death. Seeing Shinno sit up, Naruto quickly formed another Rasengan, ready to finish the job. "If the enemy isn't dead, finishing the job is just common sense," he muttered. Before Naruto could land the strike, Shinno staggered to his feet. His injuries visibly began healing, but before he could revel in his recovery, his body betrayed him. His bulging muscles deflated as if a balloon had popped, and his thick, dark hair turned gray in moments. In just a few seconds, Shinno shriveled into a frail old man. This. Impossible. My ultimate body. My dream. Shinno stared at his trembling hands in disbelief before collapsing to the ground. His breathing stopped. Thus ended the man who once carried the reputation of a sage. Naruto pulled out a specialized scroll for storing corpses, sealing away Shinno's body and sending a clone back to Hidden Leaf Village with it. Turning to Lee, Naruto asked, "Do you want me to help you back? The fortress is still dozens of miles from Hidden Leaf Village, and you look exhausted." "No," Lee exclaimed, determination burning in his eyes. "I'm the only one in this group this tired. It means my efforts aren't enough. I'll walk back myself, and if I can't, I'll do 1,000 push-ups." "Lee. You bastard!" Gay cried, throwing his arm around Lee's shoulders, tears streaming down his face. "I'll walk with you all the way. Gay-sensei." "Lee." The two clung to each other, crying loudly. Naruto glanced at Gen, Gay, and Jiro and wasn't surprised to see them also wiping away tears, clearly moved. Naruto sighed, patting Kimimaro on the shoulder. "Brother, I don't know how you deal with this every day." "I'm used to it," Kimimaro replied dryly. After all the serious fighting, this was oddly comforting. No matter how strong a fool is, they're still a fool. "Gay-sensei." Naruto called out tentatively. Gay looked up, his tearful expression oddly endearing. "While your youth is inspiring, the battle outside is nearly over. We should join the others. Don't forget you still have 2 disciples out there." Kimimaro gave Naruto a knowing glance. "Way to talk nonsense with a straight face, Naruto." He recognized Kakashi's influence in that tone. Gay immediately leapt to his feet, his fists clenched. "You're right, Naruto. Our blood cannot allow Neji and Tenten to fight alone. Let's go, Gay-sensei." Lee shouted, already running toward the exit. "We must join them." "I'll follow you to the end," Gay declared. "We're coming too." Gen, Gay, and Giro chimed in unison, refusing to be left behind. Naruto watched in disbelief as the 5 green-clad figures dashed off with renewed energy, as though they hadn't been exhausted just moments ago. Do these guys even understand how stamina works? Outside the fortress, the war ended with Shishui's final, elegant strike, sending the last Sky Ninja plummeting from the sky. His mechanical wings spread wide as he landed, his kick so flawless that Naruto momentarily thought it was Marco's Phoenix Seal from another anime, though without the special effects. Of all the Sky Ninjas, only 2 remained unharmed, the seasoned gatekeeper and the young sentry from earlier. As Neji and the others burst out of the fortress, the older man, sensing the battle was lost, quickly discarded his weapon. He even knocked the kunai from the younger man's hands and pulled him into a crouch. Neji didn't bother them further, instructing Tenten to tie them up while they moved to assist the others. Hidden Leaf Village had won decisively. Naruto approached Yamato, now known as Captain Tenzo, who stood among the Anbu. If not for witnessing his use of wood style earlier, Naruto might not have recognized him. "Captain Yamato," Naruto greeted respectfully. "Naruto-kun," Yamato replied awkwardly, unsure how to address him. Though he was an accomplished Anbu captain, Yamato's personality was still reserved. Naruto said, "Could the Anbu leave a team to guard this fortress temporarily and clean up the battlefield?" "Of course," Yamato responded promptly. Anbu was well versed in such tasks. Naruto turned to Izumi Uchiha next. "Sister Izumi, could the police force spare some people to assist? The Anbu team here is limited." Izumi nodded, assigning several uninjured officers to remain behind. The team leaders gathered with Naruto to report to Minato. After listening to the post-battle summary, and seeing no objections or additions, Minato smiled warmly. "Well done, everyone. Thank you for your hard work." Minato's pride was evident. Naruto had proven himself worthy of the title of Special Jonin, and the other newly promoted Chunin had performed admirably. He was especially impressed with Shino, whose sabotage of the Sky Ninja's aircraft had been crucial. Minato mentally noted Shino as someone with immense potential. Satisfied with the collaboration and performance of Hidden Leaf Village's next generation, Minato spoke confidently. The losses were minimized thanks to the quick activation of the village's barrier and the decisive battle outside the village. There's still much rebuilding to do, but I hope everyone will continue working hard with me. Yes, Hokage-sama. The group responded in unison. As they began dispersing, Minato stopped Naruto and Shisui. Now, it's time to meet with the Mizukage, he said. Chapter 198. In the conference room, Jiraiya and Yagura Karatachi were engaged in an unexpectedly lively conversation. Due to the isolationist policies of the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water, the village had long been shrouded in secrecy. Outsiders knew little about their customs and traditions. Yagura shared non-sensitive details about Hidden Mist Village's culture, which piqued Jiraiya's curiosity. In turn, Jiraiya's extensive travels and vast knowledge of the ninja world fascinated Yagura. What had begun as a tense diplomatic exchange quickly turned into a genuine and engaging discussion. The shift in atmosphere was so abrupt that even Sasuke, who was quietly observing, found himself struggling to process the change. He had been prepared for tension, perhaps even hostility, but instead found himself listening to laughter and stories. Sasuke's thoughts wandered, his attention shifting to the idea of a combat mission. He suspected Naruto had been sent on one and felt a burning desire to prove himself as well. Facing someone like Zabuza Momoki, a swordsman of the mist, seemed like the perfect opportunity to test his growth. Itachi, noticing Sasuke's restlessness, placed a calming hand on his younger brother's head. The gentle gesture quelled Sasuke's eager thoughts, softening the sharpness in his gaze. Meanwhile, Zabuza was silently relieved. Though he wasn't afraid of Sasuke, the last thing he wanted was unnecessary conflict with Hidden Leaf Village, especially over a misunderstanding. He had been hoping to check on Hueco after the meeting but found himself stuck listening to Yagura and Jiraiya's increasingly animated discussion. When Naruto and Shisui followed Minato back into the conference room, they were greeted by the sight of Jiraiya handing a signed copy of his Kika series to Yagura. The stack of books in Jiraiya's hands caught Kakashi's attention immediately. His lone eyes sparkled with warmth and longing. It was the collector's edition of the Kika series, complete with signatures. Kakashi had painstakingly acquired his own set, not because he couldn't buy them outright, but because keeping them safe from fire, theft, and Jiraiya himself was a constant battle. This world is cruel to those of us who simply want to read, Kakashi lamented silently. Minato lightly knocked on the doorframe to announce his presence, drawing everyone's attention and subtly reminding Jiraiya of the formal setting. Sorry to keep you all waiting, Minato said politely. It's no problem, Yagura replied with a respectful nod. Having the opportunity to converse with Jiraiya-sama has been enlightening. Naruto couldn't help but wonder whether Yagura's expression of enlightenment was genuine or influenced by Jiraiya's eccentric storytelling. Once everyone had taken their seats, Minato provided a concise report on Hidden Leaf Village's recent victory over the Hidden Sky Village's attack. Though he withheld specific details, the speed and efficiency with which Hidden Leaf Village had neutralized an airborne force impressed Yagura and his delegation. They silently reassessed their perception of Hidden Leaf Village's military strength. After exchanging pleasantries, Yagura brought up the primary issue that had prompted their visit, although it's embarrassing to admit, I must ask. Fourth Hokage, how did you come to realize I was under Genjutsu? And what do you know about the man who calls himself Madara Uchiha? Yagura's question made the Hidden Mist Village ninja visibly tense. The humiliation of their Mizukage being manipulated for so long without anyone realizing it was a sore spot for the Hidden Mist. The fact that outside help had been required to free him from the illusion only added to their shame. Zabuza, once branded a traitor for attempting to assassinate Yagura, was now one of his most trusted allies. His actions had been reinterpreted as an effort to save the Mizukage from control. This shift in perspective had earned him a vital role in Hidden Mist Village's ongoing reforms. Minato had anticipated this question and nodded solemnly. Can you describe the individual in detail? I need to confirm if we're speaking about the same person. An orange swirl pattern mask, Yagura began. He revealed a single Sharingan in his right eye. Unlike ordinary Sharingan, its pattern was unique, and his Dujutsu abilities were incredibly powerful. He also used a space-time ninjutsu that allowed him to disappear and reappear at will. Yagura's gaze flicked to Shisui, whose reputation as a master of the Sharingan had not gone unnoticed. However, Hidden Mist Village had ruled out both Shisui and Kakashi as suspects. Shisui's presence in Hidden Leaf Village was accounted for, and Kakashi's Sharingan was in the left eye, unlike the masked man. Kakashi's thoughts raced. The description of the masked man stirred uneasy suspicions. He glanced at Minato, silently pleading for confirmation. If his suspicions were correct,